spell money? There's only one M in money. How do you spell it? Good? Huh? Hey, you good or what? Alright. Tell me what the password is. What? Okay. And what's the rest of the word? Huh? I can't hear you, buddy. You're all the way back there.
2274 money.
Alright, but what's the password? How's the password spelled out?
227 and uppercase N.
Okay.
O
Are all of them uppercase?
N.
Huh? Just the what?
Just the N.
Alright.
O N.
There you go.
And I put that.
Let me see. Try it again. You gotta go to the internet. What are you doing? Alright. Just press type it. Just type it. Show the show. Push up. Push up. Okay. Hey, Bobby, thank you. We love you. Thanks for the support.
It works now.
Hey, buddy.
It didn't work.
Hey, buddy. Tell Bobby thanks for the super chat.
Thanks for the super chat, Bobby. Why did it work?
Because you typed it in perfectly.
I just typed it in perfectly 4 times.
Fourth time's the charm. That's what they say, right? How's your throat feel, bud? How long has it been like that? Started today? Maybe it's the AC? It might be the AC. We slept in the AC last night. Huh? Mine don't hurt? I don't know. Maybe you've been taking your vitamins? I can't hear you, big guy.
No, I didn't take my vitamins.
Well, we gotta get you some more vitamins. Did need an update. I haven't touched that thing in months. I gotta make coffee. Yeah, there's a carnival over there.
There is?
Look. Oh, that's the big swing, man. We used to love that ride. That's awesome.
Yeah, what is it called?
What, that carnival? I don't know. It looks like a fair. I like
It's
a
not
fair.
on the side.
There was no sign there.
It was the side.
There's a sign.
On the side.
I didn't read the sign. PlayStation. I can't play music or they'll demonetize me. But a story. Okay, what's our story, man? What's our story? We're just two guys out here trucking, trying to make it. A son and a dad, self-employed, trying to pay for this truck and all the repairs and tires that go along with doing the job. My son comes for rides with me during the summertime, and he's with his mama during the school year. And I try to get home off the road as much as possible to do cool stuff like indoor skydiving. We go go-kart racing. He's a really good driver too, really good driver. Probably better than me. What else we do? Oh, trampoline park's our favorite. Gotta keep the backflips flipping. What else do we gotta do? Oh, we do boxing in the park. Lots of pull-ups and push-ups. And whenever we can, my guy gets a burger. So that's Burger Boy. No matter what time of day, no matter what meal it is, the answer is always a burger. Right, bud? I ain't paying me no mind over there playing Red Dead Redemption on the Nintendo. So yeah, Bobby, thanks, man. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate you. And we will be here on the move, bringing goods to a local grocer near you. Oh, calling from West Virginia. Hello? 331.
Y-Files is brought to you by Upside. On April 13th, 2029, an asteroid named Apophis will come within 19,000 miles of Earth. It will fly under our communication satellites. It'll be visible to the naked eye. NASA says we're safe. But on a cosmic scale, 19,000 miles is nothing. A nudge from solar wind, a tap from another asteroid, or a simple miscalculation is all it would take. We already know where it would hit. We know what would happen. Apophis is coming. And it's a killer.
Well, we're waiting.
Yeah, Huey, thank goodness. It's an emergency.
You didn't give anyone a Blorpus Palmer again, did you? That guy from Whole 4 still thinks he's a lizard.
Yeah, you may believe he's a gecko now. But the guy can drain a 10-footer while licking his own eyeball. Listen, human, I'm 5 under par with low blood sugar, and he wants $16 for a hot dog.
Start bringing your own snacks.
I did. Wyatt ate everything on Hall 3. Said he needed a full stomach to handle a long shaft in the rough.
Long shit. What do you want me to do?
Bring me food. Something fancy. I like Arby's. I'll take a double beef and cheddar with a side of curly fries. And don't forget the horsey sauce. I'll pay you back in a few weeks. I'm saving up for a new driving wedge.
Why don't you just use Upside? You can earn cash back on your everyday purchases.
Oh, did you just try to wedge into today's sponsor, the chance?
You betcha. Upside is a free app that gets you real cash back on everyday essentials like gas, groceries, and dining. No points, no gimmicks, just actual money back in your pocket. Here's how it works. Claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. Then pay as usual with a credit or debit card. Follow the steps in the app and get paid with money you can transfer straight to your bank account. There are over 100,000 gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants on the Upside app, ensuring that cash back is always just around the corner. And when using Upside, you can earn 3 times more cash back than any other product, including loyalty programs and credit card rewards. I use the Upside app anytime I gas up the vehicles. I just claimed this offer for Upside and filled the tank. It took 3 seconds, and now I'm getting paid back just for doing what I was already going to do. It's the easiest app to earn with, and it adds up fast. Top Upside earners are making as much as $300 a month. To find out how much you can earn, click the link in the description to download Upside and use code Y-Files to get an extra 25 cents back for every gallon on your first tank of gas. Or scan the QR code here to claim this offer.
25 cents back for every gallon of the first tank. I'll be swimming in barbecue sauce. Oh, I gotta go. Chad's lining up his shot. If he sinks it, I lose the visor, the parking spot, and my key to the executive blow washer.
Sounds fancy.
It's not. It's Steve. He smells like cinnamon and calls everyone Captain.
The story begins on June 19th, 2004. 2 astronomers at Kitt Peak Observatory found a faint dot moving against the stars. They logged it as 2004 MN4 and went back to work. Within weeks, observatories around the world were tracking it. The more data they collected, the more concerned they became. This asteroid's path looked like it might intersect with Earth's. The picture got clearer and scarier. The asteroid was big, 1,480 feet long, larger than the Empire State Building. In December, scientists made a shocking announcement. 2004 MN4 had a 2.7% chance of hitting Earth on April 13th, 2029, a 1 in 37 chance of impact. 67 million tons of rock roaring toward us at 19 miles per second. The asteroid was officially named Apophis, the Egyptian serpent god of darkness and destruction. It was rated a 4 on the Torino scale.
Yeah, Torino scale. The Clintons would have bet that.
No, the Torino scale measures the hazard of an impact.
That makes more sense.
A 0 on the Torino scale means no threat. A 10 means no planet. Even a 4 is a concern. Apophis was the first object in history to reach that level. This was bad. The media went wild. Headlines screamed about the god of chaos. Cable news ran countdown clocks.
Were the countdown clocks more accurate than their election predictions?
No. But scientists worked around the clock. In 2005, they announced Apophis would miss the Earth. But they found a new problem. a region in space about half a mile wide. If Apophis passes through it, the chance of impact on the next pass isn't 2.7%, it's 100%.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
The Mayo Clinic confirms that stuck poop can cause these embarrassing skid marks in your undies. You see, when stuck poop...
Gene Haas, what's up? Welcome to chat.
Jet Propulsion Laboratory at 3 a.m. looks abandoned. Most buildings are dark. But in the Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, Marcia Singh stares at her monitor. She's running the Yarkovsky drift calculations for the 3rd time. Solar radiation pressure on rotating asteroids causes tiny changes in orbit, tiny changes that add up over decades.
This can't be right.
The numbers came back wrong, again. Apophis isn't following its predicted path. The deviation is small, 0.003 degrees, but that's enough. The asteroid will thread Earth's gravitational keyhole, a 1,200-foot region of space that will bend Apophis's trajectory, bend it directly into Earth. Outside, Los Angeles sleeps. 14 million people who don't know they have 90 days left. The impact models show Catalina Island as ground zero.
Billy, check the path of 2004 MN4. Are you seeing this?
Hang on.
Oh my god.
What are you gonna do?
I have to call the president. Marcia, go home. Be with your family.
We now go to the White House, where the president is about to make an emergency announcement.
My fellow Americans, I speak to you now with a heavy heart.
CBS News can now confirm that asteroid Apophis will hit Earth on April 13th.
This is a Fox News alert. NASA says the asteroid Apophis will impact Earth on April 13th.
Local preparations are underway.
Apophis will hit near California on April 13th.
Coastal regions are urged to prepare for immediate evacuation. The Department of Homeland Security has activated emergency protocols.
We've now entered the final phase. Apophis will strike Earth on April 13th. Prepare accordingly.
On Friday, April 13th, 2029, humanity will witness something beautiful and dangerous.
Oh, sounds like my second wife.
If you're gonna interrupt me right at the top, can you at least make the joke a little less hacky?
You're a straight man. Leave the comedy to the professional, huh?
Apophis will pass just 19,300 miles from Earth's surface. That's closer than our communication satellites. For millions of people in the Eastern Hemisphere, it will appear at sunset, a bright point of light as bright as any star. But this star found the event will be a spectacle. But for Apophis, the flyby will be violent. As it passes, Earth's gravity will grab it, squeeze it, and twist it. These tidal forces could trigger landslides and quakes on the asteroid's surface, changing its path. This brings us to the keyhole. A gravitational keyhole is a small region of space. For Apophis, it's only about 2,000 feet wide. If the asteroid passes through it in 2029, Earth's gravity becomes a slingshot. It'll pull the asteroid back to where it started for a guaranteed impact on April 13th, 2036, Easter Sunday. Current calculations, based on years of radar data from Goldstone and Arecibo, show Apophis will miss the keyhole. Barely. Unless something changes. And that's what makes Apophis so dangerous. It's not solid rock. It's a collection of boulders and dust held together by gravity. And it's not a sphere. It's shaped like a skyscraper, so it has no primary axis. It doesn't rotate, it tumbles. And this chaotic motion makes subtle forces almost impossible to predict. The most important thing is the Yarkovsky effect. The sun hits one side of the asteroid. As it tumbles, that heat radiates back into space, and this creates thrust.
Hold on. Not everybody is Mike deGrasse Tyson.
That's not...
How does that make thrust?
Well, the heat causes gas to vent, which creates the thrust.
Now I get it. I can also create thrust by venting gas. Pardon me.
Classy. This is just a tiny push, about the weight of an apple. A tiny push is hardly noticeable. But over millions of miles, it can change in orbit. NASA's own measurements show it's already drifting because of this effect, about 650 feet closer to us every year. Right now, Apophis is impossible to see. It's lost in the glare of the sun. It won't be visible again until 2027. And during this blind spot, a small nudge from another rock could alter its path completely. And we would have just 2 years to recalculate everything. And 2 years to prepare for a city killer might be enough. But sometimes we only get hours. Sometimes city killers aren't found until they fly by. In fact, this happened last year.
You're not a child, you're a man. So stop wearing so many layers to go outside. And get the Bearskin Tactical Hoodie 4.0. The 10-pocket tactical microfleet.
This public appearance was the announcement.
We have 90 days to solve this problem. America's best minds are working on it.
Then he vanished. Official word, secured at an undisclosed location. Everyone knew that meant Cheyenne Mountain. Anyone who had the means to escape didn't waste any time.
Once the risk hit X, they were gone. Politicians, celebrities, people you've watched your whole life evacuated while the highways jammed.
What we saw was an orderly panic among the ultra-wealthy. Beverly Hills empty almost overnight.
It was Beverly Hills first, no surprise there. Gulfstreams and Learjets lined up like limos, taking off every 90 seconds.
The 405 is a graveyard of abandoned vehicles. Families walked for days into the Mojave.
We're headed to Tent City, Nevada. Camps with no just distance from the coast.
Fuel ran out, roads clogged. Now, tent cities rise like new towns, only no one planned them.
3 million people have fled within just 14 days.
3 million people gone and gas hit 47 a gallon. The station just closed. The tanker never stopped showing up. Why deliver fuel for worth it? A vial of insulin costs 3 gallons of water, if you can find it. We all got to watch Apophis grow larger in the sky. A red star visible during daylight, getting bigger every day. Suicide hotlines stopped answering. Too many calls, not enough volunteers. The volunteers had their own lives to worry about.
Apophis, prepare for the light.
Religious movements started sprouting up.
As the world edges closer to impact, religious fervor has surged.
The Church of the Final Days and the Apophis Witnesses have emerged, offering hope and salvation for those who believe.
Apophis, guide us to the light.
When official authorities dissolved, the local population took control.
The Los Angeles Police Department dissolved last week. Over half the force simply didn't show up. The chain of command collapsed overnight.
The 405 belongs to the Crips now. Their blue flags fly over improvised roadblocks. They're not attacking rival crews. They're screening vehicles and controlling movement. Crips and Serendians are distributing food, rationing medicine, even setting curfews.
Ma'am, it's not safe to be out. If you need anything, check with me.
What used to be gang turf in Los Angeles has now hardened into checkpoint states. Neighborhoods that once feared violence are now relying on it for structure.
Call them gangs, call them militias, but right now, they're the only thing resembling law and order in the city of Los Angeles.
Society didn't collapse. It reorganized itself. The powerful fled, the poor waited, and Apophis kept coming. While some astronomers celebrated, another rock caused global panic. In late 2024, asteroid 2024 YR4 became the most dangerous object in modern history. A building-sized rock. Its impact probability kept climbing. 1.5%, then 2.8%. then over 3%. That threat prompted China to establish its first ever planetary defense unit. They're recruiting astrophysicists under age 35. Their 2030 mission will try to deflect asteroid 2015 XF261 using a dual spacecraft approach, one to impact, another to evaluate the results. International cooperation is growing, because the truth is, we have no idea what's coming. NASA estimates there are 25,000 city killers crossing our orbit, and they've only found half. 13,500 are still out there somewhere completely hidden.
Somewhere completely hidden, huh? You mean like the moon landing tapes?
This detection gap creates nightmare scenarios. In 2019, asteroid 2019 OK was found. It's 400 feet wide. It was spotted less than 24 hours its closest approach. It missed Earth by only 40,000 miles. A direct hit would have released 30 megatons of energy. That's 300 times the size of the Hiroshima bomb, all with less than a day's warning. The problem is the sun. Our telescopes have to look away from the sun. Objects approaching from that direction remain invisible until they hit us. Like in 2013, the meteor that hit Chelyabinsk. NASA's NEO Surveyor telescope is set to launch in 2027. It will finally close this blind spot. It'll use infrared and should find 90% of the remaining city killers within 10 to 20 years. But until then, we're defenseless against an attack from the direction of the sun. To understand how devastating that kind of surprise can be, you don't even have to look up. You can look down. Because buried in a layer of sediment around the world is evidence of an impact that reset civilization.
Build exposed how Hamas turns Gaza into a propaganda set, pushing staged lies to global media. Palestinian Hamas fakes the story, and media outlets echo it.
Chinook lifted off from UCLA Medical Center at 6 a.m. Doctors stood on the helipad watching it disappear. They had patients on ventilators, premature babies in incubators. They were not leaving.
LAX has gone silent. No departures, no arrivals, just grounded planes and flickering monitors. The terminals are empty now.
The last jet out of LAX lifted off at 2:17 p.m. United to Denver. It was half full. Those who could afford to leave already had.
Those who remained made their choice. The elderly couple in Brentwood who'd lived there 50 years. They sat on their porch holding hands. They weren't leaving either.
For those still in Los Angeles, officials have confirmed that all remaining power will be shut off today at exactly noon.
The blackout is deliberate to reduce fire risk after the strike.
Please take this time to...
She has 14 patients on ventilators. The backup generators have 30 hours of fuel. She has 14 patients on ventilators. The backup generators have 30 hours of fuel. That means her patients only have 30 hours of life. Animals flee inland. Coyotes run through downtown. Birds fly east in massive flocks. Dogs howl constantly. Every animal except humans understands what the receding ocean means.
Scientists warn this is not a tide, it's a gravitational response. Something massive is pulling on the ocean.
The Pacific has pulled back over 20 feet since yesterday, like it's holding its breath. Entire reefs are exposed.
Seismographs are now detecting microquakes, gravitational pulses every 90 seconds. They're weak but rhythmic.
Every 90 seconds, the Earth flinches. Experts say it's the gravity of what's coming, literally, and the ocean is trying to warn us.
The last text messages go out before the cell towers shut down. I love you is sent 847,000 times in Los Angeles County. Most messages are never delivered. Apophis filled 3 degrees of sky. You could see it tumbling, end over end, a mountain in space. The last thing 50 million people would ever see. $12,800 years ago, Earth was emerging from the last ice age. Temperatures were warming. Massive ice sheets were melting. Then suddenly, everything reversed. A comet about 62 miles wide broke apart and bombarded the planet. The evidence is found in the thin layer of rock found across 4 continents, the Younger Dryas boundary layer, also referred to as the black mat. The black mat contains evidence called impact proxies, iridium, shocked quartz, nanodiamonds, microscopic spherules of melted rock. At over 40 sites, the concentrations of impact proxies are millions of times above normal levels. All date back to exactly 12,800 years ago. A series of objects hit the North American ice sheet, causing mass flooding. Continents sank beneath the sea. The impacts triggered global wildfires. Then came the freeze.
Ooh, a song of ice and fire.
Yes, the freeze lasted 1,200 years.
That's how long it's gonna take George Martin to finish the books.
The devastation was total. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, American horses, all gone. 75% of North American megafauna went extinct. 2/3 of the human population disappeared. The first widespread human culture in North America vanished from the archaeological record. This wasn't climate change. This wasn't overhunting. This was a civilization reset. And comets are different from asteroids and far more dangerous. Asteroids follow predictable paths. Comets arrive from the outer solar system. They have long elliptical orbits, so they can show up with little warning, and sometimes as little as 6 months. As I write this, Comet 3I Atlas is headed our way. It was spotted a few weeks ago. It'll make its closest approach to Earth in December. That's fast. So fast, there's not a thing we can do but watch and wait. Asteroids hit Earth at 19 miles per second. Comets come in at 45. A comet delivers more than 9 times the destructive power than an asteroid of the same size. The most dangerous comet we know is Swift-Tuttle, 16 miles wide. A land impact will release energy 27 times greater than the Chicxulub dinosaur killer. One astronomer called it the single most dangerous object known to humanity. Now, despite what mainstream scientists say, asteroids hit Earth all the time. But what about comets? How often do they hit us? Every 100 million years? Every 10 million years? 1 million years? Nope. Comets of all sizes hit the Earth on average every 3 days.
Sitting in the fast lane.
I serve my country,
40.
and now I carry legal everywhere I go. Here's how. National Concealed Carry Reciprocity is here, meaning that if you got your...
Comets of all sizes hit the Earth on average every 3 days. Came first. The sky turns white, not bright, white. Everything within 100 miles ignites simultaneously. The thermal pulse travels at light speed. By the time your brain understood the flash, your body was already vapor. That's mercy, instantaneous conversion from matter to energy. The blast wave expanded at Mach 2, a wall of superheated air traveling 800 miles per hour. It flattened everything from San Diego to Bakersfield.
The fireball climbed 60 miles into the atmosphere, so high it pierced the mesosphere. It was visible from space.
From Phoenix to Vegas, people saw it light up the sky. It didn't look like fire. It looked like a second sun. Then the horizon vanished.
Is that Los Angeles?
The temperature of the plume exceeded 10,000 degrees Celsius. What erupted wasn't smoke, it was Earth itself turned to gas. 7 states were hit by ejecta. It wasn't just ash, it was fragments of Earth's crust, fused and glowing. Some of it traveled faster than sound.
Chunks of vaporized ocean rose miles into the sky, then hardened midair before slamming down across the southwest. Reports of burning fragments came in from as far as Colorado. It rained fire.
The earthquake was a 10.5 on the Richter scale. The ground rippled like water. Then silence. People were too frightened to notice. The Pacific Ocean was moving. Every year, our planet flies through invisible minefields left by disintegrating comets. We call them meteor showers. We give them pretty names. The Perseids, the Leonids, the Geminids. But these aren't harmless light shows. We're flying through the shattered remains of giant comets at 67 miles per hour. And some of those fragments are massive. Remember Swift-Tuttle, the most dangerous object known to humanity? The Perseid meteor shower is caused by the Earth flying through trillions of pieces of debris from Swift-Tuttle. Trillions. And we're not just crossing one minefield, we're crossing a dozen. The Leonids can produce storms of hundreds of thousands of meteors per hour. The Lyrids come from a comet 2.5 miles wide. There are 12 or 13 meteor storms every year, sometimes more.
It takes the Earth several days to pass through the torrid meteor stream. It's so big. The torrid meteor stream is full of filaments of debris. Some of those filaments are very small debris. Some of them are much larger debris and much more dangerous. We pass through it twice a year. I've likened it in the past to strapping on a blindfold and crossing an 8-lane highway and just hoping that you don't get hit by a truck.
The meteor shower that's most relevant to us is the torrids. The debris field is almost 20 million miles wide. We cross it every year. It has trillions of objects that range from the size of grains of sand to the size of cities. How many big objects? Nobody knows. It could be 10, it could be 100. The government doesn't like to talk about it.
The government knew that they couldn't do anything about it, and they were starting to get worried calls from their constituents. Now, what can we do about these things? You got to do something about it. You got to stop it, and they couldn't. So what they decided to do was to just pretend that it wasn't real. They had the public fears about the impacts. They decided to just deny, just say, don't worry, there's no problem. We've got it under control, when they didn't.
The Tunguska event in 1908 happened during the peak of the torrids. A fragment just 200 feet wide exploded over Siberia, flattening 80 million trees. Paris or London, those cities would be gone. But we don't really need to be hit by a giant object to cause planetary chaos. We don't have to be hit at all. Every year, about 50 objects pass closer to the Earth than our satellites. Losing our satellites would cripple the global economy. Phone service, the internet, the banking system, all gone. And that's terrifying. But in 2022, the first time in history, humanity fought back.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Ready-to-eat meal delivery services are not created equal. At Factor, it's personal. Everything is done from scratch every single day. Nutrition and flavor is first and foremost when we create anything.
Sign up for Factor today and get 50% off your first box.
The Pacific Ocean recoils from the impact. 8 minutes ago, Apophis punched a 12-mile hole in the sea floor. The water rushed in, hit molten rock, exploded into steam. Now it's coming back.
What was once shoreline is now seabed. Fish carcasses rot beneath the baking sun.
Downtown has 4 minutes left.
A tsunami of unimaginable scale, 150 meters high, is sweeping through Los Angeles. Entire districts have been erased in seconds.
The whole ocean is coming.
Imagine a skyscraper made of water moving at 450 miles per hour. That's what hit Los Angeles this afternoon. Entire neighborhoods are gone. We are witnessing the unthinkable. A wall of water over 500 feet high has torn through Los Angeles, moving faster than a commercial jetliner.
The wall of water doesn't break. It maintains its height.
What hit LA was no wave. It was a moving cliff of ocean, 150 meters high, traveling faster than fire.
I have to get to the roof.
It tears through the city at 200 miles per hour, dragging cars, homes, and people with it.
Mom?
Initial estimates suggest tens of millions are gone. Entire cities, entire families simply vanished. We don't have exact figures yet, but we know what's missing. The silence from Los Angeles, that silence speaks for millions.
But more than California is affected.
This is not just California. This is not just the United States. This event is global.
Catalina Island is gone. Not underwater, gone, erased. The impact event struck with such force, it ceased to exist. The Pacific Shelf fractured. We are no longer talking about local devastation. This is global.
There was no debris, no island, just a column of plasma where land used to be. Catalina didn't sink into the ocean. It was atomized. This is going to affect all of us. This impact event is global.
The dust and debris in the atmosphere blocked out the sun. Photosynthesis stopped. The Earth's temperature dropped by almost 10 degrees. A new ice age was triggered, and humanity went underground. Right now, we're working on technology to spot asteroids and comets early enough to give us time to prepare. So what if we spot one coming? What can we do?
I can stay awake just to hear you breathing.
Please don't.
Watch you smile while you are sleeping. While you're far away, I'm dreaming.
Okay, that's...
I can spend my life in this sweet surrender.
That's enough!
Fine, fine. You might be blind to asteroids, but you should have seen an Armageddon joke coming.
On September 26, 2022, NASA's DART spacecraft slammed into the asteroid Dimorphos at 14,000 miles per hour. The concept was simple, but revolutionary. Take a 1,200-pound spacecraft, crash it into a 500-foot wide asteroid, see if we can change its orbit. The results exceeded expectations. DART changed the asteroid's orbital period 25 times more than required. It proved we can move space rocks. But the mission also revealed a problem. The rubble pile dilemma. DART was far more effective than predicted because the asteroid wasn't a solid rock. It was a loose pile of rubble. The impact created a massive plume of debris that acted like a rocket engine, supercharging the push. This means our best defense is also messy, chaotic, and difficult to predict.
Yeah, like Spirit Airlines.
That was a cheap shot.
Spirit Airlines is on time about as often as my alimony checks.
Anyway, to move an asteroid requires years of warning. For a surprise city killer, our only short notice option is a nuclear device. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 prohibits placing nuclear weapons in space. Now, in an emergency, the world would probably waive this restriction, but it's never been tested. We have the technology, the talent, and the money to create the tools we need to defend the planet. The one thing we can't manufacture is time. And time is not on our side.
This is why I canceled my DoorDash subscription and switched to cooking after months spending way too much on DoorDash. I got bored of eating the same fast food meals and paying way too much for them. Cooking
first days underground were chaotic. 2 million people crammed into the Moscow metro, 500,000 in the London Underground. Every subway system on Earth became humanity's last refuge. People fought for platform space, killed for corners to sleep. The strong took the train cars, the weak got the tunnels. The filth was unbearable. No working toilets for millions. Disease spread fast. Cholera, dysentery, bodies piled up in maintenance tunnels. The smell made people vomit, which just spread more disease. Then, organization emerged. Not democracy, survival.
We're gonna need everyone to pitch in. It's the only way we survive down here.
Former military officers established order.
I think we can convert most of these tunnels to living quarters. Top priority is getting power back online.
Engineers got generators running.
What's the volts on this? 12?
15?
That's right. Nice.
Doctors created triage stations. The dead were processed into fertilizer. Nothing could be wasted. We lived off mushrooms until LED lights were brought in from abandoned cannabis farms. Thousands of hydroponic gardens came online. Subway tracks were ripped up, replaced with growing beds. The Circle Line became London's farm. Still, we mostly ate mushrooms. But within 6 months, the tunnels transformed. Art appeared on walls.
You better not write any dirty poems over there.
No promises.
Children's classrooms and old ticket booths. An economy emerged. Calories for labor, labor for medicine, medicine for hope.
Take 3 drops with a meal and you'll feel a lot better.
Thanks so much, Doc.
Moscow's metro became a city. Same with Paris, New York, Tokyo. Organized, efficient, alive. Babies were born underground. They'd adapted perfectly. They'd never known the sun, so they didn't miss it. Ham radio networks connected the colonies.
Tulsa Town, this is Dallas. How copy?
Tulsa Town here. Solid copy, Dallas. Detroit, do you read? Any chance you have a spare diesel?
We might be frozen, Toronto, but we're still Motown. We got you.
Appreciate it, Motown.
Baltimore's got your back. You can count on us.
Hang in there, Milwaukee. We've got water filters to spare.
Chicago saves our bacon again. Thanks again, Windy City.
Thank you, Boston. We owe you one.
Go Red Sox!
Don't push it, Boston. Break 1-9. Breaker 1-9. Minneapolis here. Anybody reading this?
Winnipeg here. You are 5x5, Minneapolis. Loud and clear.
It is so good to hear your voice, Winnipeg. How are you doing up there?
Cold.
Copy that.
The surface was still too cold and dark to survive. The air was still toxic. But small trading parties would go from colony to colony moving goods.
Don't mix pink salt with lemon and 2 other ingredients if you don't want to donate your entire wardrobe in less than a week. Don't believe me? Give me 60 seconds to explain. This is the pink...
In just a few years, first trade routes were established. Every colony soon had access to all the others. The martial law that first organized the colonies naturally fell back to elected leadership and cooperation. This was more than survival. This was civilization. The story began with a single asteroid, Apophis. That threat led us to a hidden history of cosmic impacts and the terrifying realization that thousands of other city killers are still out there. So, let's separate fact from fiction. Fact: Apophis is no longer a threat. The initial 2.7% impact probability was real. The current data says it will miss us and the gravitational keyhole in 2029. Probably. Fact: we can move asteroids. NASA's DART mission proved it. The kinetic impactor worked, but because asteroids aren't solid, there's no way to predict the outcome. Fact: a major impact happened in human history. The evidence for the Younger Dryas impacts 12,800 years ago is overwhelming. Platinum spikes, nanodiamonds, and the black mat point to a fragmented comet that reset civilization. It's not a question of will it happen again, but when. And the big fiction: we're perfectly safe. We are not. But we can change that. For 4.5 billion years, life on this planet has been at the mercy of random cosmic violence. That's no longer true. We're the first species in Earth's history capable of seeing the threat coming, and the first with the power to stop it. The question is no longer about ability, it's about will. Apophis was transformed into a symbol of fear. I think that's a good thing. These objects should inspire fear. One medium-sized asteroid releases more energy than all the nuclear weapons in the world. We need to pressure our leaders and the scientific community to take this seriously. Apophis will be here in a few years. It'll be hard to ignore a mountain zipping across the sky. I hope it becomes the wake-up call we desperately need. Because we have two choices: be motivated by the disaster that almost happened, or be ignorant of the disaster that definitely will. Blue sky. Just a patch above Boulder, Colorado. Real blue. The first clear sky to cut through the green haze that covered Earth for almost 2 decades. 18 years after impact, to the day, the first baby was born above ground. Dawn Mitchell of the Boulder colony. Well, I guess technically she's from Boulder, Colorado. The first child in a generation to grow up with a clear sky over.
Bobby, be safe and take care of yourself over there. They're fighting everywhere. And there's always someone that's gonna start the fight that ain't never part of the fight. And you're right. It's always the children that are gonna take the brunt of it. Because we can't get along.
Head, not concrete and rebar. Sky. Of course, Dawn doesn't remember any of this. Dawn doesn't understand the irony and importance of her name. All 10-year-old Dawn knows is that she's a celebrity and she loves it. She's here to celebrate her birthday and the 10th anniversary of Sky Day, as we now call it, and the opening of the Catalina Crater Memorial. Wow, 10 years went fast. It took 18 years for the dust to settle, literally. Atmospheric models said 50 years. They were wrong. Earth heals faster than we calculated. When the sun returned, the Earth warmed quickly. The extra CO2 in the atmosphere saw to that. The plants loved the CO2. By the time humans had the courage to take off their helmets, nature was already back in full swing. Grass, trees, green everywhere. Most of the planet's infrastructure was destroyed, but the Svalbard sea vault survived. Norway's ice protected it.
After the impact, our ancestors had to reorganize society down here, in these metro tunnels, to survive.
About 6 months after Sky Day, the first wheat harvest came in. 8,000 tons. Enough to feed thousands of people real bread. Not mushroom paste, not fungus cakes, actual bread. My colony had to wait almost a year for our wheat rations, but for fresh baked bread, it was worth the wait. Nobody who lives in the impact is on a low-carb diet, I promise you that.
And this, children, is what scientists call an extinction-level event. The thermal pulse alone would be devastating.
Almost 80% of animals are gone, extinct. Elephants, rhinos, hippos, just about every large mammal too big or too slow to find cover is gone. Dawn won't miss the elephants, but a lot of us older folks will.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels. If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
The Mayo Clinic.
Dawn won't miss the elephants, but a lot of us older folks will. Cities rose again, but different. Every building has a deep bunker. Impact shelters are mandatory. School children run drills every month. Asteroid warning, 90 seconds to shelter. They practice in the dark. They practice holding their breath. They practice saying goodbye.
I love you.
I'm not gonna make it. Stay safe.
I love you so much.
I hope you do. Me and the boys are heading east. I hope you get this.
Mom, please text me back. I'm so scared. I couldn't even tell you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
The memorial at Catalina stretches around the entire crater. 12 miles of black granite. 4 billion names.
Where is Grandpa's name?
The International Apophis Detection Grid went online last year. 10,000 satellites. Armed ground stations are in every continent. If an object larger than a basketball gets within 1 million miles of us, we can see it. Our ground and space-based railguns can kill it. It took 1/3 of the Earth's wealth to build the system, but with 4 billion dead, nobody complained about the cost. The grid is there to make sure that no matter what the universe throws at us, we'll never worry. The memorial is here to make sure that our children never forget. Happy Sky Day.
Hecklefish right there. Yeah. There's a hecklefish, yeah. Oh my goodness, there he is. Yeah. Yeah, you want to give him a kiss like you always do? Yeah, you always give hecklefish a kiss. Oh, that's so nice. Oh yeah. Give hecklefish hugs. Say thanks, hecklefish. Thanks, AJ. Oh, so good. Yeah. That's so good. That's so good of you. Yeah. Thank you, Hecklefish. Thanks, AJ.
Thank you so much for hanging out today. I'm AJ. There's Hecklefish.
Yeah, you're hanging, sister.
This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, and you're not scared to death, do us a favor, hit like, subscribe, share, comment.
Want this AK, but this is going way too slow. Let's go ahead and get these troops. Oh my goodness, that is so helpful. Okay, let's get these little babies out of here and get this minigun. I'm going for this. And let's get some more troops because that's a really high number. Oh my goodness, that's a huge guy. Look at the gap in his belly. Oh my goodness, this is sick. This is Last War Survival, and I know you're probably thinking this gameplay is fake and plays nothing like the game, but that is not the case. Last War saw all those fake ads that looked so fun and actually turned it...
God bless you, Bobby, and keep it moving. One foot in front of the other. We got this. I'll be here. Come chat it up every once in a while. Take care.
Okay. There's horsepower, fellas. A motor in anything, in our opinion, oftentimes makes it a little more fun, a little more special. Welcome to our continuing pursuit to K-swap the world. We've got 3 of the coolest K-swap cars on the planet right here, right now, thanks to tuning by Nick. So let's take them for a drive, starting with the most affordable option, the Boxster. Porsche projects, and I know it's on track 1 coilovers, it's on big 255 Nankang AR1s, and this is its maiden voyage. Nick's literally driven it around the block at its shop a couple of times just to make sure nothing falls off. But this is really its shakedown, so I'm just going to ease into it here and see how it feels. But so far, I'm going to say the K sounds great in this car. The very short exhaust system gives it a deeper tone than a K typically has, and it's not raspy at all either, which I think is a good thing since Ks are known to be quite raspy and high in NVH, and it doesn't feel rattly either. So something about a rear-mounted short exhaust K really works remarkably well, and it's got a K throttle response. I'm sure it'll rev to 8K or whatever Nick set the red line up to. So coming around to the front straight here, and let's give it a full pull and see how it feels. Okay, 7,800. That's one way to find out. Oh, the pedal spacing is really nice in this car. It's almost like Porsche knows what it's doing. Tons of front end grip. Wow, really good. Wow, it's got like no shakes, nothing scary happening. Not even any tire rub with 255s up front, which is pretty impressive. The K-Tune shifter box is set up really aggressively. Tight gates and short throws, but it feels good. Okay. A little burbly through there on like partial throttle, but that's easily tuned out. The brakes are really interesting. It does feel like it's got maybe more front brake than rear. This is a custom brake kit that Tuning by Nick actually makes. I believe he's using like a Cayenne front caliper, and then he moves the front calipers on the car to the rear, and then he runs like a 997 rotor, but it's got tons of stopping power. I'm just a little wary of the rear end because A, it's mid-engine, and B, it's on a non-staggered tire setup, so 255s all around. It feels really good so far. Does nosedive a little on heavy braking there, which makes the rear end feel quite light. Wow, for a car that's never been driven in anger before, wow, I'm super impressed. Nick's done a hell of a job getting this car ready, and obviously the appeal is a Boxster is a very affordable chassis and a very good sports car, but it does have those, you know, IMS bearing issues. It's got some reliability issues with the engine, so being able to swap in a basically OEM plus K24 and have this kind of reliable and, you know, very affordable
intense slaps there. I'm not pushing it to that ragged edge, being that this is still in development, and I won't have a lap time to report to you, but I can tell you that this is already a very quick car. Like, this thing would be down deep in the low 120s. Would not be difficult to get this car into the high teens with a little bit of setup time. It is very capable, and man, I just love the fact that we've got a Porsche sports car chassis with one of my favorite engines in the world in the rear. And we've got to really have a chat with Nick about it to find out what this kit is going to cost, when it's going to be available. But for you guys out there who love the idea of a very affordable Porsche that you can take to the track and beat on it, this might be the hot ticket.
We're prepping for Bravo-tacular at Car Bravo. Get great deals on our wide selection of certified used vehicles and used Foria.
Is that what this is? I'm sold.
Car Bravo. Fielding.
expect this car to feel a little bit more refined. And, you know, being a 911, 996 911 is going to have its own characteristics as once I push a little bit harder, being rear-engined rather than mid-engined. And, but wow, I can tell you already, the steering feel in a 996 is really good. They do push on throttle, though. They're notorious for understeering on throttle, so you have to really be patient with the gas to get the most out of them. And I imagine that's still going to feel the same in this car, although it probably is a little lighter in the rear now because the K24 is going to be a lighter engine than the 996's stock engine would be. But it does still run the 996 gearbox, and it's running a 58mm turbo. I don't know the exact power numbers on the dyno, but I know this 997 makes like high 400s, so I'm guessing this is kind of the same. It'll be, you know, mid to high 400s. I don't know if he's turned it up or down for me. It's really just about the experience of trying a 996 with a turbo P24 in it, isn't it? So let's give it a bit of a blast here and see how it feels. See how it feels. How good a turbo K24 sounds in the back end of a Porsche. You would not know this is a K-series engine the way it sounds. It's got a really deep, burly tone to it. Wow, it hustles. It really hustles. I know it's got Hawk HD Plus front brake pads on it, so it does have a more aggressive front pad. The Boxster was on a stock pad, and it is on Continental Extreme Contact Sport tires. A nice grippy summer tire. Not a full back tire, but still, as you can see, lots of grip there. Wow. Sick boogies, boys, the sick boogies. Brakes are super powerful. It's done a really nice job on this brake kit. Again, this is his in-house brake kit using Cayenne front calipers and 997 rotors. I don't know if it has ABS or not. The racer in me wants to find out, but responsible friend in me doesn't want to go sticking Nick's car in the weeds here, but it's got excellent traction, and that's really the trick with these 911s is they have so much traction on power because of all the weight over the rear tires. They just stick the power down. Will get there with a little bit of adjustment to its setup, but this thing feels just ready to party. Man, it scoots. I want to just push it harder and harder, which I will do. I will give it a little extra stick there for you guys. But I don't know how hot it's going to run. It is a hot day here. This is a turbo K24, the back of a 911, so I don't know she's gonna overheat on me. I assume Nick's got all the safeties turned on. Just a little tire spin there for you. Let's go, fellas. Let's go. This thing is a hoot. I love it. Man, I've always loved 996s. I don't know why. Something about the balance of them. A lot of people dislike the fried egg headlights and the way they push on throttle, but I just feel really at home in these cars. I love the way they feel at the limit. What a machine this is. Look at it. Like, it gets down to the apex, no problem. Steering is very direct, really good feel. Wow. Alright guys, I'm getting greedy here. I'm not going to beat on it any longer here. I think I've felt what I need to feel, and the feelings are good. The feelings are good. This thing works so well. It feels like it could have been delivered from the factory this way. There's no holes in the tune. There's no hiccups. You know, like Nick's obviously spent more time with his car on the dyno and on the street dialing the tune in, and it just feels perfect. It feels the way you would expect a car to drive, even just cruising at like very low throttle here.
Coffee and we'll finish and get back to it. What'd you say? Have your burger. Stretch your feet real quick. Come on. Crocs on.
My throat feels a little better.
Good.
But it's still kind of sore.
Hello?
Hi, sir. How are you doing today? This is Ashley speaking.
How can I help you?
I'm sorry?
How can I help you?
Yes, sir. I wanted to give you a call because you had actually talked to a couple of my colleagues a while back. I just wanted to follow up with you. You had talked to houses at one of the truck stops.
No, I asked to be. No, I'm good. I asked to be taken off the list some time ago. Every time.
Oh, okay. Well, when's the last time you had talked to somebody?
I have no idea. I just I don't need anything. But thank you for calling. Please take me off the list, ma'am.
What's that?
Show me something.
You don't want anything?
Yep, don't want nothing. I'm good. I'm good. We good.
No, I don't want to. I wouldn't trust you.
Huh?
I wouldn't really trust somebody that called me out of nowhere and just said, "You
Just
want
yeah.
something?"
You wanna buy something? I'm good.
Oh my God. I'm not getting nothing sketchy. Nothing.
that should be done by now, at least. That's not moving over here. Might want to put these in the fridge. So when we get back tonight, I'll take you to Mom so you can finish watching your Demon Slayer. You can tell her that you learned how to do a Rubik's Cube. Alright? Now you just gotta remember the steps. You know how to turn it, you just gotta remember the steps, and you'll be able to do it every single time, no matter whose cube it is.
was on News Nation, which gets less viewers than we do. Just saying, thank you for making that happen. And she went absolutely off on Donald Trump.
Cruel, criminal, and mentally unstable man. And Duty to Warn was a book that came out when he was first in office. Psychiatrists across the country who don't ever really diagnose people that they don't serve personally came together and made a book, Duty to Warn, to tell the world what a narcissistic, mentally ill person he is. And I think he's the worst thing that ever happened to the United States, and his cruelty knows no bounds. And when he is upset and humiliated and embarrassed, he has no control and he goes apeshit.
Absolutely. And it's important that Rose Bennell is on a place like News Nation saying that, because I don't know who watches News Nation.
So I'm in Greenville, and Saturday night comes, and this guy comes up to me after my show, and he's got, about 10 years ago, I was in Dallas, Texas, and I signed, I think, 10,000 Panini game cards. They're similar like baseball cards, but they're for comedians. And I just sat in my room, and I got paid, but I just sat there for like 5 hours, just boom, sign it. And he had one of the cards in his pocket, and he had me and Paul Wall were the cards that he had. And he goes, "Hey man, is this you? Is this you?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's me." And he goes, "So you signed this?" I go, "Yeah, it's legit." He goes, "I was wondering when I bought it, it was legit." So then he goes to my opener, Rob, and says, "Yo, I got 2 microphones in my car. Do you think Gary will sign them?" And Rob calls me. He said, "Yeah, Gary." He said, "Yeah, I don't think of mine." He calls me, and my hotel was right across the street from the comedy club. So I'm already back in my room. And Rob said, "Hey man, that last guy that you signed, that showed you the card at the meet and greet," he goes, "He's got these 2 microphones. Can you sign them?" Good. He goes, "He just walked to go get them." I said, "Yeah, no problem." So I hang up. Not less than 2 minutes later, Rob calls me and goes, "Yo, that guy that wanted you to sign the 2 microphones, he's on the sidewalk. He's knocked out." I go, "Huh?" He goes, "Dude, they're giving him CPR." I run down there, and sure enough, less than a block from hotel, there's the guy with the 2 microphones, and they're just giving him CPR non-stop for about 15 minutes. They put him in the ambulance, he takes off, and I'm like, what happened? Did he get knocked out? Did he get... Well, we don't know. There's some blood on the sidewalk. The 2 microphones are just sitting there. The police got the police tape all around it. The next morning, I get a DM from a guy that said, "Hey, my best friend went to your show last night and he died this morning. He goes, I'm glad, or he died last night. He goes, I'm glad he went out laughing. And I went, no. So I DM'd him back. I said, oh my God, dude, I saw them giving him CPR. I go, do you know what happened? And he was like, well, he had problems last year. They're thinking it's a heart attack. So it's just wild to me that the guy left my show to go get the microphones and he has a heart, we're assuming it's a heart attack. And it doesn't, listen, people dying sucks. I don't care if you're 102, I don't care if you're 2. It sucks when people die. But we're all going to. And I think not knowing how he died and seeing them give him CPR and seeing blood like on the sidewalk that he must have fell face first, it is a little less of a blow, I think, to the family that he died of a heart attack or however he died, whatever it was. It wasn't somebody jumped him. It wasn't something violent. It was nothing but, you can say natural causes, we don't know, but at least that nobody else was involved and there wasn't no criminal activity is how he died. So it's weird to say you feel better about it, but I did feel like, oh, okay. At least if I'm his mom, dad, and I think he had 2 boys, because the friend sent me a picture of him in New York a couple months ago, I guess he was here. I think if it's my dad or a friend or a son, I think that is easier way to wrap your brain around than somebody else having something to do with it. So.
No boring seats in this house. Right, Mom? With more jackpots than ever, Vandal Casino is perfect for a trillionaire like me. It's a trillionaire thing.
Hey, welcome to a new video. Today I am at Rocket Bunny, Panda, and TRA Kyoto. So many brands have come out of this place, but it's so special to me because it was one of those initial shops that I shot back in the day. You can see the original Speed Hunters featured car sticker here on Murasan's 4.6 Custom S13. We're gonna head inside, talk to the man himself, and get to see also what he's been working on lately and what is coming in the future. Really get a sense for what the brand is all about.
You gotta eat, buddy. You gotta eat past it. Like, even if your throat hurts a little bit, you still gotta. You almost ate it all? Alright. Okay. Alright. Eat what you can, but eat. Get behind the net or sit in the seat.
Big seat type. Allowing him to.
Oh, you didn't finish the burger. Now I thought your throat hurt. You want the gushers though, huh?
It's cool to see.
Huh?
Carnival. He's also using it.
But you still eating those gushers, ain't you?
And so on.
Yeah. So you should have ate your burger and your fries, and then you can finish your candy. You understand? Well, when you finish your hamburger, you can have the candy. You can have a couple pieces since you ate some, but you can't eat all of it. Alright?
じゃあそれ買うし、これびっくりしてて、機械ないのにこれ CD だけやぞ。でかまへん、機械は日本にあると。でその CD 買わしてもらって、で当時大阪の機械団地っていうところで中古の機械がいっぱい置いてあって、でそれノートパソコンに CD 入れて持ってきてつなごうと思ったら古すぎてポートがないの。機械どうやって動いてるのこれ。いやこれパネルで操作するのと、あとは紙テープ、昔の紙テープ買って60年のってなって、そうなんやってなって、ちょっと落ち込んでって調べてたら、紙テープの穴を疑似的に作り出す機械みたいなのがあって、それを買って2、3日に突っ込んで、その機械つけたら動くやろうって思って初めは
Traders and researchers at Optiver come from all different STEM backgrounds, from engineering and computer.
Hi, instead of our usual silly intro, we're going to make an announcement.
Yeah, you know our V12 limos that we drove across Ontario and Quebec in a trip that involved no break-ins whatsoever? Well, right now, they're up for auction on Cars and Bids.
Yeah, we should clarify, they didn't get broken into.
Right.
And they're perfect. In fact, we've de-wrapped them, we've cleaned them up, so if you want an amazing V12 S-Class or a pretty cool 7 Series with Alpina add-ons, they could be yours if you go there. Bid.
That's it then, there's no sketch or anything else. Nothing funny happens. Throttle House. I'm Thomas.
And I'm James!
And I think that if you're shopping in the over $100,000 sports car market, you should buy an LC500.
This is the brand new 992.2 911.
James just sort of ignored me there, like he's in his own video driving a 911? Yeah, that's because he's worried that in this price category, he's in for a proper fight. Because both of these cars come with immaculate exterior form. 2 doors, feisty engines, fancy badges, 6-figure price tags, and yet, they're quite different. One, provided by the fine folks at FAF here in Toronto, thanks guys, is an ever-evolving icon of over 60 years. The other is already a modern-day classic in many people's eyes. So we thought, why not take to the little bit of gradient that Ontario, Canada has to offer and play with both, starting with the one that does the most growly from through. If you're new to Throttle House, we do car reviews, track tests, and quite a lot of messing around. So subscribe and enjoy the show. Every time I get into an LC500, I say to myself, why have I not been doing everything I possibly can to own an LC500? Because this is one of the greatest sport grand touring cars available today. I don't mean the best. It's actually probably the worst, objectively. It isn't that quick by modern standards. The shifts are kind of dull and the suspension is a bit sloppy, but Lexus doesn't care. Lexus isn't interested in chasing horsepower numbers or chasing track times or any of that stuff. They are completely aware of what this car should be used for. It's a car that you get in and it makes you feel good. It sounds brilliant. Come on, a car that goes off the rev limiter like that. They know what they're doing. They're saying, screw it. We're not interested in actually going head-to-head with the 911. We're not actually interested in going head-to-head with some AMG, GT, whatever. Who cares? They barely changed it in like the 10 years that it's been on sale. Yeah, okay, they added an underbody strut brace or something this year, which you can't feel and I don't think changes the performance at all. It still drives kind of big and soft. They just said, screw it, enjoy the sound, enjoy just enough power, and enjoy being a little bit different. You can still turn up to a business meeting in one of these, but maybe you're wearing lace underwear. You're not going to tell me. I love the way that it makes you feel. You sit in here with this kind of LFA style cockpit, this swoop of this door coming up beside you, Alcantara trimming everywhere, and you're not in a normal car. It feels like it costs way more than it does. If you pretend that you're in the late 90s, when this amount of horsepower would have been shocking, you feel like you're in a $300,000 car driving this thing. It's just so good. And in this category of car, I don't think there's anything else that you should buy.
Okay, I just want to prove something to myself. Sport response. Launch control. verona, which this has. Except I just did it in 3.55. That's almost half a second quicker than they claim. And that defines what this car is. It doesn't need a shouty exhaust like the LC500. It doesn't need aggressively giant wide hips like the Vantage, because this is a car that excels at things without boasting about it.
At BMW, text Chris. Busy with a performance review. This summer, make your own.
Without boasting about it. Upon which all other sports cars are measured for a reason. I think there's more nuance going on here, I will say. Thomas prefers the LC500, fine. And I think there's two different lifestyle choices. That is very much a grand tourer. Thomas likes when things deviate from the 911, okay? In the past, we have called it water. But that is because it is the standard. It's like going to a burger bar that's famous for burgers and then ordering a lasagna because that's what they fancied that day. If you want a sports car, this is it. And I don't want to use the word base because it undersells this car. This is just the Carrera. And unlike the LC500, which has all its weight over the front, this has the engine in the back, which means when I floor it, despite being just two-wheel drive, it has traction. I'm attracted to this car, as well as attracted to it. The LC only has one of those things. This Carrera benefits from the old GTS's intercooler and turbos. It is so quick, I'm starting to wonder why you would even want the S or the GTS, which is monstrous. And then there's a turbo, and then there's a Turbo S. What speeds are people trying to chase here? You're into illegal speeds so quickly in this, but yes, you can't make the rears spin that much. But if you're someone that can't stand the volume of your TV being in anything other than a 5 or 10 interval, this is perfect. And yes, there is more drama to a Vantage or the LC500 or an F-Type. But there is a reason that the Monstars didn't win in Space Jam. It's because despite the pizzazz and the theatre, they didn't have the recipe required to be a winner. What you lose in theatre, you gain in confidence in this car. The driving position is perfect. The steering weights up beautifully. It feels light. Not as light as a Cayman, but this weighs about the same as a Lotus Emira, which happens to, by the way, be almost 1,000 pounds lighter than the Lexus. When Thomas drives a car that's gained 1,000 pounds and 5, he claims it to be ruined. The 911, even in this Carrera 4, is the super bright lights they turn on at the end of a nightclub night that shows everyone else's imperfections that you might have otherwise missed. Basically, you cannot go wrong with one of these. Oh, the confidence, the precision crafted engineer. What have you got?
Sorry, you pulled up in loop point.
Actually, this is a vanadium grey Martini.
Confidence is not what you know. I have confidence in. I have confidence that after a cup of coffee, I'm going to take a shit at exactly the same time every single morning. Right? This car is the personification of opening up a window in your house with the air conditioning's on, so you go, I better not, and then you close the window. This car looks at people that are wearing black shoes and a brown belt and goes, "Are you nuts?" That's what this car is to me.
I think you're speaking to consistency, reliability. You know, you can push this
Come over here for a second.
It's always going to be.
Just come over here and just come stand right here. Just come right here.
Yeah.
And smell. Go. What do you smell in this area of the car?
Fuel.
Yeah. Because it's been spitting fuel into the exhaust and making a lot of noises as I sit on the rev limiter. Because it's fun. It's fun. This car doesn't care. And it's funny because you see precision. But Lexus is also all about precision. Right. But it's a different type of precision. It's almost, it has like a it's not actually that, it's not nearly as good as this. In
you got almost 100 horsepower more.
This does?
Yeah, that is slower.
Again, it doesn't matter. You ask Lexus how much horsepower it is, and they go, like, I don't know, whatever it had when it came out 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's old.
Right? It doesn't matter.
So I've been living with the RC500 this week. Right? Thomas always gets to live with them. It's my turn. And all the old people in my neighborhood absolutely love it.
Because they've been around the block and they know what matters. You see, life is short and it's about having fun.
I feel old driving this. I was doing my daily listens. I felt like I was perving on a younger lady for the first time. And the whole point of Stacey's mum is that she's older. That's what this car does to me. Also, the copper crust metallic does it no favours. That with the tan interior, this is the worst spec LC500 I ever did see.
And you sound like an old man. And weirdly, I would still take it in this Orbital spec over this. Because a grey 911. I'm sorry.
I covered a grey.
Literally PH7.
When I used to, when I first moved to Toronto, and I used to walk to work. There was a grey 991 GTS. That was naturally aspirated.
Yeah.
And it used to go past me.
Yeah. There's a couple of these around where I lived growing up too, and they were all owned by like physicians and dentists.
Well,
right?
hang on, we got in trouble because last time we said that was for retired dentists.
It is.
And someone
the convertible one.
Someone commented saying that they had one and they are a dentist, but they're not retired. So we were wrong.
We were wrong. That's fair.
I would get this in the convertible. I think that the exhaust is so much easier to experience. The exhaust is the best thing about this car.
It is it's really the only thing about the car is the exhaust.
Well, the interior, we'll talk about the interior in a second.
Yeah.
But you're not giving the .2 the credit it deserves, because Porsche say that this new design is a much sharper look than the previous, before the facelift. And it does look ridiculous.
Like the exterior is different?
This is a bit different.
Yeah. Oh, this is the .2.
This is the .2. Slightly different air down here.
I didn't notice
and
because it's looked the same for decades.
It does look very similar. The LC hasn't changed. Because why would you tell me about those under braces? How the under braces do?
You can't feel them. Who cares? They didn't. You know what? They probably could have added them, wrote it in the press release. No one's gonna check. No one's gonna check. Let me show you my engine. Okay? Can I show you?
Yeah.
Because listen, a naturally aspirated V8 needs to be celebrated.
Yeah, it's a God's gift.
Yes.
At least
it's like the little Lexus, by the way, on the top of the door. Have you ever seen that? That's really neat.
Either this is going to make us see less of this copper crest. This is the colour of this little bit of blood, speckled blood left on the dentist's glove at the end of their day's work.
Oh, and they poke you in the gums and say, yeah, flossing.
That looks okay.
Yeah, but you can see the.
You know what? That's like sometimes women in a bikini.
Where are you going with this?
Do you know what I mean? Like the mystery is the attraction. But while I take you over here to my slightly redesigned rear hood here by the lights, because there's more streaks.
Whoa.
Yeah. Look, these floors speak. Alright, let's go look at some pretty interior stuff.
This is why I canceled my DoorDash subscription and switched to cooking. After months spending way too much on DoorDash, I got bored of eating the same fast food meals and paying way too much for them. Cookunity offers over 300 weekly meal options offered by over 80 celebrity chefs, straight to your door, fresh, never frozen. Not only that, but these meals literally taste amazing. It's actually like you're eating at a restaurant or ordered DoorDash, except it's way cheaper. So far,
interior stuff. Oh, it smells of fuel in here. What did you do to this car?
I'm
sorry. You know what you can't do.
Admittedly, that might be a problem and not just the style of the car.
Yeah. 911, never let you down. Asterisk. Yeah. Oh, it's nice and empty.
Yeah, so for the money, I don't think there's anything on sale that can make you feel like this car is. Like, from in here, like this is such a brilliant and unique design. When it came out, it looked incredible, and today it looks incredible.
I agree. I think the only place it dates is the gauge cluster, the black levels, and the fonts are a bit old-fashioned.
Yeah, but the gauge cluster itself was so good.
Yeah, because it does that.
It moved. Like
it moves!
You can't
Why is
do
that
it.
such an old... It physically moves. And when I've been driving this, I've been putting it into Sport Plus.
Yeah.
So it goes like that.
Yeah.
And it's like pulling your hat back before you do something aggressive.
I don't know. It is one of the coolest gauge clusters ever. And now we don't have to worry about the stupid little touchpad because, well, yeah, last year I think they changed this to the latest.
Well, some people were upset because it is no longer part of the design. It feels like a bit stuck on.
It is a bit stuck on. It's not as bad as some cars. It doesn't bother me because we still have the rest of the design language.
Yeah.
And there are some upgraded materials in here.
Yes, apparently.
Yeah. I don't know where they are.
Couldn't tell the difference.
No.
Somewhere they
But
are.
they're upgraded.
They were already very good. The
Yeah.
paddle shifters are theatrical. There's fun. The Shrek ears are still here, looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot to love in here. And I tested the back seats of this. Because
pointless, but go on.
No,
Yeah.
I can squeeze into them.
Really?
Which is more than I can say for the 911.
There you
like,
go.
Like an adult can be in this for a minute to get somewhere. 911, they'll get out without their legs. I needed more help than I get.
Yeah.
I think there are weird things going on, like the carbon fiber door seals, the carbon fiber roof just does not match the personality of this car. It's already well over £4,000. Just be the fat grants or are you a boy?
I think I agree with that. I think the carbon fiber is like, thankfully there isn't a ton of carbon fiber in here. They've avoided it, right?
Yes.
But I don't know, like just the color of the interior, the brightness and the specialness of it, it's daring, and it shows you that interiors need not be piano black or black leather.
I was going to say, the lack of piano black in here, it keeps it so clean.
Yeah.
And it will age so well here. This bit will age perfectly.
Yeah.
You can get in this in 20 years, you're not going to complain. You're going to be like, oh,
no.
buttons.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, we can blat on about this as much as we want. Bleat?
You're a sheep.
We can bleat on about this as much as we want, but this is what everybody should be doing. Timeless button interior.
That starts me off on a bit of a back foot. Let's go look at the new 911.
Okay. Okay. Now we've lost the little turny thing for the key bit.
There is a button now. Yes.
That's the wrong direction.
It was not a real key. Yeah, I missed that bit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to decide if I care, because I know people care.
It was unique to Porsche though, having a turn over there.
Yes.
I enjoyed it.
All right, I'm gonna go on the attack. This is the best form of defense.
Go.
This piano black. Get over it. The gauge cluster's now a screen. Get over it. But that means you can see all the dials. Beforehand, you missed the first and fifth dial.
Yes, but beforehand we did have a analog tack.
You did,
and it was way better.
No, this is well done.
No, it's very well done, but I just missed the analog tack.
Fair enough.
Just saying.
This is not a particularly exciting spec. It is just a bit dark, but if you want to save some money, because you can spend a fortune doing the exclusive manufacturing of this stuff, this is a cost-saving exercise.
Yeah, I think it's weirdly German getting in here, getting out of that. Right?
Yes.
It's like that's all like swoops and grit. This is just like,
Yeah, but there is a feeling, with that comes a feeling of intense quality, right? Like these buttons.
Intense! Oh my god, the quality! Oh,
it's the quality. It just, everything feels tactile and beautiful.
No, the clicks are fantastic. Yeah, anyway.
Fantastic clicks.
Yes.
I think we can agree on that. That's probably, that's otherwise it's not it's not that different in here.
Yeah, no, it's not.
And
I like it. Listen, I really enjoy Porsche interiors, and the best part about them is the driving position, or at least the adjustability of it.
Absolutely.
It's pretty much the only car I think that's available on sale where I can put the seat too low.
Right. Well, there you go. See, because it's proper sports car.
Yeah, proper sports car, proper sports car.
And we get the little shaver shifter because it's not a GT car. Those get the fake look-alike manual shifters.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't really care.
Once you're in drive, it's fine.
Here's the thing about a 911 is that they're incredibly customizable.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the coolest part about the 911 experience is, I think, spectacle. Like picking exactly what you want, and it arrives.
You can go absolutely overboard. There was a spec of a 911 ST floating around recently that was intense and did make me want to tear my eyes out.
Yeah, but you can, and they will, and that's fine, and I really like that about it. But the thing is that if I were to get a 911, I think what I would do is I would go as base as humanly possible.
I wonder if the T is up your eye.
I've always been interested. I like the little shifter.
Yeah,
the little wooden shifter.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I think it feels more stripped out, more pure.
But it's still turbocharged, which is one of the issues.
Yeah, that bothers me from an ownership perspective, but from a performance perspective, I've never really had an issue with it because it is very effective in the way that it's delivered. We recently were at a friend's track day, right, and we drove a very base 911 on the track, and it was perfect for that because it all day long you beat the crap out of it, and it was just like, yeah, whatever, I'm a Porsche, right? And it was great for learning the track. You felt like you could really lean on it. Like it had, that's what it does best. But if you were a little puppy vest and you work downtown,
no, you
don't need. Why do you don't need the extra precision in the forget the fun ones.
I agree.
Lacy under
I agree. For all the quality, this is a fantastic car. Just It doesn't appeal to the emotional side. So if you're looking for that, the LC is the one to do. But would you rather have the car from which the entire lineup of a brand bases itself, drives like a 911? Isn't that far off of a 911? Has 911 characteristics, or do you want the one where the brand that specializes in big SUVs gave a sports car a go?
Yes, I want that one because that's
Oh,
the
he's
one...
got nothing to say!
No, dude, listen. No, watch this. You ready? I want that one because I want... I want that one because the brand went, screw it, let's do something ridiculous.
I love it.
I knew it, yes. This whole video was pointless. You see? I tried so hard.
I respect this. I love it. Thank you. Thank you.
And good night.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and so much more when you join today. Get all the perks with the PF Black Card for $1 down and $24.99 a month.
Planet Fitness. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you. And good night.
So, there we have it. The old brain says 911, heart says LC500. PP says I should probably call her back. The 911 is pricey now, and the base Carrera name sells short of its real, quite massive performance, but of its emotion, or mild lack thereof. But that's fine, that's fine. This is just where the 911 begins, and Thomas's perceived beigeness towards the 911 has a cure. More 911s. And so, expect a video in the near future where I throw more 992.2 trims at him, including the T that he so willingly says he'd likely take a fancy to.
As for the LC500, well, James said that you can't go wrong with the 911, which is maybe true. But sometimes when you do detail, you can go very right and save a bunch of money in the process. Yes, the LC500 lacks precision and power in comparison, but for the road, it's more than plenty, and it earns every bit of praise that it gets. And even James can't deny that sound. So who cares what the young whippersnappers and their fancy hip-hop music think? The LC500 is naturally aspirated V8 luxury charm at its best. And if you have a taste for big-engine modern classics, then you might want to throw your hat into the ring with one or both of our V12 beauties, which as of this video's release are now live on Cars and Bids, a place where it is completely free to sell. And they're listed at no reserve, which means someone is taking them home no matter what price they hit. They've been de-wrapped, cleaned up, and for those that might be upset that the exhausts are back to stock, with each car, we'll throw in the straight pipe option just in case the new owners may want to hear those V12 scream. So go to Cars and Bids. The links are in the description. Good luck.
Hi, instead of a usual city intro,
Meet Alexa Narvaez, the Colombian police officer who went viral without even trying. She was just doing her job, patrolling the sidelines at soccer matches in Cali, when fans started noticing her. Before long, videos of her smiling, waving, and locking in that game day focus were blowing up across social media. Now,
Spice rescue crews save millions of innocent dudelings from flat, dry, and dull-looking hair. Years of using hair care products not just...
Okay. Here's a sentence that sounds like an automotive myth. A 500-plus horsepower German luxury missile that won't leave you broke on the side of the road. You'd probably laugh, right? But what if I told you that car is the W211 E55 AMG? This thing is a legit super sedan. Hand-built, supercharged V8, enough torque to roast its own tires. And somehow, it's one of the most bulletproof AMGs you can daily. So how did Mercedes pull this off back in the early 2000s? Why is it still such an icon today? And most important, should you buy one before they go full collector status? Hit that like button for old school AMG chaos, subscribe to Sticky Wheels, and let's dive in. So let's rewind to 2003. You're a corporate executive who wants to keep your neighbors guessing. You pull up in what looks like a regular E-Class with chrome trim, but you've actually got a factory hot rod that'll gap a Corvette. The W211 E55 AMG is the perfect sleeper. Under that calm, business class hood lives the M113K, a 5.4-liter V8 with a massive Eaton supercharger, 493 horsepower, 516 pound-feet of torque, 0 to 60 in just over 4 seconds, back when Ferrari 360s did that at twice the price. And you could haul your kids to school and make it to your golf tee time, all with heated leather seats and massaging backrests. This is the original dad car that'll smoke your Mustang. And people still don't see it coming. Alright, so why is this monster reliable when so many other Euro super sedans just love throwing check engine lights? It all starts with the M113K. The M113 V8, that's the naturally aspirated version, already had a rep for being bulletproof. Then AMG said, cool, let's strap a supercharger on it, run mild boost, and keep the internals beefy. Iron block, forged internals, an Eaton blower that's practically loafing at stock boost. Owners have run these to 500k miles with basic maintenance. And if you're a degenerate tuner, stock bottom end can take 600, 700 plus HP all day with just a pulley upgrade and supporting mods. This is the opposite of your uncle's old 7 Series that needed a new transmission every Christmas. The E55's engine is muscle car simple, but German. Okay, let's be real. It's not all sunshine and 500 HP donuts. There are some quirks that make E55 ownership an adventure. Number 1, suspension. Most E55s came with Airmatic, which rides like butter until it doesn't. Leaking struts, compressor failures, or cracked airlines can hit you for $1,000 or more if you're not ready. Number 2, SBC brakes. The Sensotronic brake control system is a fancy electro-hydraulic setup that stops the car on a dime, but has a set lifespan. When the pump dies, you'll know, and your wallet will cry. Number 3, some early cars had a radiator that could mix transmission fluid with coolant. That's a transmission killer, so smart owners swap in the updated bare radiator and sleep easy. But the good news, once you knock out these few known issues, the car's big stuff, the engine, trans, driveline, are rock solid. It's like dating someone a little high maintenance, but you know exactly what mood swings to expect. So what's the secret sauce? Simple, overbuilt engine, no direct injection or fragile twin turbos. You're driving a supercharged V8 beast, but it's not stuffed with overcomplicated electronics that'll fail on you every weekend. And the best part? Because it's a Mercedes E-Class underneath, a lot of the parts aren't AMG exclusive markup nonsense. Brakes, suspension bits, they're easier to find than you think. You can daily this thing, tune it, beat on it, and it'll still reward you, as long as you treat it right. Here's what's wild. The E55 was slept on for years, but now the secret's out. Clean ones, going up in value. Owner groups, loyal AF. People are restoring them, modding them, even using them as 10-second drag monsters. And you can still pick up a good one for the price of a new economy car. Very finding another car that gives you this much power, style, sleeper factor, and won't bankrupt you like an old M5 or RS6. You just can't. The W211 E55 is basically the last of the analog AMG gangsters. Supercharged, under the radar, and shockingly reliable if you play your cards right. So, the next time someone tells you all old German performance cars are headaches, just show them this big silver hammer. Would you daily an E55 AMG today? Or would
What's up? How you doing today?
alopecia areata.
Bobby, thanks again, thanks again.
It's time to crow out loud.
This is a 2004 Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG, and it really is one of the greatest German performance sedans of all time. This is the car that really launched today's German sports sedan horsepower wars. And today I'm going to review this E55 and show you how. I've borrowed this E55 from a viewer here in Orange County in Southern California, and I'm going to start with a little background. Now, before this E55, all of the German brands were cautiously adding more power to their performance sedans. You had the Audi S6 with 335 horsepower, then you had the original E55 AMG with about 350 horsepower, then you had the BMW M5 with about 390 horsepower, and they were all sort of testing out adding more power to their sedans, sort of like how you might cautiously wade into a cold swimming pool. And then with this car, Mercedes-Benz basically did a cannonball off the diving board. This E55 came out in 2003, and it had 469 horsepower, which was unmatched. It was 75 more horsepower than the BMW M5 and 20 more horsepower than the Audi RS6, which also came out in 2003. That horsepower figure made this car the quickest sedan ever built when it came out. With this car, Mercedes basically just threw down the gauntlet and said, "Beat this." And eventually, the other automakers did beat this, but it took a while. And since then, horsepower figures have been escalating fast. But for a few years, the E55 was the undisputed king of this segment, thanks to its supercharged V8. 0-60 was around 4.5 seconds, and pricing started around $77,000. And today, I'm going to review this E55, and I'm going to show you around one of the best modern high-performance sedans. First, I'm going to take you on a tour of it, and I'm going to show you all of its interesting quirks and features. Then, I'm going to get it out on the road and drive it, and then I'm going to give it a Doug score. Alright, I'm going to start the quirks and features of this E55 with one of my very favorite quirks, and that would be just how deeply German and over-designed some of the stuff is in this car. And that means we must start with the cup holder. You look around this interior, you don't see any obvious cup holders, but there is one in the center, and it is famous. Among cup holder enthusiasts in the car world, this one is probably considered the most ridiculous. So here's how it works. There's this little panel in between the seats. You push on it, it opens up and reveals a plastic contraption with a button that says open. So you're intrigued automatically. You press open, and then this plastic thing slides upwards toward you, and then the top of it flips out, revealing a cup holder which enlarges as it flips. This is just so deeply and vastly overcomplicated. Keep in mind, most cars just have cup holders that sit there, but this has this entire contraption. When you want to put away the cup holder, you flip the top part back, and then you push it down, and then it goes back into its home, where it rests until you need it again, and then you close the little panel over the top of it. Now, obviously, this is an absurd cup holder, totally unnecessary for it to be this complicated, but it is, and of course, they always break. Finding one of these that still works is a miracle, so I'm thrilled I got to show you how it was. But that is nowhere near the only over-designed, over-engineered German thing in this ultra-German car. I draw your attention next to the center control stack, where behind it you have a 6-disc CD changer. But how do you access the CD changer? Well, of course, that would be by pressing this little unlabeled silver line below the hazard lights. Then, this whole panel lifts up and off the center control stack, which was a totally hidden feature that a lot of people in this car had never even knew about. And under that, you can see there is your 6-disc CD changer loading
if you want to stick one in. And of course, if you want to close it, exact same procedure in reverse. Just press that unlabeled silver line, you would never know has any function, and then the whole thing kind of closes itself right back up and goes back to looking like a normal center control stack where you would have no idea that there's hidden equipment behind it. And the over-engineered German quirks continue from there. Open up the glove box and you can see that on the inside of the lid there's a spot for a pen. And actually, there's also a second spot for a second pen. Because the kind of person who had an E55 was the kind of person who had two pens. You also have a storage spot on the inside of that glove box lid for business cards, because if you drove this around, you were, of course, an important business person constantly making deals, and so you would need a place to keep the business cards received. And the storage situation in this interior continues in a more German way. Right next to the glove box opener, you have a little compartment. Push that, and a storage area opens up so that you can put stuff in it. But when you don't want to see your stuff anymore, just put it right back in the dashboard, and it can be completely out of sight. Sort of a nice concealed storage area, but not as nice and concealed as the storage area underneath the seats. There's this little plastic handle. You pull that and you can access a small storage compartment under the seats. There's one on both driver's side and passenger side where you can stick stuff. Again, another storage area that most vehicles don't have. And next up, here's another wonderfully German idea. In the dome light area on the ceiling, you can turn on your reading light or your map light. You press that and...
I'ma keep back when you fake like that.
The new Infinity QX60. True luxury refuses to follow. It leads.
Area on the ceiling, you can turn on your reading light or your map light. You press that and nothing happens. So is it broken? Of course not. Instead, the map light is actually located underneath the center rear view mirror, and it turns on there because that light is 4 inches closer to your lap than the dome lights, and so putting the map light there gives you more illumination when you're reading your map. Why would you do anything different? And speaking of the ceiling, another fantastically German idea, you drop your sun visor, pretty standard sun visor, then you flip it over to the side to block the sun coming in from the side, and you will notice you still have a second sun visor to drop in front, so you can truly shield yourself from the sun on all sides, even if your sun visor is already in use elsewhere. And next up, another very German idea, you look in your rear view mirror and you can see there's a lot of headrests back there, and it's kind of annoying to move the headrests out of the way for better visibility. So there's a little button in the center control stack with a seat and like a couple of headrests. You press that, and the headrests instantly fall down and back to give you better visibility. Unfortunately, that button does not also raise the rear headrest. You have to go back there and do it manually, but you can put them down in an instant for better visibility. With that said, this car isn't all well thought out, over-designed, peculiar German details. There's also some strange stuff in here. I'm going to start with the climate controls. To turn off the climate controls in this car, you don't just press the fan button down until it's off. Instead, you have to hit the 0 button in the middle. Not an on-off button, it's a 0. And when you have the climate controls off, the screen lets you know they're off by also saying 0. It doesn't say off, the screen isn't blank, instead it says 0 to let you know that 0 climate controls are currently on. Kind of weird. Another rather odd detail in this car is the interior color, which is very not German. Take a look at this, it's a deep red in the center of these seats that almost looks kind of purple in some lights, or maybe a dark brown depending on how you look at it. It's a very unusual interior color for a car with essentially a silver exterior and a mostly black interior to have these like purplish, reddish, brownish seat centers. Also not very German. Next up, another weird decision in this interior. You see these lines on my face? That's from the sunroof, which is fine, except I have the sunroof cover closed. The sunroof cover has holes in it to let in sun. So you're driving around, you decide you don't want the sun coming in through the sunroof anymore, you close the sunroof cover, and you get some sun still. I don't know why they thought it was a good idea to put holes in something specifically designed to block out the sun, but they've done that. But probably my favorite weirdness in the interior is in the gauge cluster with the gauges they've selected to give you. In the center you have the speedometer, and it's really sporty and it goes up to 160. This was the fastest sedan in the world when it came out. Now next to that you have the tachometer, also essential on a performance car, very sporty and exciting and thrilling. And then next to that on the other side you have a clock. So you have 3 gauges, speedometer, tachometer, clock, which is given the same amount of real estate as the tachometer. It seems like a very odd decision, but you do have some solace in knowing that it is an AMG clock. It actually says AMG at the bottom of it, so this isn't just a clock, it is a high-performance clock. And speaking of that AMG logo in the clock, one of my very favorite things about this car is just how subtle it is. Not filled with AMG logos. This is especially true on the outside. Modern AMG cars have vents and giant brakes and black wheels and badging everywhere. This you would never know. It is so subtle, it is such a sleeper. You get up next to this at a stoplight, you think you're sitting next to a 74-year-old dentist who really doesn't want to retire because then he'll have to spend more time with his wife. But then the light turns green, this takes off, and it's faster than a Lamborghini. In fact, there are really only a few giveaways that this car is anything special on the exterior. You have the quad exhaust pipes, of course. I'll cover those in a minute. You also have a little V8 compressor badge on the fenders. You have the AMG badge on the trunk, but it's worth noting when this car came out, nobody really knew what AMG was. They had made some sportier vehicles, but none had anywhere near the level of power as this car. You also had special wheels on the E55, although they didn't have any really crazy look to them. They just looked like sort of a different wheel for the E-Class, and that was pretty much it. This car didn't have a body kit. It didn't have any other way you could tell it apart. It was just wonderfully subtle, and I've always loved that. And in the inside, it was the same basic deal. There wasn't much AMG bragging in here. You had a couple of little AMG logos on the seats, but only on the front seats. The back seats don't have them. You also had AMG in your floor mats and AMG on the door sill. And then that little AMG logo I already showed you on the clock. And that was it. The AMG brand wasn't as strong back then, so they kept it subtle. And I have always loved that about this car. It was fast without bragging that it was fast. And next up, a few other interesting quirks in this interior. One is on the steering wheel. You can see on the left side, you have a little...
What's your bag, sir? Go get that way. Oh, you the Gecko! I filed a claim for my car with the Gecko app. Only took 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, car goes over back end more than just savings.
Side, you have a little circle with a line in it. Over on the right side, you have a circle with a plus sign in it. Those are for your shift panels. Although this car came in the days before basically everything has shift panels. So they're actually little switches behind the steering wheel, of course, corresponding to those little circles on the front. The one on the right is to upshift, the one on the left is to downshift. Very early attempt at shift panels in a performance sedan. That kind of tells you that this car was just refining the art of the high. And next up, speaking of the steering wheel, another interesting quirk here is the buttons on the steering wheel that you use to control stuff. You have some over on the left that control the gauge cluster screen, and then over on the right, these buttons control your phone and your stereo volume. These buttons are rubber, and they are tremendously satisfying to push. They feel really good. Some of my very favorite steering wheel control buttons ever. And finally, our last interesting quirk up here is the infotainment system. You can see it has a fairly large infotainment screen, but it is purely controlled with buttons along the side. No touch screen here. So you control which screen you're on with this group of buttons on the left, and then you have to tap these buttons over on the left or right side of the screen to go through various different menus. It's clearly a rudimentary, old-school infotainment system design, but with this, you can clearly see where infotainment systems were going and kind of how they were evolving in order to get where they are today. And next we move on to the rear seat in the E55, where there are more quirks and features. One of them is the rear seat ashtray, which operates like some of the stuff at front that popped out. This one is on the rear door. You press this little panel, and the ashtray reveals itself to you. You will notice, though, that as the ashtray comes out, a little silver piece also comes out with it. So what is that? Turns out that's the handle you use to lift the ashtray out of this little compartment so that you can dump it and clean it out if you need to. When you go and fold the ashtray back in, that little silver piece just folds right back in. And next up, another interesting quirk back here. Like many luxury cars, the center of the rear seat will fold down and it becomes an armrest. And at the front of that armrest, you can push out a cup holder. And when the cup holder is out, you can see your options are limited to 2 small cups or 1 single large cup, which is interesting. You had to choose. This car certainly has some interesting cup holder things going on. The other thing I like about this rear center armrest is that if you open it up, you can see there's storage. Half of it is just regular storage. The other half, I guess there's a place for a pen and then another spot for some business cards. I love the fact that Mercedes-Benz took away general storage to provide you with storage for specific items that you thought you would need. That is so German. No, don't give them a whole storage area. Give them little cutouts so they know what to place in this storage area. Thank you, Mercedes-Benz. And one other interesting item back here, it's also noted that the rear seats have their own climate zone. You can see at the back of the front center console, you have these little switches where you can adjust the temperature. And you have a couple of air vents there and a few more on the door pillars. So the rear passengers can adjust the temperature of the fan however they wanted to be comfortable, which is a pretty big deal back in 04. And next up, we move on to the trunk in the E55. You open it up, and you quickly discover that it's just really a trunk. There's nothing particularly unusual or interesting in here. Pretty much the same size of trunk you'd expect from a car like this. The one thing I do like in this trunk, though, is that once you've opened up the trunk, you open this little latch on the bottom to reveal a second trunk. A lot of cars have like an underfloor storage area, but this one is larger than most for additional storage space within your car's storage area. This car just has some of the quirkiest storage components of any vehicle I've ever been around. And next up, moving on from the trunk, we have to talk about one of this car's most distinctive exterior features, and that would be its quad exhaust. These days, all AMG cars have quad exhaust. In fact, that's one of the most obvious ways you can tell an AMG car apart from a regular Mercedes-Benz. But back when this came out, quad exhausts were not a common sighting on AMG cars. In fact, most AMG cars from before this had dual exhaust, just like a lot of other performance cars. This was one of the first AMGs to ever have quad exhaust, which of course has become a hallmark of the AMG model. And finally, we move under the hood, and you can see it. This car's supercharged V8 with 469 horsepower. I was 15 years old when this car came out, and I remember thinking that was the craziest number I had ever heard in a sedan. At the time, the Ferrari 360 was on sale with only 400 horsepower, so this was way beyond even that in like a mid-sized Mercedes-Benz sedan. It was unbelievable. In fact, this engine and this car is the subject of one of my all-time favorite car commercials, where there is a monster that lives in the engine that is loose in a house. And the commercial has a woman like beating it down to get it back into the engine. I will link this commercial in the description below if I can find it on YouTube. But really, the commercial was perfect to describe what this car was. It was truly a monster at this time, unlike anything that anybody had ever seen. In fact, this was the second most powerful sedan ever built at the time, second only to the S55 AMG, which used the same engine but had a little bit more horsepower. And
Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzling, any coffee, and a hash brown for $5. Gotta have a Wawa.
get too excited about their own ideas and forget that humans have to actually ride these things? These 15 motorcycles represent the chaos that occurs when brilliant minds ask, can we build this? Without ever asking, should we build this? When technical innovation meets complete disregard for consequences, these are the magnificent, terrifying results. Before we dive in, hit that subscribe button if you enjoy living dangerously, or just watching others do it. Starting at number 15, the Dodge Tomahawk. In 2003, Dodge decided to put a Viper V10 engine on 4 wheels and call it a motorcycle. The result was something so fast it became illegal before anyone could actually ride it. 500 horsepower from an 8.3-liter V10 engine. Dodge claimed this machine could theoretically reach speeds exceeding 400 miles per hour, though no one was ever brave enough or legally allowed to test that theory. 400 miles per hour on 2 wheels. Well, technically 4 wheels arranged in pairs. The Tomahawk existed in a regulatory gray area that made it too dangerous for any road, any track, any place where human beings could encounter it. Only 9 units were ever built, each carrying a price tag of $550,000. But here's the kicker. They were sold as non-functional display pieces. Not because Dodge couldn't make them work, but because letting people actually ride them would have been legally considered attempted murder. The Tomahawk proved that sometimes the most dangerous motorcycles are the ones that are too dangerous to actually be motorcycles. It remains a monument to what happens when engineers ask, can we build this? Without ever asking, should we build this? When theoretical performance becomes theoretically lethal, you get the Dodge Tomahawk. At number 14, the 1999 Suzuki Hayabusa. This is the motorcycle that made world governments lose their minds, and emergency meetings happen in ports across the globe. When Suzuki unleashed the Hayabusa, they didn't just build a fast motorcycle, they built a 2-wheeled missile that could hit 194 miles per hour straight from the factory. No modifications, no racing parts, just pure, terrifying speed that made highway patrol officers break in their cold sweats. 173 horsepower from a 1300cc engine, wrapped in aerodynamics so aggressive, it looked like it was moving at light speed while sitting still. The name Hayabusa means peregrine falcon in Japanese, the fastest bird on the planet. Suzuki wasn't being subtle, but here's where the Hayabusa became legendary. It was so fast that European governments threatened to ban all motorcycles capable of exceeding 186 miles per hour. The entire motorcycle industry had to sign a gentleman's agreement to electronically limit top speeds, all because of this one machine. The Hayabusa didn't just break speed records, it broke the entire system. One motorcycle forced every manufacturer on Earth to agree that maybe, just maybe, there was such a thing as too fast for public roads. When speed becomes a weapon of mass destruction, you get the Hayabusa. Number 13, the Kawasaki Ninja H2R. So, Kawasaki basically looked at the entire motorcycle industry and said, hold my beer. This thing is literally banned from public roads. Not restricted, not limited, banned. As in, it's illegal to ride this motorcycle anywhere except a closed track. Think about that for a second. When was the last time a vehicle manufacturer built something so dangerous that government said, nope, absolutely not. The H2R packs a supercharged 998cc engine that produces over 300 horsepower. 300 on 2 wheels. It's like strapping a rocket to a bicycle and calling it transportation. But the real party trick? Those little winglets sticking out the sides aren't just for show. At high speeds, this bike generates so much downforce that it could theoretically drive upside down. Which sounds cool until you realize what happens when those aerodynamics work against you instead of with you. Kawasaki had to put warning stickers on this thing. Actual warning stickers on a motorcycle. That tells you everything you need to know about how seriously dangerous this machine is. The H2R proves that sometimes because we can is the worst possible reason to build a motorcycle.
Bullshit.
At number 12, we have the Buell 1125R. This represents Eric Buell's final engineering experiment before Harley-Davidson pulled the plug on the entire Buell operation in 2009. The 1125R featured a liquid-cooled 1125cc Rotax V-twin engine producing 146 horsepower. However, the danger factor wasn't necessarily in the power output. It was in the unconventional engineering decisions that made this motorcycle behave unpredictably. Buell implemented a fuel and frame design, where gasoline was stored directly in the aluminum frame structure. While innovative from a weight distribution standpoint, this created handling characteristics that many riders found unsettling. The bike's center of gravity shifted as fuel was consumed, altering the motorcycle's dynamics throughout a single ride. The chassis geometry was equally unconventional. Buell's rim-mounted disc brakes and unique suspension linkages created a riding experience that required significant adaptation time. Many test riders reported that the 1125R demanded constant attention and offered little margin for error. The 1125R's danger stemmed not from excessive power, but from experimental design choices that prioritized innovation over predictable handling characteristics. When unconventional engineering meets real-world riding conditions, the results can be genuinely hazardous. Number 11, the Aprilia RS-V4 RF. Mamma mia, what were the Italians thinking with this one? Actually, that's exactly the problem. They were thinking with their hearts instead of their heads. The RS-V4 RF is pure Italian passion wrapped in carbon fiber and bad decisions. 201 horsepower from a 999cc V4 engine that sounds like angels singing right before it tries to launch you into orbit. Here's the thing about Italian superbikes. They're designed by people who believe that if something isn't trying to kill you, it's not worth riding.
Damn right. I agree. Alright, let's get to the farm. Warehouse. Oh, we'll get to it after I check in. Hey, what's up? again. Hey, good afternoon. I'm picking up Jeremiah Cash. Jeremiah. Jeremiah. 412. I have 3 stops. Burlington, Patterson. Burlington, New Jersey. (1127-4960). Patterson, New Jersey. Penns Grove, New Jersey. WJ00786-70101. 484-546-1164. Yes. Thank you. All right, let's go. A whole bunch of numbers to get to New Jersey. Now, what's number 1 superbike?
The RSV4 takes this philosophy and cranks it up to 11. The riding position is so aggressive that your chiropractor will send you a thank you card. The power delivery is so sharp that blinking at the wrong moment can result in an unplanned wheelie. But the real danger? It's so beautiful that you'll convince yourself you can handle it. That's how Italians get you. They make their motorcycles so gorgeous that common sense goes right out the window. You'll be admiring the craftsmanship right up until you're airborne. When Mediterranean passion meets two-wheeled engineering, somebody's going to get hurt, and it's probably going to be you. At number 10, the Honda RC213VS. Honda took their MotoGP race bike and decided to make it street legal. This was a terrible idea, executed with Japanese precision, The RC213 VS represents everything wrong with putting racing technology in civilian hands. ...160 horsepower from a 799cc V4 engine that was designed for professional racers who train their entire lives to not die on motorcycles.
Team essentially took a machine that requires a racing license, professional-grade protective equipment, and years of track experience, then slapped a license plate on it and called it street legal. The price tag? $184,000 for the privilege of owning something that actively wants to kill you. The RC213 VS has no traction control worth mentioning, minimal electronic intervention, and handling characteristics that assume you have superhuman reflexes. It's like Honda's engineers sat down and asked themselves, how can we make a motorcycle that only MotoGP riders can survive? This isn't a motorcycle for enthusiasts. It's a very expensive suicide machine disguised as a collector's item. Number 9. The BMW HP4 race.
There it is.
The Germans decided to answer a question nobody asked. What if we removed every single safety feature from a motorcycle and charged people $78,000 for the privilege?
Yeah.
Full carbon fiber construction, 215 horsepower in a 375-pound package, no traction control, no ABS, no electronic aids whatsoever. Just you, pure German engineering, and the very real possibility of becoming a cautionary tale. BMW built this machine exclusively for track use, which is corporate speak for, we legally cannot allow you to ride this thing anywhere that other human beings might witness your inevitable demise. The power-to-weight ratio is so extreme that the motorcycle has more in common with a guided missile than traditional transportation. The HP4 race represents German efficiency applied to the concept of danger. Why have multiple ways to crash when you can engineer one perfect method? Every component has been optimized for maximum performance and minimum forgiveness. This isn't a motorcycle. It's a very expensive physics lesson waiting to happen. When German precision meets the complete absence of safety margins, you get a machine that's absolutely perfect at being absolutely terrifying. At number 8, the Confederate Hellcat X132. Y'all, this right here is what happens when Southern engineering meets a complete disregard for personal safety. Confederate Motors looked at the motorcycle industry and said, hold up now, what if we made something that could literally rip your arms clean off? The X132 packs a 132 cubic inch V-twin that produces 121 horsepower and 150 pound-feet of torque. Now, that might not sound like Hayabusa numbers, but here's the thing. All that torque hits you like a freight train carrying angry bulls. This isn't smooth, progressive power delivery. This is agricultural-grade violence disguised as transportation. The Hellcat weighs about as much as a decent breakfast, which means when that massive V-twin decides to flex its muscles, you're either along for the ride or you're becoming a very expensive lawn dart. There's no middle ground with this machine. The Confederate built this thing with the same philosophy as moonshine. It's gonna be strong, it's gonna be dangerous, and if you can't handle it, that's a you problem. Number 7, the Italjet Dragster 180. Don't let the innocent scooter appearance fool you. This little Italian devil will ruin your entire day faster than you can say, but it looks so harmless. The Dragster 180 represents everything dangerous about assumptions. 180cc engine in a lightweight chassis that weighs about as much as a decent mountain bike. Sounds cute, right? Wrong. This thing accelerates like it's been shot out of a cannon operated by caffeinated Italians. See? Most people approach scooters with a completely different mindset than motorcycles. You hop on expecting grocery-getting performance, and instead get track day acceleration that'll have you questioning every life choice that led to this moment. The psychological danger is real. Your brain isn't prepared for what your right hand just unleashed. Small displacement doesn't always mean small danger. Sometimes the most dangerous machines are the ones that catch you completely off guard. When you're expecting a gentle lamb and get a rabid wolf instead, that's when accidents happen. The Dragster 180 proves that in motorcycles, like in life, it's often the things you don't see coming that hurt the most. At number 6, the 2005 Triumph Speed Triple 1050. This motorcycle has single-handedly turned more responsible adults into juvenile delinquents than any machine has a right to. The Speed Triple represents the most insidious kind of danger. The kind that feels absolutely fantastic right up until it doesn't. 130 horsepower from a 1050cc triple engine that delivers power like a perfectly timed comedy routine. Smooth, natural, and completely addictive. But here's where the Speed Triple becomes genuinely dangerous. It makes hooliganism feel effortless. That triple engine produces massive mid-range torque that'll lift the front wheel without any warning or drama. 1 minute you're cruising responsibly, the next minute you're explaining to a police officer why your front tire was pointing at the sky. The naked bike design means there's nothing between you and the consequences of your decisions. No fairings to protect you, no windscreen to hide behind. Just you, the machine, and whatever poor judgment the Speed Triple has inspired in you today. Number 5. The MV Agusta 4cc. When Italians decide to build the most expensive way possible to terrify yourself, they don't mess around. 190 horsepower from a 749cc engine wrapped in enough carbon fiber and exotic materials to fund a small country's defense budget. MV Agusta built exactly 100 units, each carrying a price tag that made grown men weep openly at motorcycle dealerships. The 4cc represents peak Italian insanity. It's so beautiful, you'll forget it's trying to murder you until the exact moment it succeeds. Every component is handcrafted, artisanal, and engineered to provide zero margin for error. This isn't just a motorcycle. It's a rolling sculpture that happens to be capable of ending your existence with artistic flair. The real danger isn't the power, it's the psychology. When you spend supercar money on something this gorgeous, your brain convinces you that you're skilled enough to handle it. You're not. Nobody is. That's exactly what makes it so dangerous. MV Agusta created the world's most beautiful death trap and charged people 6 figures for the privilege of owning it. At number 4, the Kawasaki ZX-14R. Kawasaki looked at the Hayabusa's dominance and thought, we need to build something even more ridiculous. The ZX-14R produces 208 horsepower from a 1441cc engine. That's not just power, that's geological force contained within a motorcycle frame. This machine weighs over 500 pounds fully fueled, which means you're essentially piloting a guided missile that handles like a freight train. The engineering challenge was immense. How do you make something this powerful controllable? Kawasaki's answer was, you don't. The ZX-14R requires constant respect, unwavering attention, and the reflexes of a professional fighter pilot just to survive normal operation. At highway speeds, the ZX-14R becomes aerodynamically unstable. The massive engine creates heat that could literally cook eggs. The weight distribution means that once this machine decides to go somewhere, physics becomes your primary enemy. The ZX-14R represents the pinnacle of the Japanese horsepower wars, a time when manufacturers competed to see who could build the most dangerous motorcycle and somehow convince people to buy it. Number 3. the Yamaha YZ FR1M. Yamaha's engineers got together and decided to create something truly special, a motorcycle that could kill you in entirely new ways. 200 horsepower from a cross-plane crankshaft engine that sounds like mechanical warfare and handles like controlled chaos. The cross-plane design creates a unique power delivery that's simultaneously smooth and violent. It's like being massaged by a bad person. But here's where the R1M becomes genuinely terrifying. It's packed with so much electronic wizardry that riders develop a false sense of security. Traction control, slide control, launch control, all these systems work perfectly until they don't. And when they fail, you're suddenly riding 200 horsepower of barely contained fury with no electronic safety net. The R1M represents the most dangerous kind of modern motorcycle, one that makes you feel invincible right up until physics reminds you that you're not. When advanced electronics meet human overconfidence, the results are predictably catastrophic. Yamaha built a machine that's so sophisticated it can protect you from almost everything except your own stupidity. At number 2, the Ducati 1199 Panigale S. Never in the history of motorcycles has something so achingly beautiful been so eager to end your existence. 195 horsepower from an 1198 CCL twin that produces enough heat to literally burn human flesh. The Panigale's exhaust system reaches temperatures that could cook a steak medium rare, which becomes problematic when that exhaust system is positioned exactly where your leg naturally rests. The riding position is so aggressive that orthopedic surgeons recommend the Panigale as a business development.
600 Commerce, Burlington, New Jersey, 08016.
You'll be leaning so far forward that your chin practically touches the front wheel, which puts you in the perfect position to appreciate the road surface as you slide across it at high velocity. But the real danger is psychological. The Panigale is so gorgeous, so perfectly crafted, that it makes you believe you're a better rider than you actually are. It's like automotive Stockholm Syndrome. You'll fall in love with the machine that's actively trying to hurt you. When Italian design meets physics-defying performance, somebody's going to the hospital, and the bike's going to look fantastic in the crash photos. And finally, at number 1, the KTM 1290 Super Duke R. KTM literally nicknamed this machine the Beast. And for once in motorcycle marketing history, they weren't exaggerating. 180 horsepower from a 1301cc V-twin that delivers power like a controlled explosion. Every twist of the throttle is a negotiation with physics, and physics doesn't always agree to your terms. The Super Duke R will lift its front wheel in any gear, at any speed, without warning or apology. This is a naked bike, which means there's absolutely nothing between you and the consequences of your decisions. No fairings to deflect wind, no bodywork to protect you when things go sideways. Just you, the machine, and whatever poor judgment KTM has inspired in you today. The Super Duke R represents the most honest motorcycle.
Now we're waiting for a phone call from a doctor. We're all sitting over here waiting. I got a 4 o'clock appointment, but as long as you're checked in before the time, we're good. So they've been turning everybody around to come park outside because there's no parking inside. matter of fact, put your things in the same place all the time. This way, the house is dirty. You'll know where your stuff is. Won't take everyone else's. Just fly, yo. You gotta get this fly out of here, huh? You don't want to go fly there. do the move so we can go park there. What, someone else play video games?
What?
Watching someone else play video games? He didn't open that door, did he?
Oh,
Huh? That dude?
I don't
No, I said he didn't.
know.
Alright. Walk away for 1 second, this thing full comes up. Come on, let's go, bruh. Get this shit out the way. Come on, let's go. Waiting for you, bruh. gotta move or anything? Huh?
Your Bible outside?
Huh?
Your Bible outside? I go put
Yeah. And anytime you gotta move, you gotta tell me. Why do you think I asked you?
getting to the point.
Itchy.
I don't like bugs.
Well, they're a necessity here in this world. We need bugs.
Why we need bugs?
Huh?
Why we need bugs?
Because bugs are very important to the ecosystem.
Oh, the ecosystem needs bugs to survive?
That's right.
It needs poop to survive?
That's right.
And bugs smell bad?
Well, they only smell bad because we poop. Right?
And bugs come from poop.
They do.
Kind of like butterflies, but they come from trash.
Whenever you're beating somebody up, if your hands don't hurt, you ain't beat them up.
My hands do hurt.
Good. That's how you know you hit somebody hard, when your hands hurt.
And now I know I gotta
Punch somebody so hard, you be like, God dang, ow! Look what you made me do! Hurt my fist on your face. Alright. You staying with me tonight or you want to go home? Because it ain't gonna be, you ain't gonna go back till midnight.
is staying with you tonight.
Alright, we'll go do this delivery today. We'll be back tomorrow anyway.
I hope my mom kept her promise.
What's that?
Finding my Nintendo.
Oh. Good luck with that. Maybe. We'll see. You'll find out soon enough, right?
Yeah.
You know your mom said she's gonna look for something and she don't find it, so she does something else and comes across it. And then like, oh, look what happened.
She did it on accident.
Yeah, she'll find it on accident. She ain't gonna be looking for it though, trust me. We know that already.
like when I asked for mom for food, she doesn't really make me food. She just stays in the bed for like half an hour.
Yep. You know, mom. She don't feel like getting up and doing nothing.
No, not half an hour. She won't make me food at all. She just wait like until nighttime.
You understand me?
Yeah. Then I'll ask her again. And she'll be like, oh, I forgot.
Seatbelt. Okay. You good? We are all set.
Ready to go.
Ready to roll. Seatbelts is on. Let's adjust the trailer. Lock the pins in place. Alright. Now, let's head to New Jersey.
New
Jersey. Got 3 stops. Put the wedge in the corner of the refrigerator so the door doesn't come up when we hit bumps. That's it. Push it in there hard. That's good. Alright, seat belts. Let's roll out. Awesome body. We're in a Western Star, just like. How you doing, sir? Paperwork? Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and roll down for me so I can take the seal real quick, then we're good to go.
Thank you.
Y'all have a safe one.
Yes, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
Crumble that up and throw it in the trash.
I like crumbling the paper up. What's in the back of our cup?
Oh, let's see. Chocolate milk. 1% milk. Chocolate milk, strawberry milk. Skim milk.
Milk?
Milk.
All kinds of milk?
All kinds of different types of milk.
Okay.
I think it's like muscle milk and stuff like that. All right, let's roll out. Right here on 81. So macro point. That'll be left.
shatter the backboard, they would bring the entire structure down. The NBA got so tired of this that they created a Shaq-proof backboard and implemented a rule stating that if a player damaged the rim, it would result in an automatic technical foul. Shaq once dunked so hard, he changed the NBA forever because backboards used to be bolted directly to the glass, which caused them to shatter easily. When a powerful dunk occurred, Shaq made it even more dangerous, as his dunks wouldn't just shatter the backboard, they would bring the entire structure down. The NBA got so tired of it.
That's how strong Shaq was. He break the backboard when he was dunking on somebody. Blah, blah. I love watching Shaq play when I was little.
Time to tighten it up. Now those mistakes, mindsets, and habits you had in 20, or might have even slid into your 30, might have been cool back then. But by the time you hit the big 4, no more excuses. You need to walk confident, the Toyota and purpose. That's why in today's video, I'm going to share 10 things you stop doing by the 40. So if you want to elevate and move like a mature man you've become, stay tuned. That's welcome to Jeffrey Style G. On this channel, we discuss various lifestyle topics, style, dating. If any of all those topics interest you, I invite you to subscribe, tap the notification bell, and join me. And to my returning friends like Roger Thornton, salute. Now, first up on the list of 10 things you need to stop doing by 40, this is probably one of the most important. I need you to stop living like you're in college. That type of lifestyle should have been left back in your early 20s. Living like you're still in college means late nights with no purpose, a diet filled with ramen noodles, and or no financial or emotional discipline. Time to cut that out. By the time you hit 40, you should be living like a grown man. A man with structure, style, and purpose. You need to be moving intentionally. That frat house mentality, time to let it go. Time to build meaningful relationships, a legacy, and long-term success. Because by the age of 40, you're probably not responsible just for yourself. You might be leading a family, mentoring young men, and hopefully showing the next generation how it's done. So by the time you hit the big 4-0, please leave the red cup chaos behind you. And when you stop living like you're still in college, it kind of ties into the next thing you need to let go. You need to make sure by the time you get this age, you're not ignoring your purpose. If you are doing your purpose, you're doing yourself and the people you care about a huge disservice. A man without purpose is just drifting through life, not leading, but reacting. And to keep it real, by this age, it's not about chasing every shiny distraction. You need to be more focused. It's time that you lock in on what truly matters. Whether it's your family, your career, or your vision, you see having a purpose, confidence, impact, and direction. Without a purpose, you're just existing, just going through the motions. By the age of 40, that's not going to cut it. But if you are on your purpose, you command respect, build a legacy, and you encourage other people to do the same. Don't waste another decade wondering what if. Step into your purpose, own it. Now, next up on the list of 10 things you need to stop doing by the age of 40 is something that's hugely important. It will affect all aspects of your life. You no longer can afford to neglect your health. See what winds up happening by the time you hit 40? Your body starts sending you invoices for all the things you put it through in your 20s and 30s. It's going to be very hard to grind, need, or provide if your body is breaking down on it. High blood pressure, diabetes, and low energy, you notice these coming out of nowhere. They can easily creep in when you're not paying attention. By this age, you need to make sure you're having your regular checkups with the doctor, making sure you're cleaning up your diet and staying active. By this age, it's not cool to be successful, but too sick to truly enjoy it. You see, your health is the foundation. Without it, everything else crumbles. So it's very important that you prioritize your health. Take care of you. Now, next up, we have something you definitely want to stop by the Big 4-0. You want to fight off the first signs of premature age. You got to make sure you're not neglecting your skincare. By the time you get to the age of 40, a lot of us will start showing some wear and tear on our face. I'm talking about dry spots, sun damage, razor bumps, wrinkles, you name it. You know, a skincare routine isn't just for women. It's about self-respect and building your confidence. Just taking 5 minutes in the morning to clean, moisturize, and protect your skin, this says you care about you and how you present yourself to the world. A clean, healthy face sets the tone before you even say a word. Pun intended. You wouldn't walk around with a wrinkled suit on, so why walk around with a neglected face? A man's grooming game should mature with his age, and that includes a daily skincare routine. And taking heed to that lesson is pretty easy when you have a skincare system that's simple, affordable, and effective. Like the one I've been using every day for over 6 years from today's video sponsor, T10. The great thing about T10, it's designed to fit right into your daily flow. Because their skincare systems are so uncomplicated, they're easy to incorporate into your everyday life. With T10, all you need is a few minutes in the morning and a few more before you go to bed. You see the results? Confidence will shoot you. T10 provides performance-driven systems for men of different needs. For us OGs, I suggest level 3. With level 3, you get everything you need for healthier, fresher, more skin. For your daily use, you have the wash, the AM and PM moisturizers, and for twice a week to exfoliate your skin, there's the facial scrub. And then there's a couple of extra steps that keep us looking more beautiful. The skin tightening serum and the eye cream. And to flatten the learning curve even more, in each box, T10 provides this instruction card, which tells you when to use each product, how much, and in what order. Like I said, I've been using T10 for over 6 years, and I couldn't be happier with my results. Right now, T10 has an amazing offer they're extending to the Styles family. When you hit that link in the description, order your first box, you'll get 40% off and a free gift worth over $20. The gift I recommend you choose is the manicure set. It's a premium nail kit to keep those hands and nails in order. So if you want to start your journey to healthier, fresher, more youthful looking skin, hit that link in the description and you'll start it with Candy today. Now, next up on the list of 10 things you gotta stop doing by the age of 40, I have something we need to make sure we're not sugarcoating. You have to let go of any toxic relationships. Take it from me, a toxic relationship will drain your energy.
I'm on me than ever. Feel more you than ever, without compromise. At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet.
Toxic relationships. Take it from me, a toxic relationship will drain your energy, break down your confidence, and prevent you from being the best version of yourself. I need you to realize your peace, it's powerful. Not only is it powerful, it's priceless. I don't care if it's a woman, your family, or your friends, if someone is constantly manipulating you, distracting you, disrespecting you, or bringing chaos into your life, time to let them go. You shouldn't cling to distractions just because they feel familiar. And you can't grow in a space that keeps you small. That's what toxic relationships often do. Real strength is often knowing when to walk away and not trying to fix something that's not repairable. Protect your well-being, both physically and emotionally. Anyone dragging you down, they have got to go. Now, next up, we have something that's often trapped to be stuck in by the time you get into this course. And I understand this one can be challenging. Want to make sure you're not living paycheck to paycheck. This is a harsh truth Uncle Jeff just has to share. By this age, your financial situation should give you some room to breathe. Here's what we all need to understand in life. Emergencies will come as well as opportunity. If you're always in a financial place where crisis is one step away, you're never in a position of power. You see, a grown man, he needs to budget, save, invest, and build. So that means cutting out things where it's needed, maybe investing in the future, and focusing on developing high-paying skills. This is not about getting rich quick. It's about stability, freedom, and having options. Don't let poor money decisions keep you stuck. You deserve better than just getting by. Now, next up we have something you need to stop doing by the age of 40. I often have to work with my nice guys out there. At any age, but especially at this grown man space, you need to make sure you're not chasing approval. Trying to impress everybody, it drains your energy and clouds your judgment. Grown men, they don't live their life for validation, likes, or pats on the back. This is the age where you need to know who you are, what you stand for, and where you're going. When you're constantly seeking approval, you notice you're molding yourself to please others instead of building the man you want to be and you hope to become. And that's an easy way for your dreams to die, your confidence to be shattered, and to not meet the expectations you have for yourself. Your validation needs to come from within, not external. Chasing approval is like being a hamster on a wheel. It's just a useless pursuit. So stand on your own. Live by your values, your priorities, and your principles. The right people will recognize it and respect it, and the wrong ones will hit the road. And that's exactly what you want. Now, next up is something I believe is very powerful. You can get yourself to stop doing it by the age of 40. I need you to make sure you're not constantly comparing yourself to others. If you want one of the easiest ways to rob yourself of your confidence, your joy, and your progress, compare yourself to the next man. I don't care who you are. There's always going to be somebody taller, smarter, faster, more attractive, not only with more muscles, but more money and more motion. It's just a fact of life. But that doesn't mean you're behind. A grown man focuses on his race, on his pace. And here's the thing, you don't know the struggles behind the next man's success. You don't know what he's had to do to get to where he is. Especially if you're comparing yourself to people on social media. You're just looking at the highlight reel. You're not getting any of the behind the scene footage where the real work gets done. Who you want to compete with? You want to compete with the man in the mirror who he was yesterday and be a better version of yourself today. So what you need to do, stop comparing yourself and looking sideways and start looking forward. Now, next up is a habit I need you to get out of that I believe is an essential part of being a man. I need you to make sure at any age, but especially as you get older, you stop avoiding responsibility. If you want one of the fastest ways to get stuck in life, avoid accountability. As a real man, you own your decisions, mistakes, your failures. I'm talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly. When you dodge accountability, you're actually giving away your power. But when you stand up and say, hey, this is on me, that's when true growth starts. By the age of 40, people are going to expect from you maturity, responsibility, and leadership. And nobody respects a man who always makes excuses or is blaming others. Because I need you to know this in no uncertain terms. When you run away from responsibility, you're actually running away from progress. So step up, handle your business, and become the man your friends, your family, and your circle can depend on, respect, and trust. Now, next up, I want to give you a major key that ties in a lot of things we've been talking about and really will push your life forward. By age 40, you got to make sure you're not living without a long-term plan. Living your life without a long-term plan is like driving your car without any direction. I mean, you're going somewhere, but where are you really headed? A man without a vision is a man who drifts. The man who's successful, he has a plan. He has a roadmap for his finances, his health, his relationships, and his purpose. Because let's face it, by the age of 40, time isn't waiting for us. And the older we get, the more the decisions we make start to matter. And the only way to make your best decisions is to plan it out. A clear plan gives you discipline, direction, and a peace of mind. All very valuable. So just don't let life happen. Make it happen. Have a long-term plan. Because when you think the long game, you're playing to win. Okay, so there you have it. 10 things I firmly suggest you stop doing by the age of 40. Now do me a favor, let me know in the comment section if you have some advice for the guys that are hitting the big 4-0 that they might want to cut out of their lives to be more successful. And if you enjoyed this video and found it informative, I highly recommend you check out a recent video I did about all things I believe a man should own by the age of 40. Check it out.
right here.
Don't mix pink salt with lemon and 2 other ingredients if you don't want to donate your entire wardrobe in less than a week. Don't believe me? Give me 6.
What it feels like to ride the CH2. I have a theory, and that theory is that Kawasaki secretly hates their riders. Stick with me here. Kawasaki's Powersports division is basically a rounding error on Kawasaki Heavy Industries' balance sheet, since they make the bulk of their cash selling trains, planes, and automobiles, along with ships and other industrial equipment, to companies that use the word concern in their official name. Do you think a company like that cares that you bought a little KLX 250? No, of course not, because they have to sell a million KLX 250s to make as much as selling a single container ship. I would assume. I don't actually know, but it sounds right. Anywho, in a world like that, it would make sense that motorcyclists who constantly complain about how their 600 can't hit 186 miles an hour would do nothing but irritate the higher-ups.
Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Hence the original H2 in 1972, a 2-stroke 750cc triple that stacked bodies like Bezos stacks billions. It pumped out 74 horsepower and 57 foot-pounds of torque, which given some of the numbers you're going to hear in a minute is going to sound adorable. But remember, this was back when tires were basically made out of basketball rubber, suspension springs were glorified mattress springs, and disc brakes were marginally better than the Flintstones method. For the sake of brevity, I'm going to skip over 40 or so years of history, but suffice it to say that the Speed Wars happened, the Busa won, and no one cared that Kawasaki made the ZX-14, which was a demonstrably faster and better bike. So everybody went home, and while the world kept turning, Kawasaki stewed. From a decade of noogies and misplaced anger came the first Ninja H2, a 999cc inline-4 with a world first. The first bike to feature a supercharger. It claims 228 horsepower and 104 foot-pounds of torque with the best tech Kawi could throw at it, which somehow still doesn't include Öhlins front forks, but I'm not judging. And that's not to mention the H2R, which is a track-only version and puts down a paltry 310 horsepower and 121 foot-pounds of torque. No wonder Eve's gotten his H2 to put down some bonkers power numbers. But the reality is some people have a death wish and back problems and couldn't get in on the fun. Enter the ZH2, an H2 that headbutted a blender and came out the other side looking like every other Kawasaki naked bike. Lumpy, pointy, and green. It's making 197 horsepower and 101 foot-pounds torque while weighing in at 527 pounds, which puts it in the running to top out the hyper-naked category both in terms of power and weight. But don't let that fool you. This bike will still rip your arms off and beat you to death with them like a Wookiee losing a board game. Which reminds me, you don't want to have your phone in your pocket while you're riding this thing around. G-forces will rip it right out from under you and leave you high and dry. That's why smart people use Quad Lock. Quad Lock has mounts that fit on any bike, whether it's a sport bike, cafe racer, cruiser, or hyper-naked death missile. The best part is that those mounts will hold your phone snugly to the handlebars and won't let go. I've been riding both on and off-road with my Quad Lock, and I've never had to worry about premature ejection. They also have a suite of accessories from vibration dampers to mag wallets to wireless chargers. They even make gear for off the bike too. Click that link down below and check out everything that Quad Lock has to offer, and a huge shout out to Quad Lock for sponsoring the channel. Now, this has been too many words and not enough supercharger flutters, so let's hit the twisties and see how it shakes down.
So mounting up on the ZH2 for the first time is a really interesting experience. We gotta talk a little bit about the bike itself because it's a very peculiar package to me, right? It feels very much like if somebody tried to pixelate a Sea-Doo. I'm sorry. They're just like, they're not they're not very smooth, and they're not a very pretty thing to look at while you're sitting on it. You know, usually one of those things that you say is that it doesn't matter what the bike looks like when you're riding it because you can't see it. But you kind of can see a lot of stuff on this bike, and it doesn't look great. I'm trying to think of a nice way to say this, but I think that most folks who are coming to the ZH2 do not give a fuck about how it looks to themselves or others. It's not a taste thing that brings you to this. It's the motor, right? It's the motor. It is a very, very unique package, man. And it absolutely does not fail to put a smile on my face. It is one of the most amazing inline fours out there. I don't love the way inline fours make their power. I've never gelled with it. I prefer a lot more low and mid-range grunt because that's where I sit. Right, even now, I'm filming and talking, but most of the time I'm usually sitting in the middle of the power band. That's usually where the bike is smoothest for me as the rider. And there's not a lot of power there, but because this thing is supercharged, it's got a lot of power everywhere. I mean, that really is the solution to my woes when it comes to inline fours. Just put a supercharger on it. I mean, it really does allow you to enjoy this motor kind of no matter how you end up riding, right? If you're the kind of guy who rides in the middle of the power band, it's got something for you. If you're the kind of guy who spends a lot of time at the top of the power band, it's got even more.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm a former workers' compensation judge, and I used to represent insurance companies. Now,
Yeah, what if you give me a favor, just go ahead and park for me and make sure the door's unlocked.
I can.
Dwayne Johnson gets pulled over.
Wow, that's crazy.
And let's just say the officer got a free ticket to the gun show.
That's the way you got to do it.
The actor's sharing his recorded interaction with the police outside an XFL stadium, seemingly part of a routine security check.
Yeah, what if you give me a favor, just go ahead and park for me and make sure the door's unlocked.
I can.
But Dwayne couldn't resist a golden opportunity to make a dad joke.
I got a lot of guns in this.
Okay.
Please, gun.
It's always room for a cheesy joke.
I know. You're welcome.
I have an arms day, chest day, neck day.
The action star notes in the caption, "It's a horrible joke, but impeccable timing." He also praises the officers writing all love, gratitude, and respect for our men and women keeping us all safe.
I thought it was a cool moment that I wanted to share.
Jokes aside, it seems like Dwayne's in good spirits just weeks after his mother, Atta Johnson, was involved in a severe car accident.
Whatever it is you do, it always comes down to family and the loved ones that you have. So I'm really blessed.
The Jumanji star shared this photo of the red Cadillac she was driving.
Just 2 bits. Man, check out this 911. This is a 1988 Porsche Carrera 911. Man, this was a super duper fun little project to work on. Different, but it was super cool. So man, my guy did a ton of work on this one here, man. He did a wide body on this one, which is all metal. Wide body on here. He did the wide wheels, brought all of the flares out. Man, turned out super killer, man. Y'all saw the previous video where I had showed when he was just having the wide body done. So now that that's done, they got the glass in, nice stripes transitioning, so they get detailed and clean. But we had the liberty of doing a nice interior on this thing here. He's finishing up, putting it all together, the headlights, the front bumper and stuff on. Which is, this thing is gonna be super killer. I'm gonna do a finished video once it gets all clean and everything gets back on it. So, but just an update on the interior, what we done with this one here. These are all of the factory seats that came out of the 88 Porsche 911. These are all of the factory seats. We just changed up the pattern style and did all leather and leather perforated. We did the small perforated holes on this one here. Just to give it a little bit more style, a little bit more pizzazz. The customer wanted something that looks a little fast, a little sporty, but still keep its elegance appeal about it and not alter the car too much. So we did that, man, did all of the seats. This is actually leather from Impact. Y'all know Impact, my guys, Impact leather. So we picked out a cognac colored leather, and we did a bronze colored stitching. I'm sure you can see it here. But we did a bronze colored stitching to match the paint. Laser Porsche logo on the headrest. Of course, he official like the referee with whistle. We changed them to dark belts. We wrapped everything in this thing in Alcantara and leather that we could. On in, Dave. Everything that we could in Alcantara and leather. My man Sting Dean on the ones and twos, like always. Talk to him. Just a little patience. All factory looking. We customized the door panels just a tad. We didn't take too much blade from it, but we just added a little bit of perforated down here. It brought some pleats on it, kind of matches the seats and the rear panels as well. And my boy hand stitched all of this. Definitely been a different feel here. We had to think like Germans. A complete brand new carpet kit we had to make. We did a bronze colored carpet to match the stitching, so it contrasts with that as well. And how many parts did this carpet was in? 17 or something like that. I think it was all like. This carpet kit was like in 17 pieces, so it looked like a jigsaw puzzle, and had to put leather binding on it all, so to give it a nice finished edge all the way around. Upgraded the speakers. We put Infinity all the way through. Upgraded to Infinity speakers in there. It's a couple more little small things we got left to do to it. Man, wrap the shift knob, the boot, every piece in here that could be wrapped in leather, man, we did it. Wrapped it in leather, all up under the dash.
I'm Chef Franklin Becker, and I'm in my Ozempic era. What will your Ozempic era look like?
Rolling in the mud? Tide Pods can handle it. Spaghetti night? Tide Pods can handle it. Stains are certain. So is the power of Tide. 50% more clean power. It's got to be Tide.
Kino pants were first worn by British and French military in the mid-19th century, and then later on became popular with civilians after World War II. These cotton twill staple wonders do a beautiful job at straddling the line between casual and semi-formal. And really they can be worn with everything from t-shirts to ties. Today I'm rounding up 4 great options for anyone wanting to maybe step up their style game and move beyond their old trusted blue jeans. Welcome to Stray Reviews. I'm Lee, and I'm here to help you find the best men's lifestyle gear and apparel. Today, I'm comparing chinos from the likes of brands like Mott & Bow, Flynn & Tinder, Relwyn, and Alex Mill. The word chino is actually a Spanish word for China because they were originally made from Chinese twill cotton fabric. And the irony is that 3 of them are actually made in China, the exception being the flint and tinder, which happens to be made in Indonesia. If you want to take a closer look at any of them, then I'm going to leave links down in the description below.
This is a 1992 Mercedes-Benz 500E, and it looks like every other Mercedes-Benz E-Class from its era, except this one has a secret. It was built by Porsche. Yes, that's right. If you think the Panamera was the first sedan Porsche built, you're wrong. They also built a Mercedes sedan in the 1990s, and it was the 500E. And today, I'm going to review this one. I borrowed this 500E from Elite Fish, which is a shop here in San Diego that does pretty much anything cosmetic that you can think of. Detailing, tints, ceramic coating, clear bras, wraps, basically anything. Elite Finish has a great reputation here in San Diego, and they get some of the coolest cars. And that includes this. The story of the 500E is quite an interesting one. Mercedes-Benz wanted to stick the 5-liter V8 from the SL sports car into the E-Class. Now that was a big deal at the time because there was no factory Mercedes AMG cars. No one was putting V8 engines into mid-size sedans, especially ones that typically came with a 4-cylinder or a 6-cylinder or a smaller diesel engine like this era of the E-Class. At the same time, in the early 1990s, Porsche was teetering near collapse with poor sales and serious financial difficulties. So Mercedes-Benz hired Porsche to engineer a way to get the V8 into the E-Class sedan, giving Porsche some work when they desperately needed it. The result was the 500E, and when it was completed, they discovered it was too wide to be built on the same Mercedes-Benz assembly line with the other E-Class models. So Mercedes-Benz also hired Porsche to build the 500E, which helped save Porsche from bankruptcy in the early 1990s. And so this is a sedan that was built by Porsche, even though it has a Mercedes badge. Now, it was sold here in North America from 1992 to 1994, and the 5-liter V8 made about 320 horsepower, which was more than the BMW M5 from the time period. So today, I'm going to take you on a tour of the 500E, and I'm going to show you all of its interesting perks and features. And by the way, this 500E is for sale. Click the link below to check out the owner's Instagram page, and you can follow him or message him directly if you're interested in buying it. Alright, I'm going to start the quirks and features of the 500E with one of this car's most memorable quirks, and that would be the flared fenders. Now, this was always intended to be a low-volume car, so Mercedes didn't want to go to the trouble of figuring out how to stuff this big V8 under the hood of a car that was never intended for it. So Mercedes-Benz brought on Porsche for the engineering, and Porsche figured out a way to get the V8 under there, but it meant they had to flare out the fenders a couple extra inches in order to accommodate it. Now, the story goes that the result of these wider fenders to accommodate the V8 was that the car became too wide for Mercedes-Benz to build it on the normal E-Class assembly line, and so Porsche also decided to build the 500E for Mercedes-Benz, and that's how it happened. But either way, the wider fenders are important because it is the only way you can tell on the outside of this car that this was different from your regular, typical E-Class. You're driving along, you saw one of these, and unless you knew that extra inch or two on the fenders, you just thought you were coming up to an E220 diesel until the light turned green. Now, of course, there was one more way you could tell apart the 500E from the standard E-Class at the time, and that was the badge on the trunk that said 500E, with 500, of course, standing standing for the 5-liter V8. But that was it. Otherwise, this car was dramatically more subtle than the BMW M5 from this era, which used a 6-cylinder. And this car was more powerful. Now, next up, when you get under the hood in the 500E, you can really tell why it was such a challenge to get this engine in here, and why Mercedes-Benz needed some outside help to make it happen. This V8 is really stuck into this engine bay, and it really takes up basically every inch of available space. Although it became common later for E-Class models to have a V8, the W124, as this generation of E-Class was called, it was a pretty narrow car, and it really was never intended to have 8 cylinders when it was first designed. And next up, since I'm on the outside of the 500E, I want to discuss another interesting point, and that would be the mirrors, and specifically the fact that the driver mirror is this fairly normal horizontal-looking mirror, but the passenger mirror is different. It's vertical. Now, this isn't a mistake. These mirrors were different shapes to give you different views. The driver's side mirror was shaped like this to let you see what was on the driver's side. The passenger side mirror was taller because it was thought that that gave you a better view of the passenger side blind spot. So all E-Class models from this era have these two differently sized mirrors. Very unusual. You don't see that today. But when it came to mirrors, this car had an even quirkier quirk than them being different sizes, and that was how the mirrors were adjusted. Now, check this out. You want to adjust the driver mirror, there's this little handle coming off the mirror on the driver's side, and you move it around. That's pretty simple, nothing unusual there. But if you want to adjust the passenger mirror, there's a little joystick in the center console. You move that around, and the passenger mirror automatically adjusts. So, while your car has power mirrors, the 500E had power mirror. Singular.
We put it to the worst. Nissan, #1 in your vehicle quality.
Interesting, but there is an even quirkier item in the center console than the single power mirror adjuster, and that would be the phone. Open up the center console storage area, and there is a phone in here, and it dials. I have been in a lot of cars that had built-in car phones. They never worked, but this one dials. Unfortunately, it also doesn't work, but it's closer than all the other phones I've ever seen installed in cars. You will actually dial and make the little beeping sounds, which almost seems like it works. Now, next up, amazingly, there was an even quirkier phone-related item inside this car than the actual phone, and that would be this little panel above the rearview mirror on the ceiling. It was a phone shortcut panel. You can see there are buttons M1 and M2. That was your memory. You would set memory 1, that was your spouse, and then you could just press M1 without having to dial the full number, press send, and it would call. So this was an easier way to dial commonly dialed numbers from your phone without actually having to go in and dial each individual number. This panel also had a couple of other interesting items aside from those memory call buttons. You got This is a 2006 Mercedes-Benz CL65 AMG, and it is truly insane for 3 reasons. Number 1, when this car was new back in 2006, the MSRP was around $190,000, which is roughly $240,000 in 2018 money. Number 2, you can pick one of these up today for around $30,000 just 12 years later. And the number 3 reason why this car is so insane, because under the hood there is a twin-turbo V12 with 604 horsepower and 738 pound-feet of torque. This is going to be a fun video. Yes, that's right. I'm standing next to a twin-turbo V12 $240,000 Mercedes with 600 horsepower and 738 38 pound-feet of torque that you can buy today for like 30 grand.
I borrowed this CL65 from VIP Auto here in Pennsylvania, a car concierge service for purchasing and leasing new cars without visiting a dealership. The CL65 has just 69,000 miles, and today I'm going to take you on a tour of it.
But first, a little history. Now, the CL is what Mercedes used to call the S-Class Coupe. And this was the very first AMG 65 model. It debuted along with the S65 and the SL65, using the same twin-turbo V12 they still use today with basically the same power and torque numbers. I remember when I was in high school, this thing came out, and I remember thinking that it was insane even back then. Mercedes is putting how much power in the CL? It was crazy. Ezra Dyer, who's the best modern automotive writer, he summed it up best in Automobile Magazine in an article about the SL65. He wrote, Mercedes-Benz makes an engine with more torque, it's just they put it in school buses. So today I'm going to show you around this thing. I'm going to show you all of its interesting quirks and features, as if its mere existence isn't quirky enough. Then I'm going to get it out of the road and see how it drives, and then I'm going to give it a Doug score. And for more of my thoughts on the CL65, click the link below to visit autotrader.com/oversteer, where I've also compiled a list of the cheapest AMG cars currently listed for sale on AutoTrader.
Pro plan. Fuel. For life.
On AutoTrader. Now I'm going to start with the doors, because simply getting into the CL65 is interesting. Now this is such a giant, huge, opulent luxury coupe that the doors are absolutely massive, and so they open a little bit differently than a normal car's doors. There is a hinge to open them, but there's also this giant mechanism underneath the hinge that I've never seen in any other car. And when you pull the door open, they don't just swing open, but they also come forward several inches in order to provide a wider opening so you can get inside. I think the theory here is that if the doors didn't come open like that, they would just have to swing so wide that you'd be hitting the car next to you in a parking lot. But because the doors come forward a little bit, it gives you a little extra room to get inside without having to open the doors so wide and damage the car next to you. You can see the interesting thing is when the doors are open in a CL, they're actually halfway down the front fender towards the wheel. You will never see this in any other car. A couple of other interesting things about the doors. The doors are open. Take a look in the door jamb down here. It's like full chrome. Most cars just have a continuation of the door panel. They're painted. Maybe there's a little reflective there. Not this thing. It's chrome. Because even though you'll never actually see that panel, Mercedes wanted it to look nice, and so it does. The other interesting thing about doors is this car has soft closed doors, which was a very unusual feature in 2006. Basically what it means is if you push the door closed and it doesn't quite make it at sort of a little bit askew, the door will automatically... Wow. The thing about the acceleration of this car is it doesn't happen like in like an STI where you floor it and it's all this racket and kind of rockets off. This car just builds power like it jets, like a little more. Of course, it happens faster than that, but it just, and then suddenly you look down and you're going 130 miles an hour. You don't hear it. There's no drama. There's no like, oh my god, it's incredible. It's just like floor it, and then yeah, I'm going 120. Of course I am. I put my foot down and I'm in the CL65. It better be.
Yeah, you damn right over here.
One choice. Wow. It is incredible how fast this car is. And it does it so comfortably. On the camera, you're going to say, well, you realize the fast I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. I'm sitting in here, you don't hear that it's fast, but you feel that it's fast. I was just looking down. It was amazingly how fast it was. It almost looked like a cat. It's just drama-free, smooth speed at your disposal whenever you want. In fact, I'm going 30 miles on the truck here. You give me a chance to kind of experience the comfort of the CL65. It is indeed comfortable. It's solid and it's quiet and it's so smooth, but it's so smooth. It doesn't quite eliminate the outside sounds like a Bentley or the very highest end luxury cars. At the end of the day, you're still starting with the CL, the S-Class platform, and sort of general vehicle, which was at the time, like a $90,000 car. I mean, even though this thing was like a $200,000 car, the base car is not going to be able to compete with the true luxury cars. Going around a corner stable and it doesn't roll that much and all that stuff, but it's not exactly, you know, a sports car. I mean, this is a big, large, heavy car, and you can feel that as you're driving it. That said, punching out of long sweeping turns, I'm in the curve, and it's, you know, I'm turning the wheel, and it's big, and then I punch out. I'm sitting here and I can just imagine the idea of just sitting and going 100 miles an hour on a long road trip. I mean, this feels so nice. Just sitting here on this on a straightaway road, you're not doing anything, you're not trying to do anything, you're just kind of sitting there and letting the car take you. And so that's the 2006 Mercedes-Benz CL65 AMG. Truly one of the craziest Mercedes models ever made. And in fact, they still make it. You can still get this engine in the S65 Coupe, which is what they call the CL now, or in the S65 Sedan, or the SL65, or the G65, which I've already reviewed. But of course, if you get a new one, you'll pay the full $240,000. Or you can get this one at a massive discount, and every time you drive it, you can cross your fingers that nothing happens, because I can only imagine what it costs to repair an out-of-warranty $240,000 twin-turbo V12 AMG Mercedes. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about that, and now it's time for the Dove score. Starting with the weekend categories in styling, the CLC.
Have you seen that ad? Control box to the left and to the right. +2, -3, kind of a running forward and getting stronger game. It looks so fun, but when I downloaded it to give it a try, it plays nothing like the ads. I mean, look at this.
The Colosseum, the largest ancient amphitheatre ever built. An incredible feat of engineering and historical importance which still captivates people until this very day. I, for one, can't wait to visit. We are screwed. Hello, thank you for being here. Let's begin. Here's a riddle. How many donuts does it take to stroke an ego? Only 5. Impressive. Can't wait to see how many people he needs for a full rep. My face, like who do you think you are to cover my video? Stupid. I think you're being kind, if anything. What a stupid person thinking they can walk around a public gym. Talking of stupid, step 1, move steps next to a fixed squat rack. Step 2, set up tripod. Step 3, pure attention-seeking outrage. She moved her equipment next to a squat rack, then complained when the barbell was in her area when the person using the squat rack was squatting with it. Then told him off. Then uploaded it to social media with a catty caption showing her telling him off for squatting in a fixed squat. Time for some bodybuilding news. Here we have the Olympian men's masters qualifiers. It was a tough field. One competitor stood out with his size, definition, and attention to detail. People are critiquing him, questioning whether he hit the muscular pose correctly. I think he put on a flawless performance. Start of the cycle first. At least put the toilet seat down, mate. Four months in. Blimey. 2 toilet seats this time. He must have been bursting. No, judging from the face, I can guess what the back pose will be like. Where's this guy when you need him? He's clearly had the effects of juice that you can see around his eyes there, and of course his back. Let's reinsert some common sense. Introducing the glow up. No points for guessing which brand of testosterone she's using. I've been on and off PEDs for years, thus cycling. I've tracked everything, doses, blood work, sides and results, and no, I don't regret it. I optimized it. I don't believe you. What are you selling apart from this pretentious optimized lifestyle for young women apparently, now by her coaching services? Female test 15 to 70, mine 1100. Hey, strategic, dumb, not natural, not reckless. You need to look up reckless in the dictionary. Your test is over 1000. You are clearly doing things strategically. At this point we're just talking swords out, charge at the enemy, scream and hope for the best. And let's not mention the other concerning markers in your blood test results, such as LDL that you tried to crop out but accidentally showed in your next slide, hashtag optimized. There are loads of effects that she never mentions on her page, and she conveniently ignores them to sell this idyllic lifestyle to sell coaching. Sides, sure, slightly deeper voice, superhuman strength, confidence like an MF. Worth it? No, absolutely, because I did it right. Roids can make you delusional then. You're insecure. That's why you're not where you want to be. Take action. Nobody cares. Another case of someone juicing and in denial about the effects, in denial about the health results that she accidentally showed there, and I think regretting it, but having to put on a front because, well, there's no backing out now. I just don't buy this type of posturing from people on social media.
Natural or not, by looking at them. If they're below the line, they're natty. If they're above the line, they're not. But the problem is, people draw that line in very different places.
Jeff Nippard has now made a follow-up video called Addressing the Controversy, where, as you can see, there really was a strong pushback against the information from his first video. Those 1 in a million genetics right there.
I can't say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhad has never taken steroids. I can't say that, but I can say with 100% certainty that Hussein Farhad physique is achievable without steroids. His blood work is normal. His FFMI is normal. His transformation, while suspicious, is possible.
So in this new video, he's trying to explain his viewpoint and using FFMI as an indicator.
I know the issue with Hussein isn't his size per se. It's the speed of his transformation that's suspicious. In this Instagram post, Hussein said he went from 134 to 184 pounds in his first 3 years of lifting.
This comment states that Hussein made that change in 18 months, not 3 years, which is what have made people skeptical about his body recomposition. I'm not going to go over all this again. I did talk about it in a previous video. The thumbnail art director gave it away. Right, all the nutties stand behind Jeff to this side, and the rest of you go over there. When I look at the comments in this new video, people just don't seem to buy that some of these people are natural. My HGH gut feeling is that some of the people in that original video will later have been found out to be lying, and that they were indeed enhanced. But I missed the fact that there was a new channel called The Anabolic Stick featured in Jeff's first video. Here is the Anabolic Stick. Finally, I'm bigger than someone.
This is Hussein Farhad, a pathological liar who was recently blown up on the internet for his absolutely insane physique. Hussein lies to his young audience of millions by claiming that he achieved this physique quote-unquote naturally within only 3 years.
He has relatively few videos posted, but is already very successful. Gives a taste of the types of videos he makes.
If you hadn't guessed it already, Julian claims he achieved this physique naturally within only 3 years. Sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? However, if Hussein Farhad has 1 in a million genetics, this means genetics must be 1 in a trillion. We're talking about genetic mutations only found in Belgian blue cows at this point.
I think it's always good when we have new channels coming up and putting their views forward. And for this topic in particular, it really is something that people feel strongly about at the moment. As you can see in the comment section in Jeff Nippard's videos, what I would say is this: from many years of me doing this and being screamed at, what I've learned is that in the fitness industry, when it comes to making money, people will have absolutely no problem at all lying to your face and misleading you. That is the case with fake natties, with supplements, with all aspects of the fitness industry. We see this. And to enter some good old gym community on display.
You haven't nowhere where you want to see it.
Remember to always stay hydrated, unless.
So I'm in here at Planet Fitness with this bottle, and Miss Ashley does not want to allow me to work out because she said my bottle will not.
At least he wasn't drinking prime. Have a look at this clip. Who is in the right here? This woman is lifting on a lifting platform in what looks like a commercial gym and dropping the weight from an overhead position.
Wish you could slam 165 like that, sorry.
And to end, when Bro is locked in. Thank you so much for watching. I'm James Linker. See you soon.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturized with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Can you get my bag?
The 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander Trail Edition. Ambition never rests.
What's going on, you guys? Welcome back to John Anderson, and welcome to the next manual swap adventure. Now, I hinted to you guys in a recent update video that we were going to be taking on a new customer car for manual swap, and this is it. A 2006 CLS 55 AMG, the good old M113K in it. This is an absolutely beautiful example, only 41,000 miles, I believe. The interior is minty fresh. The exterior on it is in really good shape. It's dirty now because it was on a trailer to get here underneath the dirt and road ground. It's a very, very clean example. Yeah, this thing is well loved by its owner. It's had a pretty good life from what I hear, and we're going to add to it with a nice 6-speed. So
I am going to just kind of dive in. I'll keep you guys along the journey as much as I can, but of course, with a customer job, it's not my focal point to record it necessarily, but I do want to document at least, important parts of the process, and I'll more importantly be documenting things for the owner of the vehicle to give them, sneak peeks of what's going on as we progress on the project. So that's it. I'm going to get this thing lifted up in the air. The car literally got here today, and I want to take a look underneath, just kind of make a game plan and start diving into things today. So let's do it. Alright guys, well, new things to me on the CLS, or just in general, Benz. I've been around these too much. ECU is over here, that's normal, but a little bit different location, easier access, so I like that. The battery, and speaking of kind of the money that's been put into this car, there was a very elaborate, well put together audio system back here. It's dark right now, but normally it gets all lit up with red LEDs. Basically 4 amplifiers, 2 gigantic subs, and a whole lot going on. Let me get my light in here quick so you guys can see. A whole lot going on. Just got the battery up there. Progress inside, pretty much the first thing I always do is check how easy it is to access the shifter, so that is done. This piece might have to be a custom job, because we're going to have to retain, obviously, air controls. I don't know if this is the same shift bezel as a 211. I don't think. Maybe it's the same shape. I don't know for sure. But we may have to customize that. But luckily, I think, like the previous 2 swaps, I'll be able to get the automatic shifter out of there without pulling jumps on the engine. Always saves.
Get the right gear right away. Because life, Heimer Blue Shield. We put it to the worst.
We've got pedal assembly out. As far as on paper, it's definitely hold a ton more, rated at like 125 foot-pounds of torque. So it's going to have no problem standing behind that 113K. And just super smooth throws. This shifter combo feels just right for the chassis. It's all E-Class stuff. I don't know if I mentioned that. I don't think I even really showed the shifter. I was just in the middle of hustle and bustle and trying to grind the project. But it's an E-Class shifter, 211. And basically, I had to modify the back of it a little bit to clear the opening of the trans tunnel. So I didn't want to cut anything in the actual trans tunnel unless I absolutely needed to. And luckily, I did not. So all 211 set up, just stock bushings, everything. And it feels really good. The throws are like perfect for the car. It just feels like a, I don't know, like, I guess if you'd imagine a 7 Series, I'm sure 7 Series came with manuals, over in Europe or maybe even here in the US for a BMW side of things. That's just my comparison because of the size of this vehicle. It's kind of what I feel like it would have been in the same ballpark with. Just that bigger, but still sportier chassis and tons of power, but with a nice 6-speed to be able to roll the gears yourself behind it. Pretty magical to combine that with such a big presence of a car like this. This thing definitely has kind of a mean attitude from the outside. This looks like it could be like a lobster car basically from factory. They just got that mean, sleek presence to them. And combined with the fact that this one has the big wheels on it, this looks like a tough car. Now it'll be able to True presence and style like an alpha wolf, paired with suspension that will hug the tightest turns and brakes that can stop a tank. It outshines and overperforms in almost every category, except falling short by just one key measure. It was never offered with a manual transmission. So today, we rewrite history. Welcome to the C63 AMG Manual Swap project. I hope you know what this means, and I think you know what this means. We're in for big surgery on the C63. I've made up my mind. This is a long quest that I've been on to get to this point, a hill that I couldn't wait to climb. We are going to manual swap my W204 C63 AMG. Is it going to make it actually better? I don't know, but we're going to find out, and I think there's enough meat on the bone to give us promise and warrant that it might just be better. And you know, I'm not going to shift faster than this thing. This thing rips. Like, it's lightning quick. It shifts crazy with paddle shifts. You know, it's about as good as you can get for the era of transmissions, you know, that were in this thing. This is a pre-facelift, so it has, you know, the regular 722.9 kind of beefed up, not the MCT of the later versions, which are even faster, but it still has 722.9 tendencies, and it still kind of will go around here and there, sometimes not really know what to do, especially from what I've heard in like track settings and such. So I think the 6-speed is going to make this into the ultimate driver's car, and that's exactly why we're going to go for it. This is...
Every year, Old Spice rescue crews save millions of innocent dudelings from black, dry, and dull-looking hair. Years of using hair care products not designed for men has stuck.
Exactly why we're gonna go for it. Oh my God! Oh, thank you God, thank you Jesus. Oh my God. Oh my God. You guys have no idea how nervous I've been waiting for this moment. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yes! 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 Alright. A bunch of condensation is collected on everything. It's been sitting in here in a cold garage. But, oh my gosh, you guys. This is incredible. No freaking way. Oh, alright, I can't let it run too long in the garage. Oh, let me just open this up. Open up the other side. Oh my God, do a parkour. Dude! No way! You guys, we have a running 6-speed swap C63. What the heck? Oh my God. Oh, thank you God. Oh my God, you guys, I love you guys. Thank you for watching. I was just heading to the night. There's already like 2 hours of footage. I don't know what I've cut it down to, but oh my gosh. The sense of relief right now is no freaking way. Wow. Dude. That felt awesome, by the way. I was like barely half throttle, but that felt amazing. No way! Yes! Yes! Holy crap! We even got the tire skidding right there. Oh my God!
Get it! Yes! Oh, I love this.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield.
What was that?
But you can go to SafeLight.com and get it fixed now and pay later. Awesome. SafeLight can come to you for free. Don't wait. Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
Love your plugins but wish you had more scent control? Meet the Febreze Plug Scent Booster. Enjoy the same 50 days of continuous scent as Febreze Plug, including a cord for flexible placement options and a boost button for extra scent. Febreze Plug Scent Booster.
Who is the fastest superhero?
The Incredible Hulk, dude. He's got some meaty calves.
I'm thinking Thor. Both of those are terrible guesses. But today, we're gonna find out.
Comment down below who you think it's gonna be. Probably me.
Number 10. Oh, Dash!
Oh,
The
Dash.
Incredibles!
I love Dash, dude. You know he's fast because his name is literally Dash.
You can go 100 miles an hour.
Same. Seeing as he's very young.
I mean, he's only numbered pretty fast, but nowhere near as fast as the fastest in
Go at the speed of light. So, wait, can anyone teleport? Can anyone teleport?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know. Actually, big brain. One of the people next to me was
teleport at least 10 miles per second. With that said,
10 miles a
the
second.
other speedsters in the Shazam family, like the Black Adam and Daredevil.
Oh, Black Adam! Adam, you're on up there!
Yeah, so they can all do that.
Adam, let's go.
A-Train.
Oh, I love A-Train. He's so fast.
It's implied that he can run at speeds of up to 999 miles per hour.
Okay, that's honestly a little bit disappointing. I would kind of be embarrassed if I couldn't get like a little bit over. Like it's into the 4 digits.
1 mile an hour. Also, A-Train stinks. Like halfway through the show, you can't even run anymore. That's
Spoilers, man. Spoilers.
Guys, A-Train takes speed or steroids. Yeah, it's not even fair. It is kind of cheating, but you know, it still counts.
You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
This is based on a scene in the first season where A-Train races against the speedster named Shockwave.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Whoa. 0.2 seconds. Who's that? Who is that?
Curry.
From Elemental?
In the movie,
Whoa.
Curry runs across the Atlantic Ocean in a matter of minutes.
Wow.
The Atlantic Ocean is
What?
2,800 miles wide.
I don't know, but she's from the FCU.
She needs to run at
Yeah, she's from
2,800 miles per hour.
Oh my gosh.
That's a big jump.
Recorded up to now.
Wait, how fast are the fastest people gonna be? This is crazy. Sonic's up here? Sonic, the heck?
Sonic's a major part of his character.
Oh, wait, you can run
allowing
faster
him to
than
travel
Dash.
long distances quickly and effortlessly. In the film, Sonic is seen running at speeds of up to Mach 10, which is around 12,000 miles.
It's around 12,000 miles an hour.
He's so smart.
12,000.
Around 761 miles per hour.
Wait, so if you compare Sonic to Dash right now, it's like comparing walking to sprinting. Dash is
I don't think he is that.
Dash
I
is
think
nothing.
Sonic could outwalk Dash.
I think he could. Oh, 100%, yeah. Question for you guys. Would you rather have super speed or super strength? Super speed. All day. I think I'd want super speed too. Oh,
I think I'll go super strength. Dude, if you have super speed, think about it, right? Because if you have super speed, that means that like everything that you do that looks normal is going to actually be like super slow. It's gonna be so annoying.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with strength. Everything you pick up will be super light. Yeah, that's so annoying.
It is though. Look, I can pick up this thing and it's super light. I can pick up this thing. It's not that.
Well, what I'm thinking about is I'm already super strong, so why wouldn't I have both?
Number 5. Superman.
Unneeded. Superman!
Okay, I think he's going 20,000 miles an hour.
But it is implied that he can move at speeds far exceeding Mach 10 within Earth's atmosphere.
Can he beat the Flash?
No, he's a little bit slower than the Flash.
That means the Flash has to be higher than
Which is
him.
a distance approximately 200,000 miles. He dissolves in 8 seconds.
No!
Meaning that he is flying at a speed of at least Mach 72.
Okay, Dash is a joke. I'm sorry, Dash is an absolute joke.
Saitama.
Oh, wait, I know we're doing anime characters.
It's all superheroes, Alex.
It's all superheroes.
Yeah, but he is a superhero.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say Goku,
too, but I guess he's not a superhero. He's just
he's super alien.
He's like that thing that I get when I wipe my butt. Yeah, he's okay. But Saitama is faster than Superman?
Yeah,
Wow!
he can't be that much faster, right?
There's no way!
Yes, he is.
He's so fast that he can fly without even having the ability.
So you think he can go more than 69,000 miles per hour?
Yes.
Saitama's top
I just blew Alex
without having the
I
ability
just
to
blew
fly.
Alex
But we can assume that he can move at lightning speed.
just blew his mind. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He can jump.
Huh?
There's so much force that he can fly.
And the Earth is about 238,000 miles.
Okay, Adam, crunch those numbers. 238,000 miles. He did it in 18 seconds. How fast is he going?
Freaks up!
We dropped my dishes.
Don't worry, they've got John Power suds. It traps lumps and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish. Clean and stacked. Like ducks in a row. John Power suds.
Streamline the way you trade on Robinhood. Not only can you trade stocks, ETFs.
120,000. I guess she does kind of go super fast.
She travels intergalactically.
That's true. Where she covers approximately 7,000.
Oh my gosh. All right, Alex turn. Alex.
All right, we have to multiply that by 120, so around, I'd say 900,000 miles an hour.
Wow, that is crazy. Let's see, guys. Comment down below.
Oh!
He was a genius. He was wrong. Comment down below if you got that right.
I knew that. Let's go.
You got the first digit right. This is number 2. We're at the top 2.
Who's faster out his speed?
Quicksilver is basically like the flash button
The
MCU.
average detonation velocity is 7,150 meters per second.
Okay.
The scene is 2 minutes and 24 seconds. And each
This feels like you guys know, like back in school, where it's like Jeffrey has 5 apples, and then Karen took 2 apples, and how many apples does he have left now?
I was so good at those questions.
What kind
It's
of
like
school
that.
did you go to?
I went to preschool, though. Maybe.
Is that like the last thing you remember from school?
That's pretty much it, but it kind of reminds me of that, but way faster.
They teach you that
The
in high
X-Men
school.
Mansion is 15,330 feet squared. So
Okay.
when the explosion occurs in 20 microseconds, it
Oh, here
takes
we
him
go.
4 seconds to get to the place and 4 seconds out of 144
Guys,
seconds.
write down if you know what this math is.
So when the
Can you match
calculations
Shrek
are
if he
done,
knows?
he has been
Oh
traveling.
my gosh! What? 7 million miles per hour! Dude, he can travel to Alex's mom so fast, dude. I'm so jealous. He's faster than Saitama.
Way faster. He's way faster
what
than
the
pretty
heck?
much everybody else on this list, like times a million.
If you think about it, he can teleport anywhere he wants in the world.
Yeah,
If he wants to go to
anywhere.
Tokyo, boop, he can literally be there in half a second if he wants.
Is that
Honestly, yeah, pretty much.
What happens
If
if
you're
you're
traveling
running in a
7 million
circle
miles a second
around the
Yeah,
world?
like the whole
what
Earth,
happens?
the whole Earth's circumference is like what, like a couple thousand miles?
I think it's actually, I don't even want to put a guess out there because I'll embarrass myself. I'm gonna do it though. I'm gonna say like 20,000 miles.
24,000 miles.
Oh, dude, I am on today.
He was a little off, but I mean it was close. It was respectable.
I'll take that. That's
20,000 miles, and he could literally do that in less than literally milliseconds.
400,000 miles per hour. Number 1.
Who is it?
It's gotta be the Flash.
The Flash.
I knew it. I knew it.
It has been revealed
Nobody's faster than Flash.
time using the speed.
I like the other Flash better.
He can reverse time. Yeah,
Time
who's
really
Flash?
does appear to behave differently at the speed of light, which moves at approximately 86,000 miles per second.
Okay.
When Snyder's version of Barry saves the world, he tells himself he has to break the rule and go far beyond the speed of light. Since he's been able to reverse time, he is several times faster than the light.
Oh
which is
my
at least
God!
70,600,000 miles per hour.
At least. That's at least.
Oh my gosh! Wait, Adam, isn't the Flash your favorite character?
I love the Flash. I don't love that Flash, but I love the other Flash from the CW.
I never watched that show. Should I watch it?
Yeah, you should.
Oh my god, that means he can travel 186,000 miles per second. Well, I thought there was somebody in the Flash universe that was faster than the Flash.
Adam. Yeah. Isn't Reverse Flash faster than Flash?
Reverse Flash, like some other guy. What about Saitama? No, not Savitar.
They always end up being faster, and then he takes something and he's faster.
What is that?
Okay, now we're gonna look at Marvel superheroes and see how fast they are. We're starting with the slowest possible thing on Earth, which is Baby Groot running at 2.4 kilometers per hour. We're
already upgraded.
Oh, it's
the Loki's pretty fast. I guess.
That's kilometers
per hour. That's pretty normal speed.
That's pretty. That's average. That's not bad. That's
There we
not
go.
bad job there.
Nick Fury is faster than I thought.
How fast Nick Fury is? When
They
have you ever
calculated.
seen him run?
Here we go. Speculation.
Let's go, Ant-Man. If Ant-Man went Gigantamax form, he could totally be faster.
Go way probably. That's Scarlet Witch. No, Black Widow.
She's running 40 feet. 50 Black Panther's chasing her down. Get him, Black Panther. Get him, Black Panther.
He's actually so fast. No, he's burning her.
Oh!
Wait, Daredevil? No, wait. Daredevil's blind. How can he even run that fast?
It uses other senses, like his legs.
Oh, look at the hole. No, moving.
They're almost at dash level speed.
The Hulk is running 55 miles per hour.
Oh my god, that would be terrifying if that would charge at you.
Who is that?
Oh my god!
No way!
Captain America!
I'm drawing the line. No, I am drawing the line at the Incredible
Did you
Hulk.
not see the first light in Captain America when he chased down the car?
All I was saying is the Incredible Hulk is not that slow. I've seen him leap from building to building like literally within seconds.
If we were doing leaps, she's got one of the biggest leaps, that's for sure.
Oh, the leap of speed, he should be able to like use it. Look at his legs. He does not skip like they ever. He should be able to like go a mile per like. He's overrated. Overrated. Whatever. Oh hey, it's Spidey. Who's at the back? Spidey's coming. Look at that little boy run.
Spidey doesn't move faster.
He's like this.
He's 110 kilometers? His web shooters.
Oh, Thanos! Oh, look at Thanos! No way! There's just no way. Thanos really goes It's Abomination! Oh my gosh! That was always Batman. He's moving! Oh! Go, Thor! Move! Go, Thor! Thor doesn't fly. Why would he do it? Dude, I love in the top right it says Thor, and then in parentheses, running.
New Swiffer Mount Deluxe is made for small spaces. The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power. And with the new locking head, fitting into tight spaces is simple.
Can I borrow it?
The all-new Swiffer Mount Deluxe, the mother of all cleans.
Honey,
Wait, what?
with COVID-19 and my heart disease.
Why? Why would he be doing that?
Dude, I love in the top right it says Thor, and then in parentheses, running. Like what?
Well, maybe we'll have Thor flying next.
Oh, that's a big brain thought. Like that.
Oh,
we
we
got
already
the
got that
Falcon
thing
flying.
flying. The Falcon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna say in parentheses, flying. Oh, it didn't even say.
Yeah, he's probably faster
He
running.
can go faster than Dash.
Whoa!
There it is, Thor flying.
Thor flying.
Here we go. So they can fly a lot faster.
Who's that, Captain Marvel? Okay, in this,
Captain Marvel.
in the other video, she was like one of the fastest, so now, let's see.
other video.
Oh,
she gets faster than Quicksilver.
She's nothing.
War
She gets
Machine.
faster.
War
Wait, I thought she could travel galaxies. Oh, see you later.
That's 2,000 miles per hour.
It's only Mark
They're going over 2,000 miles per hour right now.
Wow. I thought Captain Marvel was way faster. Who is that? Oh, it's Quicksilver.
Oh my. Okay.
I thought that was Mr. Beast.
He has been right on the logo in the center. But the other fastest characters, I guess they couldn't even animate them. Makari, who we saw in the other video, Iron Man, one of his fastest suits ever.
Oh, Captain Marvel can go light speed. Okay.
Full speed.
So before she was just chilling.
Sentry,
I don't even know what that is.
Man,
look at the spell.
Or nearly quick spectrum, light speed. Wait, you keep, like, what's faster than light speed?
know? I'm shaking and I got nothing.
You also have a petting zoo. We have a petting zoo. Tell him, hey.
You know, God must have spent a little more time on you, because there's so many ideas going on here. Well, since we're all dogs, I guess there's just one thing to do. Let's Lady the Tramp this sucker. Hey, barkeep, is that spaghetti still in the garbage?
They used to make me do a whole street just for my toot. What part of your body is your toot? I'll give you two guesses and they're both right.
What are you doing? I'm laughing. You must be hungry because you are fishing.
This might be a conch, fellow dweller of the deep. I'm 90% woman and 92% anglerfish. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, that's hot.
Hey, when? Bartender, a little Debbie steak, please.
You're supposed to put it in water.
Defining yourself with a pump between rounds. See? Connection. You can feel it in your stomach. I am the woman who needs a king. He wants the key to the castle. No one else can come in. Go. Do his thing. Go.
Seems like a wrestler, was it? Like it's his brother pulling me all around the room.
Chances. Bars all over the country. Perfect. Yeah, I'm one state short of all 50.
I don't have a choice. This is my one shot. I was born to do this. Can't nobody stop me.
You got no business being here. All these other fighters, they're fighting for their lives. Look at you. Eating a hero sandwich.
And the hungry. Get the hell out of my chair! First fight club. You got caught with a random. You sounded like a dolphin with an itchy blowhole.
Ready to do what?
What you think I'm talking about? To fight?
You don't look like no fighter.
Fighting people who said I couldn't fight. Demons. Fighting the lady in the Wendy's drive-thru because she wouldn't give me extra dipping sauce. Where's my dipping sauce? All I asked for was extra honey mustard.
Let's get some shorts on you because we got work to do.
The bastards.
Boxing isn't just about strength and condition. It's about heart, brains,
and thighs, and wings.
Over, under, round and through me, Mr. Bunny, pull it through. You're not focusing. You gotta focus. Beat that meat like you mean it. Harder. Harder. You gotta kill him. Give it to him. What the hell are they doing?
start out.
After I get him a haircut, cleaned up. cyclist accidentally became the greatest team sprinter of all time. Pauline Gravache was actually a track and field athlete who broke state sprint records, but knee problems forced her to switch to cycling at 12. She didn't just stumble into greatness, she dominated from the start. At 16, she broke an 8-year-old German record held by Olympic champion Christina Vogel. She's now a 9-time world champion and 5-time team sprint world champion. That's never been done before. With her teammates, Emma and Leah, they're basically unstoppable. At the 2021 Olympics, she had to watch from the sidelines as a reserve. Heartbreaking. But Paris 2024, she finally got her moment and won bronze with her team. This goes to show, sometimes...
So, how do you drive C63 AMG compressor? Why do you like this car? Well, it's got a couple of cool features actually. Look at the double hinge doors. It's got soft closing doors, fully loaded. I love the colour. It's a Desimio car. I've had the 19-inch AMG upgraded wheels on it. Find a good example, very hard. I just love the combination. It's 525 Renault tuned by Renault, and it's your get so I love the pinnacle glass. So I see open Chevrolet compressor. Why do you like this car?
Ice.
problem and it doesn't really go anywhere. You know the conversation. Right?
You know, it felt almost like it's sped up.
Yeah.
I'm braking. And when it, maybe because I'm losing engine braking for a moment. Yeah, it's not a consistent braking feel.
Right.
I hate that. By the way, I want to be in control.
Yeah. After swapping wheels and tires on the manual car, we took it out on track. Because this track is so tight, we found ourselves hunting for gears quite a lot. Both Randy and I had a feeling the manual car would give us the control we were looking for on track. After just a couple laps, it became pretty apparent how much a difference the transmission made. Improves the way it feels and also its pace on track. And I think we have pretty solid answers to both of those.
Well, I didn't know the CLK Black Series very well, even though I'm pretty sure that I've hot lapped one for Motor Trend a long time ago in the dark ages. And it turns out this thing is a race car on the street. The three-way adjustable shocks, adjustable spring purchase, the dip cooler. I get so excited. It's got a dip cooler with a pump, and all the cooler, everything's cool. Right. And the engine, that 6.2, normally aspirated 6.2, has a lot of low end, and it's got good mid-range, and has a great top end. It's like it just gives and never quits. Everything's so fabulous, but the transmission. And it has, you know, this is your father's transmission. This is your grandpa's transmission.
Yeah, you're getting the GMC pickup when you get it.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine for duking around on the street, but for sporty driving, it's just not capable.
That's right. I mean, I think the biggest thing when I went out, you know, I'd request a downshift kind of going into a brake zone like you traditionally would, right? You're shutting the thing down, getting down in gear, and getting ready to go for the corner. And a lot of the times it just wouldn't do it. It would tell you it's thinking about it, trying to have the conversation with itself, and then just not do it. But then you're looking out of the corner, and you're by downshift at the apex, kind of upsets the whole entire thing, right?
Because sometimes I did get a downshift eventually, and now that big 6 is asleep, and it's like a downshift without matching revs. It goes, bam, like that. Crash the car.
Start there. Yeah. That tells me everything's going to be alright. So if you count me down, if you do a 5. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Could I get a picture? Yeah, it's not like you run into animal celebrities every day. Stop.
Stop the ball! Stop!
Get more than just savings, get more with Geico.
Hey, this is Tabitha, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips is dipping them in all my favorite sauces. Top 3, at barbecue, we have Chick-fil-A sauce, and we have the sweetest.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, 4 rights, 40. Can you think quicker, James? Come on, 40 meters, 4 rights.
Suddenly, you knew what it felt like to be a rabbit caught in the headlights.
Yeah, next left, James, come on. First 2 left. James, I've got to walk the road, you don't call the notes. 1 right. 1 right. Repeat. 3 right, and then 40 meters. Right, 6 left, then 40 meters. 5 right. This is a 5 or 2 engines, come on. Right, square right. Sorry, square left. Whoa! James, either get it right or up.
The red mist had descended on Chris. A fog of doubt had enveloped me, but it seemed he wasn't going to back off.
Let's start 1 right. What bloody hell? 4 right.
On the plus side, the Bentley's 4-wheel drive was superb. The power phenomenal. And Chris was majestic.
That's where you need the handbrake. Yeah.
I was giving Chris proper back.
5 right, tightening to severe 6 right. That's a bit better, James. Through water. 40, 4 left. Got it. Time to finish, James. 2 left, tightening. Manning road. Back over at Preston.
Unlimited 1.5% cash back is just the beginning.
Generally, when I think of Bentley, I think Continental, and it's one of the oldest nameplates you can find on the road today, going back all the way to 1952. What we haven't had on the channel yet is a Continental GT, and this is the car that a lot of people are tempted to look at as a really, really good used bargain. It doesn't come without its potential risks though. So we found a second gen, 10-year-old Continental GT in really, really good spec and condition. We're going to look at whether it's potentially worth buying one today, talk to our mechanic, take it for a drive, and have a look at what is the most common Bentley nameplate for sale today. It's the Continental GT V8. well, very much from the side profile and the rear. I think most people who weren't super into cars wouldn't know how old it is. Maybe the circular lights haven't aged as well as they could have, but I particularly like with this facelift and the extra chrome grille. It just really, really bounces off well against the white. Now, the wheels, of course, have got all-wheel drive, 275s on the rear. This car really is a super Grand Tourer. Called Continental originally due to the fact that people would drive this cross-continental Europe. In this case, it's down under, so you've got plenty of space to do Grand Touring in this car. Slightly different body looks to the original Continental GT, and of course, as of 2019, we've got 2 more generations after this. Some would say that this looks better than even the new ones. I'm kind of mixed though. Really, really good looking car overall. Now, it's not the W12, but with the introduction of the V8 GT. The Air824 is a really well-rounded engine, 500 horsepower, 660 Newton meters. Most important about the 660 Newton meters is it comes from almost idle, just 1700 RPM. This car has huge legs, 309 kilometers per hour, as you'd kind of expect, I guess, from the Super GT. Performance against the W12 6-litre twin turbo is actually very similar. So both being a base car, 0 to 100 times in about 4.6 seconds, quarter mile, maybe mid-12s if you could get on a good surface. It's pretty much on par with the W12. Fuel consumption, of course, is far, far lower than the W12. I've seen the Bentley claim somewhere around the 9 litres per 100. We'll see if we can manage that. I don't think you could that well, but why would you really want to be spending as much on a Bentley? The ZF 8-speed is quite a step on from the previous generation Continental GT's 6-speed ZF. More efficiency, far smoother, and also this engine really is still seen today in cars like the Panamera, even the Lamborghini Urus and the upcoming Lamborghini Temerario will use a base version of this engine, and then of course with extended performance and different turbos and things. So a really, really well-rounded V8 engine. And as soon as out with this key, you can tell that it has VW underpinnings, but it does feel a lot heavier and nice with the lovely badge. It's interesting to compare key of this to a couple of Rolls Royces we had not long ago from the older vintages. This feels far more premium and for a lot less cost. Now when it comes to the interior,
Nissan Rogue has been named a Consumer Guide Best Buy for 11 years in a row. Drive the award-winning Nissan Rogue today.
Interior, everything is particularly heavy in its touch and feel. The doors are incredibly heavy, and all your switchgear just feels that VW+++. Particularly what I like is the action on the ZF 8-speed paddles. Really, really nice feel and touch from the aluminum. Some might say that the central screen is the only thing in here that's kind of aged, but it's really enclosed by some of the nicest leather and some of the nicest knurled points that you could ever touch in a car. Now this car, of course, being a 2+2, you've got rear seats, and I'll see how I go for headroom. I think I might struggle, but you could definitely fit at least maybe another suitcase or some smaller people or children in the back. Oh. Okay, so my head's hitting the roof, but I'm 180 centimeters. I've got a kind of a long body, but this contoured rear seat is actually quite comfortable. Maybe if you're a smaller person, you'd be pretty happy back here, but not for a particularly long journey. Now, the boot is relatively spacious. You've got to understand also that this is an all-wheel drive car, so we don't have as much space as some others. But quiet cabinets go really far back. You could easily fit, I think, 2 full-size suitcases just, which would be enough for, of course, Grand Touring with a significant other, which I think this car is all about. Now, one of the main reasons why I think, of course, you would look at a used Bentley Continental GT is, of course, the depreciation. Now, this car came out at $439,000 before options, before things like reversing camera and extra leather and carpet, etc. If you were to put that into an inflation calculator today, you'll get more like $560,000. Today, this one's asking about 180 grand before on-road taxes, and given the cost of ownership, you definitely want to put some money aside if you're looking at a Continental GT for your servicing and maintenance, all that sort of stuff. There's definitely some horror stories with examples that do not treat well well, and there's definitely a lot of them I see in sort of Europe and the UK. This one's got particularly low miles, but to get a bit of a better idea about servicing, maybe we're going to talk to our friend Ray at Ray's Eurotech to see what some of those costs are. So we're here at Ray's Eurotech. Now Ray looks after our personal cars, and we're going to ask you about the second-gen Continental GT. What sort of stuff should we look out for if we're looking at used? In this case, our car was almost 10 years old. What should we look out for if you're looking to buy a used car?
G'day Nick and g'day everyone. So second generation of Bentley is a lot better than the first generation. They're fairly new for any like specific issues, but at this stage, so far 10 years, they've been spot on. So there's not many issues. In terms of like the first generation one, yeah, they had a lot of vacuum, coolant leak, turbo oil leaks, this and that. Anything you touch on that car was a big job. So if you do fix one vacuum hose, you may have to remove the whole motor. Okay. So yeah, so it was a bit of fun. Yeah.
Suspension can go on the first.
Suspension, yeah, suspension as well. So suspension is pretty common on any other car. So like the fairly heavy cars. So the suspension, like air suspension, can go wrong on any other car. But yeah, they do have a common issues. Suspension and the water ingress on a lot of the electrical control units and stuff. So yeah.
So what about the so this V8 twin turbo? It's in a number of other Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini.
Yeah, same setup as RS7 Quattro or RS6, same platform. So using the same driveline, ZF gearbox, and the Quattro's sports diff and stuff. So the common issues we've found so far on a VAS group, it's just the coolant leak from the water pump, and nothing else really. Like it's just pretty much bulletproof. Basically, it's just a coolant leak. I would suggest like you just make sure that there's no coolant leak.
Make sure it's been serviced properly.
Yeah, obviously every car, any car you buy, make sure you have a good service history and the correct kilometers as well.
And the ZF gearbox is pretty solid.
Oh, the gearbox is pretty solid, and it has been tested. We personally we put like at least 1300 Newton meter torque on it. Wouldn't budge, yeah. So it's pretty strong gearbox, yeah. The same, the Quattro diff has been tested on an RS7 with the stage 2, so APR. So you know,
make it a little more
full on, yeah, make a lot of fun, yeah. So,
awesome. Right, thanks for the insight, Ray.
No, thanks, mate.
So in driving the Bentley Continental GTs today, the first thing that comes to my mind is how nice it is to have an analog clock in front of me and analog dials. It just perfectly places itself with where a Bentley should be, and we don't need all these screens that we have in modern cars. Maybe one small screen for GPS and music, but that's about it. I really would prefer to have more dials in modern cars. Now, one thing that's kind of stuck out to me is the visibility is kind of not as good as I expected it to be. It's certainly not as good as a modern Rolls Royce. You've got a really great front and rear screen, and yeah, you're kind of having to double check when you're changing lanes, because this is obviously quite a large car. When it comes to comfort, everything is in the right place. All your leather touch points are fantastic. All your buttons, even though there's sort of an inkling that it could be said that it comes from a Volkswagen, still feel really premium. Particularly this wheel here is on the steering wheel, the paddles, as I said before, and all the leather equipment. So the seats are fantastic. They're kind of sporty, but they also have enough of a contour in them to be comfortable. Now when it comes to performance, we've got a lovely verbal coming from the V8 twin-turbo 4-litre engine. Very, very smooth. The ZF 8-speed is a really, really perfect marriage with that engine.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps baby 3 times drier, so your baby stays comfortably dry all night long. Pampers Swaddlers, dry all night.
Pencils.
And Puffs. Only Puffs has more pillowy softness every nose. Hey, he's in my class. Ooh, grab those Puffs, Dad. Soften the blows of back to school with Puffs.
Drops down relatively quickly. You don't need to be in a particularly sporty mode to get a much rather this bright work and potentially timber in some other models. Now, when we change this car into sport mode, it really transforms, and I feel like given we're really well. Definitely confidence inspiring. The steering wheel and steering gets a little bit sharper, but it doesn't make it feel particularly better because you've got a bit of a huge front end in place. These cars also do brand touring, you're going high speeds and maintaining control all the time. I was thinking about what cars you would potentially cross-shop against a very expensive, heavily depreciated V8 Grand Tourer, and you'd probably be looking at the other big three German brands, like maybe, I don't know, an M8, M6. I certainly think that a Rolls-Royce Wraith is just not in the same sort of category given how sporty this is to drive. So in a way, it's in its own sort of place, and I think that makes it even more appealing. Looking at the interior, the exterior, it's always funny to me that the cost of this car is less today than a brand new M3. This one has just 15,000 kilometers on it. For insurance, I'm sure you'll be paying a fair bit more money than a new M3 though. So, a second gen V8, now 10 years old. Are you crazy enough to look at purchasing one of these? I think that if you get a good example, you're certainly going to get a lot of car for your money. You're also definitely going to need to put away some money for servicing, insurance, and potential maintenance. What I do think is interesting about this car is I feel like it has aged a fair bit better than the first generation Continental GT. This car was made for about 4 years, and generally this model is the most popular one for sale. So you've got a bit more choice on offer when you're looking on the used market. What I certainly wouldn't do is purchase one without giving it a proper, thorough investigation, because as you'll see on the internet, all sorts of things can potentially go wrong, but if you've got a good example, you have many miles of brand touring and performance ahead of you. So this is driver 88, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, come on. You want to be able to review it, you want to be able to identify it. Okay. What's that? Butter. No, try again. Butter? This is a Bentley. Kind of British. Use the Queen's English. Butter. Much better. Alright, let's go from the top. Okay. French fries are called chips. Cookies, biscuits, popsicles, ice lollies, garbage, rubbish, garbage cans, bins, erasers, rubbers. How often should you go to the dentist? What's a dentist? Good. Finally, what Hogwarts house would you say it'd be in? If questioned at the border. Gryffindor. Even if you know deep down you'd actually be a Hufflepuff. Good. I think you're ready. Hi James, this is the 2020 Bentley Continental GT First Edition with a V8. And this is a 2007 OG Continental GT. You don't often hear Bentley and affordable in the same sentence. The used market, a full 552 horsepower W12 Continental GT from 2007 can be had for under 50 grand Canadian, like this one from CB&C Leasing. That's just under 40 grand US for a Bentley, and it doesn't even look that old. And it's the cheapest one we can find for sale in Canada. But for this old versus new episode, we've actually partnered with eBay Motors in the US, which now has a handy, easy-to-use mobile app, which we'll talk about more at the end of the video. And searching on there, we found even more Bentleys for rather enticing bid prices. But if your wallet is deeper, why buy old when you can have the brand new transformed Bentley Continental GT
with all the glitz and glamour you can ever want. This particular one is equipped with the new V8 twin-turbo option that puts out 542 horsepower and 568 pound-feet of torque. Today we're going to explore the performance, the luxury, the tech, and just how much that's changed in the last 13 years. Because if you want this one today, provided graciously by Bentley Toronto, part of the Grand Touring Automobiles Group, you'll have to cough up $367,000 Canadian. And how could it possibly be worth that much? You'll see.
If you're new to Bottom House, we do car reviews, track tests, and quite a lot of messing around. So subscribe and hit the bell. You might be able to get a V8 now, but there is no escaping how incredibly smooth this car with this engine can be. And that's because this car is powered by a 6-litre twin-turbocharged W12, which
Mazda gives you more comfort, more room, more peace of mind. When you leave nothing out, there's review. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by new tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
Don't mix pink salt with lemon and 2 other ingredients if you don't want to donate your entire wardrobe in less than a week. Don't believe me?
which is actually just 2 VR6 engines stitched together. Same engine you can find in a Volkswagen face-off. Because when it comes to the Bentleys, there's a sense of belonging with this engine. It fits the identity, the personality. It doesn't matter how aggressively I try to drive it, it makes it smooth for me. Nothing can escape the W12 sound.
James might be telling you about his twin-turbo W12. You can still get a twin-turbo W12, but you don't really need one, because now you can get this twin-turbo V8, which has 10 less horsepower than James's car, but it has more torque. And that's what these cars are about. Low, smooth, baritone torque. And not only that, his car has a regular slush-matic transmission. Rides really good, by the way, instead of train tracks. This has a dual-clutch transmission, which means the shifts are lightning fast if you wanted to shift the paddles, but you don't need to. You wouldn't. You'd leave it in automatic. And down at low speeds, it's calibrated perfectly. There's no jerks. There's no unwanted motions. In fact, the whole car is calibrated perfectly. Everything works in beautiful, synchronous smoothness. I actually have a mode called Bentley mode. At first I thought that it just put the nearest golf course in satellite navigation, but what it actually does is it just gives you exactly what you want when you want it. It blends sport and comfort perfectly.
Braking is easy to modulate. Acceleration is smooth. Throttle response is predictable. The gearbox is old, and I'm sure Thomas is shifting the paddles of the new one, trying to be all sports car-like. And I could shift the paddles of this, but I'm not going to, because first of all, that's not how you drive it, and also shifting with this car is terrible. In a couple of years, you can get a lot done. Ready? Pull him up. Downshift. Do your taxis. Downshift. But plenty of torque. And still a sub 5 second 0 to 60 time. This thing's a little bit heavy. It's a little bit heavy. 5,200 pounds heavy. In fact, it might just be the heaviest coupe this side of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. And there are some very 2007 things about the way it drives. For one thing, the steering is very light and not super accurate. And when you take turns very aggressively, aggressively, you don't feel that level of confidence that I've come to feel with fast GT cars, modern fast GT cars. The ride is very good when mildly challenged. When aggressively challenged,
The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. You get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included, for a price that stays exactly the same.
This video is brought to you by Meteor Warning, your #1 online source for factory-backed extended warranties in the country.
you Chevy C8 Corvette appreciate it as soon as I can NFL, and you now get the C8 for $55,000, or in some cases even less. The question is, should you? No, genuinely, you can get a mid-engine Corvette for the price of a new fully loaded Volkswagen Golf R. Seriously, one just sold on Cars and Bids for $55,000. One owner, no accidents, and just 19,000 miles. This one sold on Bring a Trailer for $9,000, and one recently sold for $49,500 in Cars and Bids. These cars are regularly now under $60,000. This is crazy. Now I say the Corvette prices are dropping like rocks. It's all relative though, right? Compared to a new EV in depreciation, these Corvette values are practically immovable, like a politically problematic uncle. So a new Corvette starts in 2025 at around $70,000, which is up from $60,000 when this car was new back in 2020. But realistically, those base cars don't exist. Most of the cars I see online advertised brand new with MSRPs of $90,000, $95,000, even upwards of $100,000. So finding one with low mileage for $55,000 or $60,000 seems like a good deal. What's pretty crazy to think is that when these cars were new, most of them had dealer markups of $10,000, $15,000, even $20,000. It's crazy. Now, Corvette generations are labeled with a C in front of the number. So C1, C2, C3, C4, C5. This is the 8th generation, called the C8, and the first model year was 2020. This car was a really big deal when it debuted, a huge deal. That's why the markups were so crazy. It's the first ever factory-produced mid-engine Corvette. The specs on this 5-year-old Corvette are pretty mind-blowing. So under the hood, we're going to find the mid-mounted 6.2-liter LT2 V8. Now this engine makes 490 horsepower from 495 horsepower in the performance exhaust and 470 pound-feet of torque. Doesn't seem that crazy, but the crazy number that Chevrolet advertised was a 0 to 60 time in 2.9 seconds. 2.9 for a standard Corvette, not a Z06 or a Z01, just your normal Stingray. That's crazy. And Car and Driver did it even quicker at 2.8 seconds. And the quarter mile time in this car, somewhere around 11 seconds. That is nuts. So when the standard C8 launched back in 2020, the Corvette engineers ran this car around Nürburgring in 7 minutes and 29 seconds. Now that is a quicker time than an Audi R8 V10. It's a quicker time than a Huracan. It's a quicker time than an Aventador. It's a quicker time than an LFA. I mean, this is such an insanely high performance car. Now obviously, I'm not a race car driver, and this is clearly not the Nürburgring, these are the mountains of Colorado, but drop it down a couple of cogs on that Tremec 8-speed transmission. I mean, that LT2, it's a beast. It's that there are 2 versions, really 3 versions of Corvette quicker than this, the E-Rated Z06 and the ZR1. This is just your standard Corvette with the performance package, and the acceleration, even at a mile below sea level, is nuts. This engine, it's magnificent. And what's cool about it is a lot of V8s in the past have been criticized for having a ton of low-end torque and then nothing going on up top. But this engine makes its peak power at over 6,000 RPM. So it pulls like crazy, and then combine that with the Tremec dual clutch 8-speed, which just fires off the shifts. I mean, I
don't know why you would ever need more performance in this game. Now look, in my mind, even the standard Stingray in the C8 generation is a supercar. I know fighting words that many Europeans are probably going to disagree with. How can a Kentucky-made car be a supercar? But look, folks, the specs alone on the Corvette put it in supercar category, let alone the design and use. When shopping for a Corvette of this generation, the first question you have to ask yourself is, do I go for the coupe or do I go for the convertible? Let me tell you why. So every Corvette manufactured since 1984, it's a little correct me if Thomas below, but I think C4 and upwards have been standard target tops, which means that at the flick of a couple of switches, you can remove the center roof panel, and then Chevrolet has a little spot in the back here where you can store this out of the way. So these little feet go into these little holes, and there's actually a little push down and lock the top in place, and now you've converted your Corvette into more or less convertible. So the convertible obviously is one button, then the top lifts out, and you get this as well, but there's a little bit of a weight penalty, and there's a lot of complexity with the convertible. So for my money, just get the coupe and save on that money. There are several Corvette trims within the basic Stingray. So you've got the 1LT, the 2LT, and the 3LT. Now, there are more differences in what I'm going to describe, but basically it's how much leather and luxury do you want in the Corvette. So this 3LT has like the stitched leather dash, it's got the seats, it's got the ventilated seats, so this is going to be the fanciest one. But really on the used market, because you can't configure a Corvette, I'd be happy with any of them, 1LT, 3LT. Just depending on price point and condition matters more than the interior of the C8 Corvette is a space that I think surprises a lot of people, because many folks have preconceptions of what Corvette interiors are like, usually worse than the inside of a Burger King. But this new interior is actually very nice. There's a lot of design and a lot of high quality materials. Now, that will change a little bit depending on the trims. This 3LT could have nice interior than a 1LT. But for example, I love how everything is leather wrapped. Stitching. I love this row of buttons down the middle, which feels like a fighter jet, and I love how driver-centric everything is. It's a nice cabin. Now, it is pretty tight. I think if you are over 220, 230 pounds, and especially if you're over like 6'2", you will run into some headroom and size constraints, which is a negative, especially compared to something like an 11, which is designed for really tall people. And then there are a few things which aren't very well done, like the stitching does look like it was stitched by Stevie Wonder, which is not so good, and then some of the technology in this car is getting a little bit dated. Apart from that, it's a heated seats, ventilated seats, automatic climate control, dual zone in this car, so there's a lot of nice things.
It's time for the coach debate. Who's the greatest cash man of all time? Cash back like a bro with Chase free money. How do you?
charging.
Doc, go ahead. There's the light. Get on. Let's see if you're really brave. 160 is easy to see on the rocket. Will the cat really come out? The cat really comes out. 160. I saw it. You can.
After inspecting the brain, they immediately get kicked out of the drag strip because you can't do that in a car like this without a lot more protective gear. Maybe most importantly, though, most impressively, this car will do a top speed of 233 miles per hour. These days, top speed has become so hard to reach with the Bugattis. Most automakers don't even bother going for it, but here 233 is a really impressive top speed figure, especially for a car like this. Absolutely amazing performance, which you'd expect given 1,064 horsepower.
They say less is more. Mazda CX-70 nice to differ. Discover more at the Mazda Summer Sales Event. Current inventory remains unaffected by the tariffs.
Take advantage of one of these exceptional offers during the More to Move You sales event.
More horsepower. Now, as you can imagine, getting this car to those numbers, both horsepower and the performance numbers, took an enormous amount of really serious, dedicated work to all aspects of the car. I'm going to cover all the changes and upgrades to the ZR1, but let's start with the engine. Twin turbocharged V8, Chevy calls it the LT7 V8. Now, the Z06, the new Corvette Z06, uses an LT6 V8, but don't let the similarities in name fool you. Chevy tells me these engines are vastly different. They were co-developed together, and they use the same engine block, but aside from that, all of the internals and basically everything else one is complete in order to try to get out more power. In fact, Chevy told me all of one of the interesting things they said was that the design brief for this engine in this car was just to make as much power as they possibly could do, reliably and within street legality. That's what they told the engineers, and that's what the engineers did. Just pack it with power. It's a huge upgrade, more than 300 horsepower more than the previous ZR1, but that's what they wanted, just more and more power. In fact, Chevy told me they even had to upgrade the dynos, the horsepower measuring devices at the Chevy factory facilities in order to measure the horsepower of this car, because they didn't have anything that could withstand over 1,000 horses like this engine makes. Now, obviously, a lot of other upgrades beyond the powertrain go into this car as well. Chevy told me the transmission has been significantly beefed up compared to other C8 Corvette models. Specifically, this car has stronger gears than other C8 Corvette models, and the input shafts have been beefed up to help deal with the massive amount of extra power. And of course, there's more. This particular ZR1 has the optional ZTK package, which is the high downforce package that makes it as track focused as it can possibly be. This is roughly similar to the Z07 package in the new Corvette Z06, but just more. One good example of that is the rear wing, which is absolutely huge. This carbon fiber rear wing is massive, gigantic, and surely one of the largest rear wings ever I have ever seen in any production car, and frankly larger than what you see in a lot of race cars. It is absolutely huge, and yes, bigger than what you get in the Z06 with the Z07 package. The ZR1 with ZTK also comes with this front splitter, as you can see, carbon fiber splitter that's intended to direct airflow around the car for maximizing aerodynamics. Now, you get that front splitter on the Z06 with the Z07 package, but one thing you can't get on the Z06 is this mesh air compartment in the front. This is an interesting one. Obviously, it brings air into the car, surrounded by this kind of carbon fiber shield, and air comes in here, passes through an intercooler, and then goes into the engine again to help make more power. You don't have this in the Z06, and the most interesting part about this whole situation up here is that it completely removes the trunk, the front storage area that you have in other Corvette models. Now, strangely enough, there's still a button on the key fob that you can press to open up this front compartment and gain access to the storage area that's no longer there. But if you want to check on your airflow intercooler situation, it's pretty easy to do. Just press the button twice and you're in, and you can do that, but don't put anything up there because this car needs it for airflow. And here's another cool ZR1 upgrade over the Z06. Both cars have this Y-shaped panel on the side, which is completely different than the look of the side panel on a regular C8 Corvette. But only the ZR1 has a little air intake at the back of the panel, as you can see, which is there to help cool the brakes. Z06 doesn't get that. It's subtle, but it's yet another ZR1 improvement. And speaking of ZR1 improvements, maybe the most interesting is also one of the most understated. This panel here, this carbon fiber piece, is an air intake, and Chevy told me that this piece is here only on the coupe models, and it brings in clean, non-turbulent air into the engine to enter the induction system and obviously feed more air into the engine. It's only on the coupe because the convertible, of course, has a mechanism here as part of the process of making the top go down, so it loses this extra air induction. So I asked Chevy, what does this mean for horsepower figures? Because only the coupe has this kind of added benefit. Chevy told me that official manufacturer horsepower ratings are measured in a very controlled, specific process by the Society of Automotive Engineers, and they can't take advantage of this extra airflow during that process. But Chevy was very specific to tell me, at speed, with all the air flowing in there, the coupe probably does make extra horsepower compared to the convertible because of these little air intakes on the side that the convertible doesn't have. That is an interesting fact. And since we're talking about back here, another very cool ZR1 trait is the look of the engine cover lid, which is obviously also the cargo compartment lid, this giant rear panel back here. But specifically, the part over the engine is cool. It has this neat split window design, which is obviously a retro look intended to harken back to the days of the old 60s split window Corvette. But it's also surrounded by carbon fiber. There's little holes for ventilation in here, which obviously helps with heat dissipation. So not only is it a cool look, but it's actually functional and distinctive to the ZR1 only. And as you might imagine, there's still more. Let's talk brakes. The ZR1 has larger standard brakes than the Z06, and Chevy tells me the design has been revised in order to better dissipate heat, which is obviously important on the racetrack. Maybe more interesting and notable when you look at the wheel area is the wheels themselves, which are obviously made out of carbon fiber. Chevy told me they save 43 pounds with carbon fiber wheels compared to the regular wheels. And that's a pretty big number, especially where it's located on the car. It's a big deal. These wheels are surely very expensive. You don't want to scratch one or damage one, but they will help you out with weight savings on the track for a faster time. And speaking of wheels, one interesting thing about this car is it's rear-wheel drive. That's especially interesting because Chevy now makes an all-wheel drive Corvette, the E-Ray, and that all-wheel drive helps it get a great launch and excellent acceleration, which you'd think would be especially important to this car because it has 1,064 horsepower. I asked the Chevy engineers behind this car, why didn't you go with all-wheel drive? And they said that just wasn't their performance brief. They wanted to make it as focused performance car as possible, and the added weight from all-wheel drive would have taken away from that more than they wanted. So even though that made it tremendously hard to deliver power to the ground with just the rear wheels going, adding all-wheel drive and switching the drivetrain just didn't fit in with what they wanted the ZR1 to be.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
Is it your car?
Yeah. Like you want to check your sunroof is closed first before going to the car wash. So check Allstate first and save when you click or call. Your severe asthma says you can't. Tespire says you can. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people falling over that helps you prevent.
The drivetrain just didn't fit in with what they wanted the ZR1 to be. Now, amazingly, that top speed was not a goal of the ZR1. They wanted a track-focused supercar that did amazing lap times, but they weren't focused on top speed when creating the car, which is especially amazing to hear considering it did 233 miles an hour. It makes this one of the fastest cars on the road today, period. But top speed wasn't a goal. Faster than the C63, which did 212 miles an hour. I thought it would have been fun because the new car was slower than the old car, so it had to beat that, but it beat it by a significant margin, 20 miles per hour. It's also worth pointing out the top speed runs in this car are done without the ZTK package because the added downforce stuff also adds drag. It helps keep it on the road, but for top speed runs, you want to be as slippery as possible, as aerodynamic as possible, and so you don't want a giant rear wing hanging off the car. And so this car didn't have that when it said it's 233 miles an hour. Still a stock ZR1 configuration that you could buy, just not the cool one with the big weight. Now, beyond all of the performance upgrades to this car, let's talk through some of the cosmetic changes, which are also rather interesting. For one, badging. On the outside of this car, you have only one ZR1 badge. Well, two right here on either side, but there's nothing in the back or in the front to say ZR1. Then again, if you know, you'll know, because of the split window rear end or the giant rear wing if you get it, or some of the other details like the intake that the Z06 doesn't have, or the front compartment opening that the Z06 doesn't have. If you know your Corvettes, you'll know instantly. Otherwise, the badge on the side will tell you. And then there's the engine, which is beautiful. You can look through that split window rear end and see the engine with its blue cover that looks very cool and very distinctively ZR1, obviously. The engine also includes a plaque signed by the engine builder with pride telling you exactly who it was who made the powertrain in this car. It's a very special look through the split window to see that engine. And also worth pointing out, if you look closely in here, you can see of a rocket ship, which is a cool little Easter egg most people probably won't notice, but it's in there. If you look closely, in fact, it's on both sides, the little rocket ship graphic, which makes sense because this car is quite a rocket ship. Of course, another distinctive C8 ZR1 feature will be its sound. This massive and massively cool flat flame crank V8. It sounds special. Take a listen. Unfortunately, that engine sound is as close as I'm going to be able to get to actually driving the ZR1 today. This is still a pre-production car. It's not yet ready for journalist drives. In fact, this car is the exact one that Chevy had in all of its press photos and pictures and materials when they first announced the existence of the ZR1 a few months ago. This car, they don't have a lot of them yet. They're not ready to drive. I do expect to get behind closer to this car going on sale, which Chevy says is sometime during 25. They haven't been more specific yet, but we still can go through the quirks and features of the interior. And we'll start with opening the door, where you see on the door sill ZR1, reminding you just how special this car is as you cross the threshold. Now, beyond that, you don't have a lot of ZR1 badging in here. You just have at the bottom of the steering wheel ZR1, and then also a little plaque between the seats that says, quote, ZR1, but that's about it. Not that you need that much, because the interior of this car is just so special anyway. The regular Corvette has a very special interior with this cockpit-like feel aimed towards the driver, very neat overall design and look. It really is a special place to be in this interior, and the ZR1 kind of enhances things a little bit. For one, you get these very impressive sport seats that are heavily bolstered to keep you in place in hard cornering, and of course, in the backrest they have holes for a racing harness if you choose to mount one. This car also has a wide array of top shelf materials between leather, as you can see see all over the dashboard with contrast stitching matching the exterior color, but there's also a lot of carbon fiber. Specifically in the center console area, you can see carbon fiber trim everywhere, which underscores the sportiness of this car, and a lot of Alcantara on the steering wheel, the seats, and various other panels as well. Even the underside of the roof inside the car has this Alcantara and contrast yellow stitch headliner, which frankly just looks really cool and feels really cool to touch. And by the way, it's worth pointing out that yes, the new ZR1 isn't a fixed coupe. It has a T-top removable roof, just like the regular C8 Corvette. And of course, like I already mentioned, a convertible model will also be joining the lineup with a power-operated convertible, or you just remove the T-top. Both of them are effectively convertibles, although the coupe, this one, is more of a Targa than a traditional convertible.
Corporate times are rock stars. That's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate times. Isn't it great how Workday's agent system of record gives us visibility into all our AI agents, even third-party ones? Third party!
Hey, this is Keanu, and the little thing I love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips are all the different sauces. You gotta dip it in that zesty buffalo. It's tangy, sweet, it's got a good kick.
The chicken is Targa than a traditional convertible. Next up, another cool feature in the ZR1 is this button on the steering wheel, the Z button, or simply Z. If you press that, it pulls up Z mode, which is this highly configurable performance driving mode. Very cool to have just at the push of a button on your steering wheel. Instead of having to scroll through a bunch of different drive modes to find yours, just press Z and you're in it. And the Z lights up on the steering wheel, which is very cool to see in that button. Lit up icon reminding you that you're in your special drive mode. Now, speaking of the steering wheel, you will also notice that it isn't actually a wheel. It's not circular. Instead, it's almost like a hexagon. Flat on top, flat on bottom. The sides are sort of curvy. It's a very distinctive look, but it's not unique to the ZR1. A regular C8 Corvette also has this sort of flat hexagon, almost squarish steering wheel, which is a cool aspect of the interior of this car. In fact, like I mentioned, the ZR1 shares a lot of the already cool aspects of the regular C8 interior. Like, for example, this giant row of buttons and switches in the center. These are all of your climate controls, your heated seats, your cooled seats, low temperature, all of that. This kind of trick button stack in the center. It's certainly very unusual that they did that, but they did. You also have a rather unusual gear selector in this car. You can see here in the center, park, reverse, neutral drive, where you'd expect, but some of them are switches, some of them are buttons, manuals at the bottom. There's certainly no traditional gear selector in here. And the ZR1 also carries over this rather odd hand rest. You can see mounted in Alcantara with the Corvette logo on it, some contrast stitching, and the word mode up at the top. That's because the dial mounted under this handrest controls the drive mode, and you can twist this dial to go between all the different drive modes of the car, except of course Z mode, like I mentioned, which is a button on a wheel. Also, another cool feature in this car is the rear view mirror, which is not in fact a mirror at all. Well, it can be. You can see it's a mirror right now, but look out of it and you don't really see much thanks to the design in the back of the car, the split window. It doesn't really function as a mirror. So you flip this switch at the bottom and suddenly it becomes a camera. And there's a little camera lens on the outside of the car. It's mounted right here, and that camera shows you what's behind you so you can see without any obstruction, which you would have in the mirror. That's a pretty cool feature. Also cool in this car, you have a button here in the center console right here. You press that, and it's the axle lifter to lift up the front end of the car so it won't scrape or get damaged on steep curves or inclines. Right next to this button, you also have a camera icon with the word front. You press that, and it instantly pulls up your front camera in your center screen. That's cool because this car has a lot of very expensive carbon fiber pieces all around the front that you don't want to scrape on anything. And so having easy access to a push button front camera and it's just there, that is very, very useful in order to pull into a parking spot or a tight space to instantly know how close you are. Now, speaking of that center screen, it's basically shared with other Corvette models, and frankly, it's pretty good. You get a decent sized screen here tilted towards the driver, and it all works like you'd expect. It's very intuitive. You tap on it, it does what you'd expect. It includes Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, which some newer General Motors vehicles do not, but this one still does, and it works well. It gives you a high-quality infotainment system, even though you're sitting inside an expensive, high-powered 230-mile-an-hour supercar, and that's pretty cool to have. Now, also, in terms of screens in this car, you have a gauge cluster screen. As you can see, a screen mounted behind the steering wheel shows you all the vehicle information, obviously the usual stuff you'd see from gauges, and it's reasonably configurable to be able to show you other information that you might want to dial up. Nice to see those two screens working together to kind of provide the driver with cockpit-like information directly in the line of sight. They're good to see and they're easy to use. In fact, when you consider those screens and also the high-quality materials in here and some of the other nice touches, camera mirror, the line of buttons, you start to think this interior is actually pretty civilized, almost luxurious, if you will. It feels tame, high-quality, nice inside this car, and I really wonder if it will actually feel like that when I'm able to get behind the wheel and get it out on the road later this year. Is this car going to feel luxurious like the interior suggests, or will it feel like a monster like the powertrain suggests? Frankly, I can't wait to drive this car and find out. And so that's the new 2025 Chevy Corvette ZR1, the C8 ZR1. Wow, this is a serious performance car with some amazing upgrades over the regular Corvette and even the mighty Z06, and I can't wait to get behind the wheel and drive it later this year. For now, that's your most thorough tour yet of the quirks and features of the new Corvette ZR1.
Imagine this, a dark night on a deserted rural road. Suddenly, two of the most lethal hunters in the cinematic universe come face to face. On one side, the technologically advanced Predator with its alien arsenal and code of honor. On the other, the ancient and mysterious Creeper with its insatiable hunger for human body parts and seemingly unquestionable immortality. Who would survive this confrontation? The next few minutes will reveal details you never imagined about these creatures, and the answer might surprise even the most dedicated fans. The question isn't just who would win, but what would happen when two perfect predators, each at the top of their own food chain, clash in a battle where only one can survive. Would it be alien technology versus supernatural power? Intergalactic hunter versus demonic entity? What's your take? Let us know in the comments who you think would emerge victorious even before you finish this video. The true nature of the hunters? Before we dive into this epic confrontation, we need to truly understand who these beings are. The Predator, or Yautja, as their species is known, isn't just a technologically advanced alien hunter. It's the result of millions of years of evolution on a planet with higher gravity and a denser atmosphere than Earth, developing a physiology that combines reptilian, arthropod, and mammalian elements. Meanwhile, the Creeper represents something even more enigmatic. The most accepted theories suggest it's a fallen angel, one of Lucifer's followers who, during the Celestial War, didn't fall into hell like its companions, but onto Earth. This divine error would explain its hatred for humanity and its pleasure in desecrating sacred symbols, like using an old church as its lair. What few people know is that both share something fascinating: specific activity cycles. The Predator hunts during seasons defined by its culture, while the Creeper awakens for exactly 23 days every 23 years. Coincidence? Or is there some cosmic connection between these cycles that we don't yet understand? Comparative anatomy, beyond appearance. Physically, these creatures are evolutionary masterpieces from entirely different worlds. The Predator has a bone structure 3 times denser than a human's, with reinforced joints that allow for falls from heights 10 times its own stature. Its muscular system is 4 times denser than a human's, allowing for enough strength to rip skulls out with the spinal cord in a single motion. To put it in perspective, a single predator could easily defeat a gorilla, which already has approximately 9 times the strength of a human. The Predator's circulatory system is particularly fascinating. Its fluorescent green blood is copper-based, not iron like ours, and contains pluripotent stem cells in much higher concentrations than humans, allowing for accelerated wound regeneration. Even more impressively, it has between 2 and 5 hearts, depending on the subspecies. The Creeper, on the other hand, presents an anatomy that defies any known biological classification. Its scaly skin has a texture similar to cured leather, but with extraordinary regenerative properties. Its membranous wings have a wingspan of approximately 5 meters, with an internal bone structure containing hollow cavities that reduce its weight, a detail few people notice. The Creeper's claws aren't simple extensions of its fingers like in common predators. They are retractable structures composed of a crystalline material that doesn't exist in any terrestrial species. Fictional analyses reveal that this material can pierce even resistant metals. Internally, the Creeper has a unique digestive system. It doesn't consume its victims for conventional nutrition, but for selective absorption of specific tissues. Its digestive tract contains specialized compartments that process different human organs, allowing it to incorporate the DNA and cellular properties of consumed organs into its own structure. A rarely discussed fact, the Creeper's blood is dark green, with accelerated clotting properties that seal wounds almost instantly. Speculative analyses suggest it contains some type of organic nanostructure that facilitates cellular regeneration, preserving its functions during long periods of hibernation. The duel of sensory capabilities. In a battle between supreme predators, detecting the opponent is as crucial to attack them. And here, both creatures possess extraordinary abilities. The Predator has natural infrared vision, allowing it to detect thermal signatures even without its face helmet. Its dreadlocks aren't mere decorative appendages, they are highly specialized sensory organs that detect subtle changes in atmospheric pressure, air movement, sound vibrations, and electromagnetic fields. Each dreadlock can be individually adjusted, functioning as dozens of directional antennas. A fascinating detail, the length of the dreadlocks has biological significance. The longer they are, the more making older predators naturally better hunters. The Creeper, in turn, possesses a devastating sensory triad. Its third nostril functions as a specialized chemical sensor, detecting compounds released by the human body during states of extreme fear. Its yellowish eyes see in the infrared and possibly ultraviolet spectrum. Even more disturbing, there's evidence that it can literally see fear, visually detecting changes in the human energy aura. What few know is that the Creeper's cloak isn't a simple accessory. Detailed observations show that it reacts to external stimuli, possibly functioning as an additional sensory organ that amplifies its ability to detect fear. When two beings with such sensory capabilities face each other, we are in for a battle where every movement, every breath, every heartbeat can be detected. It would be like two chess masters trying to anticipate each other, in a game where the slightest mistake means death. Arsenal and combat techniques. Here we have a fascinating contrast. Advanced alien technology versus supernatural organic weapons. The Predator uses an impressive technological arsenal. Shoulder-mounted plasma caster, telescoping spears, disc blades, energized containment nets, and of course, retractable wrist blades. Its adaptive camouflage technology makes it virtually invisible. Additionally, it carries a nuclear-powered self-destruct device as a last resort. A rarely discussed aspect is that all these weapons are biomechanically synchronized with the Predator. They aren't tools, they are extensions of its body, responding almost instantly to specific neural impulses, which makes their handling as natural as moving a limb. The Creeper, however, transforms extract fragments of its skeleton and mold them to razor-sharp throwing weapons. Specialized glands in its mouth produce a viscous from the tip of its tongue. It can fire small organic darts viewed with paralyzing neurotoxin. Ability to parts, not only for regeneration, but as offensive extensions of its own body. In documented cases, the Creeper has incorporated organs from victims into its structure and adapted them for combat functions. A little-known feature, both the Creeper's truck and the Predator's ship function as extensions of their users. The truck has a symbiotic connection with the Creeper, with organic filaments connecting the steering wheel to its arms. The Predator's ship responds to specific biometric commands, making it practically inoperable for other species. Intelligence and strategy. Both hunters are formidable strategists, but their approaches differ drastically. The Predator's intelligence is disciplined by a code of honor. It analyzes prey, studies their patterns, identifies the strongest, and seeks combat that offers genuine challenge. Its strategy is methodical, almost scientific. The Yautja have a complex society, with clear hierarchies and specific rites of passage centered on hunting. A fascinating aspect of predator psychology. It doesn't kill indiscriminately. It avoids defenseless, sick, or pregnant prey. This self-imposed moral code isn't just cultural, it's literally hardwired into its DNA after millions of years of social evolution. The creeper, on the other hand, exhibits a more adaptive and opportunistic intelligence. Although it rarely speaks, it understands human language perfectly. Its hunting demonstrates high-level planning. It studies movement patterns, establishes territories, creates complex ambushes, and uses reverse psychology to manipulate victims. A disturbing detail. Evidence suggests that the creeper absorbs not only physical organs from its victims, but fragments of their memories and personalities. This would explain how it demonstrates specific knowledge about its victims and why it seems to play with them in personalized ways, exploiting individual fears. When these two predatory minds clash, we have a duel that is not only physical, but psychological. The calculating, honorable, and methodical predator versus the adaptive, unpredictable, and psychologically manipulative creeper. Question of immortality. Here we come to one of the most controversial aspects of this confrontation. Can either of them truly die? Predators possess extraordinary longevity. With proper nutrition and without dying in hunts, they can naturally live for centuries, with records of millennia-old individuals called elders. Their regeneration system is impressive. Injuries that would take weeks to heal in humans can be completely recovered in days. However, predators can die. Catastrophic brain damage or simultaneous destruction of all hearts results in permanent death. Furthermore, when a predator faces inevitable defeat, it often activates its self-destruct Devacia code of honor that prevents its technology from falling into enemy hands. The creeper presents a different type of immortality. During its 23-day cycle, it demonstrates almost limitless regenerative capacity. It can reconstitute lost limbs, recover from severe internal damage, and even replace parts of its body with newly consumed organs. A crucial detail. Indirect evidence suggests that the creeper has a vital core located somewhere in its axial structure, possibly near the base of its spine. This primordial organ would be the source of its regeneration and the only truly irreplaceable component. This is a fascinating question. What if the predator, with its technological advancement and surgical precision, could identify and target this vital core? Or if its self-destruct device could completely disintegrate the creeper, leaving nothing to regenerate? On the other hand, what if the creeper, during centuries of existence, developed immunity to energy weapons or learned to incorporate alien technology into its own regenerative capabilities? Confrontation analysis. Possible scenarios. When analyzing this epic confrontation, we need to consider different scenarios and decisive factors. Scenario 1. Confrontation in a terrestrial forest. In this environment, the predator would have an initial advantage thanks to its adaptive camouflage and mobility in the trees. Its thermal analyses would quickly identify the creeper, but here's the first problem. The creeper's metabolism during its active cycle would likely produce an unusual thermal signature, potentially confusing the predator's senses. The creeper, in turn, would use its ability to detect fear to locate the predator. But here another question arises. Do predators feel fear like humans? Their biochemical patterns are completely different, potentially making the creeper blind to its alien opponent. Scenario 2. Confrontation in an abandoned urban environment. This scenario would favor the creeper, whose experience in ambushes within human structures is extensive. Its truck would function as a mobile base, while the predator would lose the advantage of the natural environment. However, the predator's advanced technology would allow for rapid structural analysis of the environment, identifying points of tactical advantage. Its vertical jumping ability, up to 7 or 8 meters, would give it significant mobility even in an urban setting. Scenario 3. Prolonged confrontation. This is perhaps the most fascinating scenario. Predators are known to study their prey for a long time before attacking. In the creeper's case, the predator could observe it for days, analyzing patterns, identifying weaknesses, and developing specific strategies. The creeper, however, operates under time pressure. Its 23 days of activity are precious, and each day without adequate nourishment potentially compromises its regenerative strength. This pressure could force it into riskier attacks. Decisive factor. The question of emergent prey. An element rarely considered in this confrontation. The predator's code of honor only allows it to hunt prey that offers a genuine challenge. The Creeper, with its regenerative and adaptive capabilities, would be considered the ultimate trophy of prey, almost impossible to permanently put down. This perception would completely change the Predator's approach. It wouldn't just hunt the Creeper, it would obsessively study every aspect of its physiology, develop specific weapons, and potentially even call other predators to witness or participate in this historic hunt. Using all variables, we arrive at a surprising conclusion. This confrontation would likely not result in a definitive victory for either side, at least not in the first encounter. The Predator, with its technological arsenal, would likely cause catastrophic damage to the Creeper. However, unless it identifies and completely destroys the vital core, the Creeper would eventually regenerate. This regeneration, however, would require the consumption of specific organs, and the Predator, realizing this, could systematically eliminate potential food sources nearby. The Creeper, in turn, would face difficulties causing permanent damage to the Predator, who is protected by its advanced technology. Its best chance would be an ambush that damages the Predator's equipment, forcing a more direct confrontation. The most likely scenario would be an inconclusive first battle, followed by an increasingly complex cat-and-mouse game, with each creature adapting strategies based on the knowledge gained about the opponent. The Predator would develop specific weapons for the Creeper, while the Creeper would seek to consume organs that would give it specific advantages against the alien adversary. Interestingly, this confrontation could extend for decades or even centuries. The Creeper, at the end of its 23 days, would enter hibernation, and the Predator, recognizing unparalleled prey, could monitor its resting place, patiently waiting the next 23 years to continue the hunt. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if some of the ancient human myths about immortal warriors or eternal battles were, in fact, references to previous confrontations between these two creatures in prehistoric times?
If you don't hit a jackpot of 10 trillion coins within 10 spins, just delete the app. Hooray! I see you!
We have a dope episode for you, my friends, and that would be the origin of Space Ghost, as well as taking a look at the brand new Space Ghost comic releasing today. Ghost is a great character who has been around since the 60s, created by Hanna-Barbera Productions and originally aired on CBS. The Space Ghost animated series was a massive success, especially during the height of Hanna-Barbera's popularity. But for those of you not familiar with Space Ghost, he's a superhero in space that has two teenage sidekicks, Jan and Jace, who have a pet monkey named Blip, and together the four of them protect the vastness of space. You know, those dark gaps between the stars. However, even though that's how Space Ghost started, he would be revitalized in the 90s as the host of a late-night talk show called Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which aired on Cartoon Network as part of their Adult Swim block. In the show, Space Ghost would interview celebrities like Conan, Jim Carrey, and more, and it was hilarious. It's probably the version of Space Ghost most of us remember, as a bunch of us 90s kids are now in our 30s and think of Space Ghost in a way more comedic way. However, in the early 2000s, DC Comics would put out a 6-issue series making the character a serious superhero, once again giving us his origin, which is what we're going to break down for you today, right now actually, so let's get into it. Alright, so in issue 1 of the 2005 Space Ghost lead series, right away we're introduced to Thaddeus Bach, the man who would become Space Ghost. We learn he's part of an intergalactic police force as a peacekeeper. We see him take out some space thugs and say, "This is the way of the commandment. If you understand, blink twice." A grunt will work too. After this, we see him at home and learn that his wife is pregnant. The next day, we see him and his class graduate into the Eidolon Elite. Then we see him going through training exercises, and then in a private office where Quartermaster Temple recruits him into the Wrath. The Wrath are the best because they take on the most dangerous missions only people of their talents can handle. When Thaddeus went on his first mission with the Wrath, he learned that Temple and the rest of the Wrath didn't necessarily do things by the book. They unnecessarily killed the bad guys and kept the money they stole for themselves. Thaddeus, being a man of honor, is enraged by this. So much so, he grabs Temple by the shirt saying, "There are trials. We have PSIs. There was no justice in that." Temple responds, "PSIs aren't perfect. Judges aren't saints. Commandment blows it all the time, but the Wrath do not. When we punish the wicked, they do not come back. Ever." That, the money. But Temple replies, "What? Little hazard pay doesn't make up for half of what we do." Later that night, back at his place, Thaddeus wakes up his wife. She asks, "Is something wrong?" He replies, yes, I'll explain everything on the way. I'm sorry. But unfortunately for him, there's a couple of cloaked members of the Wrath behind him who snuck into his house with invisibility tech, and they knock him out from behind. We then see he's been brought to Temple, who has him tied up and is beating him. Temple says that damn heart of yours again thought putting you in the Wrath would keep the heat away from us. Up and comer, bright future, trusted. Don't I feel like an idiot? Thaddeus says, but I didn't. You're the one. Where's my wife? Temple tells him exactly where you left her, enjoying the benefits of a marriage to a good soldier. Show him, not like he can do anything about it now, as we see Hammer, this creepy-looking alien android hybrid with all kinds of blades coming out of his hands like Edward Scissorhands, saying, it was a boy. Congratulations. I recorded it. Wanna watch? Coming from someone who's currently expecting another child, my mind would break. I would freaking lose it. Don't know what I would do. Needless to say, Thaddeus freaks out and loses it. Adrenaline rushes through him so much, he breaks free, goes to charge Temple, but he just points a gun at him saying, told you care too much to be a Phantom recruit. You can't be killed if you have no heart. Referring to what he told Thaddeus earlier when he recruited him, saying, you cannot be a Phantom and have a heart, or the dark will rip you to shreds. But in any case, as Thaddeus charges him, Temple shoots him, finally saying, you'll be just another ghost, clearly foreshadowing what Thaddeus would become. This brings us to issue 2, where Temple and the Wrath bring Thaddeus to the Ghost Planet, a barren planet where they beat the crap out of him some more and then leave him for dead. But luckily for Thaddeus, he is found and rescued by an alien named Salomon. Salomon tells him this place is not kind to the living. Plague consumes king and commoner alike. Nothing that does not sleep in its own filth remains here. I am running out of things to say. Thaddeus says, I died too. Solomon replies, you shall blend right in them. This is a planet of the dead. Over time, Thaddeus and Solomon became friends. Thaddeus would even don an outfit similar to Solomon's, which would become the basis for his Space Ghost suit. In any case, one day Solomon, now knowing Thaddeus is a good man, goes to him and says, there's something that I must show you. Thaddeus says, we've never been this far outside of the sanctuary before. You said it's sick with the plague. Solomon then says, Thaddeus, you must make me a promise. Promise me you will listen no matter what happens. Promise me, before my mind grows too old to remember the truth or my heart too cowardly to tell it. Thaddeus says, all right, I promise. Solomon says, and I promise to tell you everything, as I should have done when I knew you to be a good man. For 300 of our years, the plague consumed my planet, the plague of war. I was born into combat, bred for it, and when the time came, I did more than simply fight for my people. I gave them all the tools to damn us all. I was called the Blood Mechanic, the greatest engineer monk of 3 centuries. My guns killed tens of thousands. My Skyhawks killed scores more. And my bombs, the bombs. It took 5 of my precious bombs less than a week to slay every one of us. All but the one coward who chose to wait in shelter. I prepared the final harvest and left my world a ghost planet. You do not deserve to live out your days in the prison I have built, Thaddeus. I wanted to tell you sooner, but I knew what would happen when you saw these gruesome relics. I knew what your heart would cry for, as Thaddeus looks at the armory and ships made by Solomon. Thaddeus asks him, does it work? Referring to the ship. Solomon replies, the ship can get you home to a new life, but you promised. But Thaddeus is clearly set on returning back to his home world. He then takes and puts on power bands and a belt made by Solomon, finally telling us where he got his greatest weapons from. He tests them out, firing them for the first time, intensely staring at the destruction they can cause. He suits up, putting on his cape and cowl, fastening his bands and belt for the first time, as Solomon is watching, saying, what happens if you're a success at this? What then? How many will you have to destroy in order to? But Thaddeus interrupts, saying, 4.
Oh, Christ. Gillette Lab's voice lasts 50% longer. 5 LB.
Sometimes you just need a moment. Self-care has never been this easy.
Destroy in order to. Thaddeus interrupts, 4. You exterminated a planet, Solomon. Tell me that you believe in justice. Solomon responds, how dare you? I should have left you to die, godless animal. Thaddeus says, I already told you, Solomon, I am dead. As we see Thaddeus in full Space Ghost attire for the first time, walking off to get his revenge. While he's on his mission to get his revenge on Temple and several members of the Wrath, he would end up rescuing and eventually adopting Jan and Jace from the Zorathians. Led by the evil Zorak, who is probably the most iconic Space Ghost villain. Thaddeus would also make amends with Solomon by the end of the series, saying, I will never disappoint you again, I swear. Fighting as a space vigilante for justice. But just like that, you have the origin of Space Ghost. But now Dynamite is giving us a brand new Space Ghost series, giving Space Ghost a brand new start. So let's talk about the first few pages of the issue to see what it sets up. Alright, so let's get into it, friends. Before the issue starts, we get a nice little prologue that states the following. Across the vastness of space, evil flourishes in the darkness between stars. With territory spread far and wide across the Galactic Federation, pirates and hijackers have ransacked these distant colonies with full disregard for the innocent scientists living within them. Yet there is a cosmic vigilante who metes out justice across the spaceways, bringing vengeance to those who prey upon the defenseless. They call him Space Ghost. So the comic gives us a nice little rundown of the universe we're about to enter and the character we're about to follow. After this, we finally get to the story where we see a space station of some sort being attacked by pirates with the people aboard saying, SOS, can anyone read me? This is Space Colony Omicron, hailing on all frequencies. For the love of heaven, if anyone out there is listening, we are being overrun. The person saying this then says, this is Dr. Jared Kepler, here with my children, Jan and Jace. We require immediate assistance. No response from Galactic Patrol. I think we need to find our own way out. His son Jay says, but Dad, how are we going to get past the space pirates? His father tells him, we'll take a page from your engineering classes. First, we erase the mainframe, then we can reprogram one of the shuttles in the hangar to escape. I know you're frightened, son, but I need you to watch over Blip. He's not just a pet, he's more important than you know. His daughter Jan then comes up to him saying, Dad, wait, what do we do if we need to split up? He tells her, you always were practical like your mother, Jan. Let's pray that doesn't happen, but if it does, I trust you'll put your blaster training to the test. As he hands her a blaster, he then hugs his children, saying, oh my brave children, know that I love you both more than the stars in the sky, and remember, no matter what happens, family always sticks together. He goes to open the blast door, telling his kids, now stay with me and be careful until we reach the hangar. Once I open the blast door, there's no telling what, but as he opens the door, he is shot down as his daughter yells, Dad. We see one of the pirates with a massive gun that shot down their dad, saying, brag, lurker, one eye, secure the lab. We've got a job to do here, gentlemen, and Tansut always collects his bounty. One eye says, hey Brago, wasn't this the scientist in charge of this dump? As he picks up the limp arm of Dr. Kepler. Tansut responds, stow the chatter, boys. How's the mainframe coming along, lurker? He replies, bad news, boss. The whole thing's been wiped clear. Tansut tells him, then plan B it is. Search the lab from top to bottom. Whoever finds the prototype first gets 50,000 credits. This is all going on as Jan and Jace hide the flip. Jace tells Jan they're going to find. Then we go down and she begins to shoot them. Tansut, of course, shocked by this, says, what the? Who's out there? As Jan shot and took out Brago. Tansut shouts out while loading with his gun, you think you're invisible, don't you? No one could hide from my infrared targeting system. Die, blast your eyes. But after he keeps unloading, he then says, why don't you just die? As some sort of force field is stopping the gunfire. His eyes widen as he says, no, that's impossible. What are you? As we see Space Ghost for the first time right in front of Tansut, answering his question saying, a ghost. And just like that, that is our tease and look at the first 6 pages of Space Ghost issue 1 by Dynamite. Now the entire issue did drop today, we're just teasing the first several pages of the issue. If you dug the first quarter of this issue, the other 75% gets even better. With appearances, references, and characters all throughout the Space Ghost universe. But speaking of appearances and important characters in the Space Ghost mythology, the first 6 pages give us our main protagonists, Jan, Jace, Blip, and of course Space Ghost. As we know, Jan, Jace, and Blip would become the sidekicks of Space Ghost, and as we see at the beginning of this issue, that clearly is going to happen. After their dad's death by the hands of Tansut, Space Ghost saves them from pirates and takes them under his wings. Speaking of Tansut, that was an awesome full-slash appearance all in itself. You see, diehard Space Ghost fans know that Tansut is one of the Space Ghost's oldest enemies from the original Hanna-Barbera cartoon series. He first appeared in the episode titled Hijackers, and is in fact the leader of a group of intergalactic hijackers, or pirates, as we saw at the beginning of this comic. Now there may or may not be some more prominent or fan-favorite characters that appear towards the back half of this issue, but you're just going to have to read it for yourself. All I'm reruns of the original Space Ghost cartoons from the 60s growing up, and would catch Space Ghost coast to coast every once in a while on Adult Swim, but I wasn't an avid fan or anything. However, I always liked the character and know a fair amount about it. I certainly know enough that based off his first issue, they are going to do him justice. They're already giving us a bunch of key players we would all want in this series in the first issue, and are setting him up, this vigilante that lives in the shadows. He's a ghost, if you will, hence him getting the Space Ghost moniker. Even telling Tansut he's a ghost, which was pretty great. In a lot of ways, Space Ghost is basically just a space intergalactic version of Batman, in the sense that he's a vigilante who uses technology and hand-to-hand combat skills to take down crime while being very stealth about it. The story in Dynamite series is really good. I can't wait for issue 2. Pacing, the action, all of it is very well done, with a cliffhanger that definitely is going to have me come back for issue 2. But none of this is surprising as it's written by David Pepos, who wrote Punisher for Marvel. Then we have the amazing art. I specifically love the panel of us seeing Space Ghost for the first time on the last panel of page 6, where he lands with half of his body in the shadows, in an epic fighting stance with cape fluttering in front of him. It's just so good, giving me those epic Batman Spawn vibes of being in the shadows with your cape fluttering. Space Ghost is one of those superheroes I feel, if utilized correctly, could blow up because because he's a really cool character and he's already iconic. Everyone has at least heard of him and can picture what he looks like in their head. And so far, the series is doing a good job of setting him up to be a prominent superhero that more people talk about. I feel like the Space Ghost Coast to Coast late night talk show he had in the 90s did him a disservice, as most people think of him as a comedic character now, when he was originally intended to be a bringing him back to his original roots, telling a serious action-packed fun story with him, like any other superhero. The crazy thing is, in the original Hanna-Barbera cartoon, there was never an origin story for Space Ghost of how he became this vigilante superhero. Hell, it was never explained how he met Jan and Jace or how they even became his sidekicks. He didn't even find out how he got his power bands or belt, or what his real name was. But that was later changed when DC put out their 6-issue Space Ghost miniseries that we went over earlier. And having gone over it, we could already tell from issue 1 of Dynamite Space Ghost that they're gonna go in a different direction. At least how he met Jan and Jace and Flip, as it's already different from the DC version. So considering that how he met his future sidekicks has already changed, we can assume they're also going to change the rest of his origin too. Essentially what his real name is, how he got his power bands, why he decides to become a superhero, etc. And I'm here for it. Again, I'm really digging the start of this series, and I think this could be an epic Space Ghost ongoing series. Whether you're an old Space Ghost fan or new to the character, this is a great book to jump onto, and you can get in on issue 1 right now. With that said, what did you think of DC's take on Space?
It should have been me! This man is more concerned about whatever comments. Out here call my name and be like, oh. She lets him know that she needs to go planning the wedding. He says he's too busy analyzing some nerd shit like copy radiation. Honestly, I don't quite remember. I was too busy analyzing this. She starts getting mad at Reed Richards and decides to storm off. He said it! He said it! Then when we cut back, we see Johnny walking over to Reed and tell him, hey, yo, so I've been thinking there's a way for y'all to celebrate y'all's love. We should go back to the party. What? No. I'm too busy tracking some cosmic radiation. And then first Reed says no because he wants to stay back, be loyal, and do some more nerd shit. And I can't lie, I kind of relate to that because everyone knows black men don't cheat. But Johnny keeps talking and he's finally able to convince him after he's like, hey, bro, I'm just saying it would be fun. Nah, and quite frankly, I don't think she would find that to a music job. No matter what you say, you can't convince me. 3-to-1 ratio. Crash your party. Damn, I guess it didn't take that much convincing after all. And y'all, this actually surprised me because when you watch the smartest superheroes in the MCU, this man really got tricked by his dead-ass listener Ronnie Foreman to throw in the bachelor party not even a full 24 hours before his wedding. And at this point in the movie, the Fantastic Four are pretty much considered celebrities in the world. They on the news and shit, and in the newspaper, which is pretty much old people TikTok, so someone catches themselves in the streets in the bachelor party, pretty much good. And Rose isn't trying to be secretive at all. He must think he just died of hair blonde and she thinks of it. Bro, trust me, before Shirley was Latina Latina fine shit that you already know was being on that movie. So we swing back this and see my dog Reed Richards out here on everybody. Remember the way this man was moving, he must have been getting a whole wedding the next day. Bro was out here impressing the husband. Like, so Doris walks into a bedroom where bartender says, hey, Doris says, oh my god, you just read my mind. Wow, you're really smart. And that's when some music starts playing in the club and these girls start looking over to Mr. Fantastic and hit him with the let's dance. Let's dance. He gets up to go dancing. I'm not gonna lie, this is not gonna work out. Like I'm calling it right now, the fact that this man is doing so crazy is gonna backfire on him. Like number one, he should not have been in the club at all. And number two, he should not have been dancing with these girls, bro. But if I'm being honest, I kind of I mean, I know just album, but there's still a zag.
The long nights of studying while the rest of the world slept, the early mornings juggling children, work, and classes, the moments of self-doubt. You didn't admit it. You're here today because you fought, persisted.
I mean, I know just the album, but there's still a zag. Anyway, he gets out on the dance floor, we can immediately tell my dog is feeling himself. First thing we see is this man starting off by hitting this goofy ass move. Then he starts dancing with both of these girls in the middle of the club. And I can't lie, bro was low-key hitting this shit, bro. All I'm saying is with this man stretching powers out, he out there hitting a mean-ass door. And at this point, this man is having the time of his life. But of course, everything can't be different, bro. Something bad had to happen. Because at the same time bro was getting freaky in the club, we switched back to Baxter Building just to see this man Captain Hope walking in looking for Reed Richards. But unfortunately for him, he's not there. He ends up talking to Sue Storm instead of they figure out that the boy snuck out. So they end up to shoot some fine and then somehow they're able to figure it out. I guess because in this universe, Captain Hope is pretty much a team member to make every hero to figure out that they went to the club for his bachelor party. But to me, it don't really make sense, but I'm gonna let it roll. And when the scene switches back, we see used to catching Mr. Fantastic red-handed in the club. And I can tell this was Johnny playing from the start. Like, bro must have been plotting on him the whole time, because now you out here providing the host your sister can get cheated on. And then when he sees her walking, he hits the full 360. Bro is not trying to take accountability at all. And I can't even blame him, because Reed Richards really fell for that shit. Bro was out here living his life to the fullest. My dog even had a girl riding on him like he was at Caravan. And the whole time this scene was going on, I know that Reed Richards was over here hoping his powers on that shit. And I can't lie, if I were there in this situation, I would definitely be snitching on bro at this moment too. Because how you got one of the finest shits in her prime 2007 Jessica Alba waiting for you at home and you out here doing her dirt. I'm not gonna lie, as the 6'5" feminist Jessica Alba, you do not deserve that. 6'5". So Sue Storm and Captain Holt walk over to Reed and start staring him down. And this is exactly why I said earlier that shit wasn't gonna work out for bro. Because Sue really out here giving this man the death stare, bro. I told him bro about his full W. That's how you know she is. That's her Mr. Fantastic goes back into the...
What are you doing?
Talking. Me? Just hanging around.
And to my surprise, she wasn't even that mad. Probably because they had bigger things to worry about. So Captain Holt takes him to the back and starts looking at them. They've been experiencing anomalies all across the planet. So they start talking for a while, and that's when Reed says, nah, I'm not gonna help. I'm sorry, Captain Holt, but we got a wedding to plan. Nigga, what? I'm sorry, man, but this is the exact reason why if I'm in danger, I'm calling the Avengers. Because what do you mean you have a wedding to plan? The world is under attack, bro. Fantastic Four really two for choosing their own problems
number of the planet. Somebody got to pack him up ASAP. And the worst thing is, I just know Mr. Fantastic was doing this and trying to gain some brownie points after being caught in the club with girls. So Captain Holt starts recently crashing and now it is forced to leave the building. While the frog tax and forehead took your team planning and running. And that's when we found out the exact reason why Sue Show wasn't mad when she caught Reed Richards.
Talk about wild.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You better pack it up before it's too late. So the scene switches to the day of the wedding. When we see Sue having second guesses on if she wants to marry Mr. Fantastic.
Okay, you good? Huh? Bathroom? You gotta pee? I know, but that was 5 hours ago. Yeah. I'm gonna stop so we can go to the bathroom, alright? shoes on?
I got my shoes on.
Right. Oh. Let's get the keys. try to get us. I got something for your throat if you need it, okay? Alright, now let's put some diesel up in this reefer. I gotta go back inside. You coming with me?
Yeah.
Alright. Come on.
Should I bring my cup of milk?
Leave it there. Come on. and cheese? All right.
With the experts of fantasy sports.
Bit, right?
Little bit of spice.
A little bit of kick, yeah. Right, yeah. After this one?
Yeah. Are you gonna buy another one? Or are you just gonna keep this one?
No, keep this one too.
I think I will mostly use this one. Let's just start everything.
First delivery. We got 3 deliveries today. All in New Jersey. I hope they're close by. Then, after do our last delivery, we go home. Yep. Okay. We'll stop at a truck stop on the way home, get your haircut, and then we'll head back to Eastern and hang out. Why not? That sounds like fun. Well, I don't know, buddy. I really need to sleep. I didn't sleep too much, remember? Kind of just going. But let's say we go to the deliveries and I get to nap. There won't be no reason why we can't go to trampoline park. I can sleep at the delivery. We got 3 deliveries, so that means I get 3 good naps. Unless they're really fast, then, you know. Either way, if we get the day done quick, I can still take a nap. And we can still go to trampoline park later. That's alright, that's not even playing. Huh? 65.
Pretty fast.
There's no so fast to leave this big truck.
This is fast for a big truck.
snack?
Oh, I'm saving my chips.
That's good.
I'm not drinking. I'm only drinking the juice.
Chocolate milk? They should.
Same thing. Juice, chocolate milk.
No, they're definitely two different things. One is animal secretion, and the other one is water and flavored juice. flavor in your milk? You get chocolate milk or strawberry milk or banana milk?
Strawberry milk is my favorite. And I don't know about banana milk.
It's not bad. It's an acquired taste.
I'm not saying I haven't tried it, but I have.
Definitely makes a decent banana milk.
I would give
I like Nutriment though. Nutriment's better.
I would give the banana milk a 7 out of 8.
That's like 9 out of 10. That means it's pretty good.
Pretty good. I just don't like banana milk. Strawberry milk, 10 out of 10.
There we go. Strawberry milk is getting different, right?
It's not sweet. It tastes really good.
Right?
Only part I don't like is that pink.
That is pink.
Yeah.
It's all pink.
Well,
Girl color?
yeah.
Yeah, it's girl color. But
What?
I guess strawberries are red with pink inside. So you gotta go with the natural colors.
Well, it's kind of white inside too.
A little bit. And natural colors aren't necessarily gender. But when it comes to boys and girls, pink is definitely a girl color.
Yeah. I also love just biting into the white part of the strawberry. The white part of the strawberry, it tastes good.
That's the very, very middle. Alright, here we go. 31 south. Take this all the way down to 295. I haven't been this way in a while. I remember this way because, well, remember when I used to work at H&S? You were real little. You were real little.
But H&S.
That's when I drove the flatbed trucks.
I was like,
Good old New Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, that thing, you know what that reminds me of?
What?
Flint and Steel.
Huh?
Flint and Steel.
Flint and Steel from Minecraft?
Yeah.
Nah.
That would have reminded me of.
Oh, you mean the map?
What?
That's the map.
Not the whole map.
Oh, this right here?
No.
Yeah.
The one, the on bottom. The black and the white.
Black and white. You know black and white there?
It's not blue and white. Now you can't see it.
Oh, so it must have been something in the landscape, huh? Oh, it was the lake that was over there. There was a lake on the map.
Now it's back.
Yeah, the lake right here. This lake right there.
Yeah, that reminds me of Flint and Steel.
Oh, okay. That's the name of your hideout, right?
What?
That's the name of the hideout? What you built?
What I built?
The hideout you built. Minecraft.
No. I didn't even know I had a name my hideouts.
So what's Flint and Steel then?
Flint and Steel is like how you get materials to beat the game. And you have Flint and Steel, you have to light up a portal, and then you have to go in the portal so you can go to the nether, get some netherite, and go to a bastion, find some ender pearls and kill some blazes.
Okay.
Find it and kill it. And if they drop ender pearls, you're good. And then go out the portal, and then you have to find more. And then you gotta find
We got some work to do. We're almost at number 1. Now you going to sleep? Alright, put your milk in the fridge. Make sure the cap's on good. Make sure your cap's on tight. And make sure you put a wedge back in it so the door don't open up. Back in there.
What?
Push it in there, good. Alright. Get behind it.